quick recap of last session. Who remembers what?
I just remember we fought a giant squid monster. Turns out, which that everyone thought was dead, turned out to be alive. Then we talked to a weird eldritch thing.
I don't remember the
That's
weird
all I really
eldritch
remember.
thing.
Oh, yeah.
I remember blowing the thing up by confusing its souls inside of it.
Yeah, we everybody.
Skipped the boss fight that I had planned out. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody one-shot the boss. After that, a weird staircase that didn't exist appeared, and we went into the void. And some eldritch entity said that it would give us the answer to one question. Any question. Right. But it would be potentially very vague, and everybody asked and got answers. And then we washed up on the shore of the Japan.
Of the Japan.
Of the Japan.
And were arrested immediately, as we do.
Yeah. Then we got detained, but I mean, I was gonna say they can't contain us, but they've definitely succeeded in containing us.
They, in fact, actually can.
It doesn't help when they knock you out, so that's that.
I mean, how long we remain contained for will be a we'll find out.
So, is there anything else anybody wants to cover before we get started?
There's history with that witch that everyone seems to have.
Funny how that works out, huh?
Yeah.
Everybody's got beef with Soma, and everybody's got beef with Mare.
God.
Everyone has beef with everyone. Yeah.
So,
at this point, with how much beef there is, we can make a taco salad.
You all...
Where's the beef?
You all took a nap in that cell. You had to wait. You were in quarantine. And all of a sudden, cutting through the walls itself almost, you hear a sound. A sound that is loud enough to shake the walls. And it takes you a moment longer to register that it is a voice. And it is not a happy voice.
Oh,
if
that's
any
not
of
surprising
you
at all.
had opened your eyes and were looking around, you might have seen Katya form a small smile. Mom's upset, she whispers. And not a minute later, the door to the cell you're in is wrenched open. Several...
You couldn't just knock?
Academy members wearing scientist uniforms apologetically usher you out of the cell.
About time.
Forgive us, we are so sorry. We are mortified that the situation was not remedied faster, my lady. And you see all of them bow in respect to Katya.
What's happening?
Looks like Katya's a celebrity here.
Katya glances over her shoulder and looks at Bridwood and shrugs.
Oh?
Bridwood, you're the smart one. Tell me what the fuck is happening.
Frankly, I don't understand either.
Ah, we're fucked.
You are free to leave. We have a ride back for you. It's actually waiting just outside. Come with us. And they usher you guys out through hallways. And as you are led out of this holding cell, getting the few things you were allowed to take in and taking them with you, you will pass by more holding cells filled with people. one,
Oh, God.
though you're not allowed to linger, the walls are being cleaned by a group of people in heavy hazmat gear. And there are splotches of black liquid covering the walls. Cracks in the cement, but not strong enough to break through. You are all ushered out towards the top of the building onto a landing pad, and there is a plane waiting for you.
Okay, then.
The scientists.
Brian's gonna get on the plane.
Yeah, they just usher you onto it. This one's like a cargo plane, like an actually military grade cargo plane. You clamber on, and no sooner are your team in its entirety on board than the end closes and you catch a small, awkward wave from the girl in the Egyptian clothing as the plane gets ready to take off. Is there anything you guys want to talk about on your flight back?
So, how do you rate our Japan trip? Scale of 1 to deadly.
Dylan, you're cutting out.
Do you have your fan
Fuck.
on again? Because it worked when you turned
Yes.
it off last night.
Okay, it's off now.
Oh, I can hear you now. There you go.
Oh,
Personally, I would rate the Japan trip 0 out of 10. I don't want to fucking come back here.
you know, Japan kind of sucks, but it was
Yeah,
quite
fuck this
pretty,
place.
and the people were kind of nice.
You only got a bad
I mean-
view of it, Katya says under her breath.
It's got good food.
I mean, you're right, Katya. It's kind of hard to get a good impression of a place when you're fighting a giant squid monster.
Unfortunately,
Water.
Scary calamari.
which I have sent the art of the monster in, by the way.
Very soul calamari.
You will notice as you guys kind of huddle together that all of your things that you brought that had been in the tent have been moved here very carefully. And as you guys get your things together, make sure everything's there, your PDAs are resting in their normal places, and you see Katya sit down, her screen lighting up, and there's a lot of messages. And you watch her face go from focused to concerned to upset. Birdwin, you also have messages.
Oh,
Let's see, Apollyon has messages.
No, he's gonna check.
It is just you three that have messages on your phones. Actually, no, Anna would have them too.
Okay.
The four of you roll to see who goes first.
I rolled a 4.
Oh, God.
It was indeed an omen for the future.
Yep.
10.
Well, oh boy. We're all
I
gonna
got
die.
a 4, a 9, a 10. So, Perdwin, you would go first. Perdwin, your messages, as you're reading through them, you get concerned at first because you see, like, a lot of messages stacked. However, when you open the file, it is a series of pictures that progress. It appears that your twin siblings are putting armor on Winnie, and they're just sending you slow progression pictures until the final picture is the dog in a complete set of armor.
Yo.
The only thing sticking out is, like, the ears and the tail.
They've armored the dog.
Warhound.
That's awesome. Let me see. Wait, let me see.
Pridwin will just show the pictures.
Oh, fuck
Let's
yeah.
You guys huddle around to see the new armored dog. You will notice that The raccoon in hovel armor peeks out from Lunala's hood, nods approvingly, and then tucks back down into the hood. You wonder if somehow they got the armor sketch plans from the squirrel dealer somehow.
Always the squirrels.
Let's see. Anna, you got the next highest number. Anna, you have a series of messages from a friend of yours at the academy. I say friend because this person is a friend to everyone at the academy. It is one of the few current 4-star students named Caden. They're actually in the mentorship program with you. Very well known. And as you read, you feel the corners of your mouth starting to twitch into a frown. Because they are informing you that they're leaving on a mission. And you know that when Caden goes on a mission, something is wrong. Caden backs people up. Caden never takes missions easily. And the fact that they're going somewhere is not a good sign. This is them messaging you, telling you to keep strong with the mentorship program while they're gone. Hopefully they'll be back soon. Apollyon.
Yes.
You have a message from one of the Death Scythes.
Oh shit.
It is a mission briefing. Telling you that something has gone wrong again.
What's new?
A group of students is missing. Not like a hodgepodge group of students. One of the teams, very successful, has gone missing. And as you read the briefing, it gets longer. They are the second group within a few months to undertake this mission.
Apollyon would be looking very, very thoughtfully at this.
You also see at the end of the briefing that they're sending 2 more students. Their names, their ranks are listed. And
Yeah.
as you're reading the message, you get the sense that Katya probably got the same message.
Mm-hmm.
It seems just as long. You see her eye twitch as she gets to the bottom.
He scrolls down.
She's reading the listed names signed off. You hear her murmur under her breath. I knew it. She looks up at you and makes eye contact with you.
He nods. Alright. How do you guys feel about the Appalachians?
I don't believe I've heard of them.
I'm sorry,
No strong opinions?
why? Judah asks.
I've attempted
you-
the trail several times now. It's not really that fun.
How would you guys feel about taking a trip over there?
Why?
I need
No
a favor,
particular reason.
Katya says, interrupting you.
He looks up.
Katya looks around in the room at all of you. I really need a favor.
Ask away.
I don't make friends easy. And I think one of the few friends I have is in danger.
Say less.
guys shouldn't have to be the ones to go. Maybe I should just go instead.
You think that'll stop us?
Judah nods.
Things are fair
with you.
unfair.
Nothing has stopped us before.
We're all in this together. If anyone is in trouble, then all of us stand up to help them.
Precisely so.
Katya glances down. She's just... She seemed really cool, you know? I mean, her whole team was scary. There's like 8 of them, and they're like never here because they're always on missions, but she seemed cool, and she had cool tattoos, and she was friends with Alex. And
Tattoos.
Oh, this part is making me sad because of what I know.
and now to know that Caden's gone too, you see Katya's hand begins to shake. Something's not right.
Well, if any team has been able to get through all the hells this world can conjure and get back in some pieces, it's us.
That's what I'm worried about. This is the 3rd group of students in 6 months that's gone. You guys would be the 4th. Even in Russia, they didn't send that many students in. What does that tell you?
They did lose a lot of assets from the initial incident, though.
And we're still short. Look, I wouldn't do this for just anybody, but Caden is important, okay? And Death
I've
needs her. She's one of the few people on the short track to becoming a Death Scythe.
I've read her.
You
Oh.
have heard of her.
Mhm.
Faye and Faye and Warden, you probably have interacted with them as new students on campus. Anna, you've been fast friends with Caden and their brothers. Brian, I don't think you've run into them yet.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not at
I'm
all.
clueless. I'm just sitting here twiddling my thumbs, just being like, I don't know what the fuck is happening.
And you remember I told you about that weird new kid? She says, looking at you, Pridwin. The one that lives at the gym?
I believe so, yes.
She points to her PDA. He went with her.
I've read Caden's file. They don't typically bring anyone with them on missions.
Exactly. What would make them change their mind?
Definitely something worth investigating then.
Right.
We can't risk losing an asset like that to the Academy, so I think we should definitely take on that mission.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen? We all die horribly? That sounds like every other mission we go on, so...
The stakes usually are all the same.
Then I'm gonna redirect the plane, Katya says, standing up. But Apollyon, you and I have to talk.
He stands up and follows her.
She takes a few steps away from the group. We made a deal. One of us stays with Angel. She glances back at the group. I think it should be you.
I can make that work.
I think it should be
I
you
will.
that goes with them.
instructors with them. Are you certain?
Katya glances away. You're stronger than me. There's no beating around the bush. If this gets bad, you're gonna need to be there.
On one condition.
She looks at you.
He taps on his PDA and sends her something. Please follow the strict training regimen while I'm gone.
Fuck you, I have my own training regimen, she says, crossing her arms.
Follow this one too.
She literally starts like scrolling through the training regimen and she goes, this is too easy. Why would I follow this? Mine is way better. She sends you her training regimen.
Oh my
Huh.
god.
I'll need to update my files.
See, that's
It's
your
gonna be one
problem.
of
This
them
one,
days.
she points. This one has a mixture of different forms of martial arts from all over the world. And it was given to me by Angel. So, she sticks her tongue out at you.
Well, still, I want you to at least train on fighting separate demons and researching them.
Fine.
Academic
how did
skill
we
is
be
just
there?
as
You did our
important as
homework.
physical.
Making me do homework, she says, scuffing a
Jesus
foot on the ground as she
Christ.
walks towards the pilot.
A strong body is one thing, but so is a strong mind.
She flips you a very emphatic middle finger as she crawls through the door to get up towards the cockpit.
He waves.
Good lord.
All right, we're heading to the Appalachians.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers.
We're going to be heading somewhere in the boonies, so get prepared
Just
for a lot of
come-
people who do not want to talk.
Just if you hear banjos playing, run.
Actually, the banjos might be the most
Why
normal
would I
thing.
hear banjos? What?
So, is there anything else you guys want to talk about on your long flight? Because this is like a good, 16-hour flight.
This isn't another one of those American backwaters, is it?
It is.
It really
God.
actually is, Judah says.
I have
going
no clue where
to-
we're going. Can someone point it to me on a map?
We're going to Oak Hill,
Sure,
near a
hon.
national
Judah says,
park.
pulls out her PDA, scrolls in on the fucking United States map slowly, and then just
Yeah.
gestures to the eastern seaboard. So,
Fuck are we
if
going
I'm
there for?
remembering, the Appalachian Trail goes all the way from here up to this part of Canada.
This is gonna suck.
Are there going
know
to be
what?
apples on this apple trail?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Is there-
No, I think it's that apple.
Well, I know who failed geography.
Trail? What?
I didn't have that, so.
You guys had geography?
Yeah, what's geography?
You're a sailor and you failed geography?
No, I know topography.
Well, you'd still have to know geography if you're traveling from continent to continent.
We know the continents, we don't know what's in the continents, Amani says.
Yeah.
No,
That's
Dear
what we
God.
figure out when we
We
get
know the
there.
coastlines and we know the stars and we know how to navigate with both of them, and that's it.
Using my context clues, pretty sure there will be itchy apples.
My God.
Apple itchy.
Faye
No, I don't
definitely
think there'll be any of those.
lost.
No.
Warden
Faye
is
definitely fails.
standing there thinking, and then Warden slowly leans over and whispers, "I wonder what kind of apples they are."
I don't think
be
there's many
tasty.
apples there.
The itchy apples. They're so
I mean, it
itchy.
has apple in the name, doesn't it? It's Appalachian.
Well,
So
based
Faye's
on what
totally got her arms crossed and kicking her legs confidently, like she knows what's going on.
Apple at chain? Like apple on a chain, maybe.
Yes.
I'm. Okay.
Maybe the apple is like a nickname for like a mace head, so it's kind of a weapon.
Ooh.
From what I'm reading, if there is apples there, you do not want to pick them.
Napoleon's got his glasses on and is reading Appalachian Trail lore.
So this region is extremely large. Did they specify where?
Which
Within
is
the
large,
Specifically-
I'm sure the
region
Appalachian
operating?
Trail.
Specifically, the region of Oak Hill, just outside in a ghost town called Thurmond.
Oh boy, ghosts.
That does not narrow it down at all.
West Virginia. You hear Apollyon giggle.
West Virginia.
Or Abaddon is giggling
Yeah,
in the
but on yeah.
background.
Isn't
Yes.
that where the moth is from?
You just hear Warden and Judah in the background go, "Take me home to the
Well,
place."
let's-
There's like 3 of them in the corner singing the song under their breath.
we just sing this for the whole 16-hour flight.
It just literally, the song is just on repeat as you're researching everything about the Appalachian Trail.
Faye does not know the words, but she's like staring, hardcore, vibrating with enjoyment.
Faye only notes the West Virginia part.
She
That's
just
a-
waits eagerly for it to get back there. West Virginia!
Yep.
Shuts up.
That's a great question from Pridwin about the Mothman. However, is the Mothman known for abducting people if they go off trail?
There's no need to
I mean, considering we're in a non-aggression pact with him, I would hope that that wouldn't be his fault.
Wait, I'm sorry.
there
the
was
Mothman
that
is
article
real.
about the Mothman carrying off that dude's mom. I'm pretty
well,
sure that dude was crazy though.
he
He said
definitely
that she
seems
met
like
him
a
on
back alley
Match.com.
crackhead.
I don't.
Oh, you
Did
never
you
go
guys
to
not see
Match.com.
that?
I'm a bigger fan of Christian Mingle.
No, I don't remember that.
Also, if that's a reference, by the way, to one of my
Her
favorite
way.
songs, and if you guys haven't heard it, you need to go listen to it. It's so good. You have to get all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Mothman. There's no need to feel down.
Apollyon's definitely a bigger fan of ChristianMingle.com.
Mothman stole my catalytic converter.
Hold on, I
Well-
am on a mission. I have to post the song real quick into the chat so you all
Yeah.
can listen to it.
I want to do this.
Ah, yes, here it is.
Also, Dylan, that fucking Sonic you posted at 12:50 in the morning freaks me the fuck out.
The diabolical Sonic.
The
Freaks
Freaky
me the
Sonic.
fuck out. I hate it. I hate it.
There you
Oh,
go.
God.
Freaky Sonic.
I hate it.
It's one of my favorite songs. Anyways,
Good lord.
yeah, so you guys do a little bit of research on the area as you guys continue. It is a long flight. Is there anything else anybody needs to do? Also, at some point during the flight, you were asked by one of the hands on deck if you need any supplies. Anything restocked? Would you like anything to be there on the ground when you get there?
I was listening to the song.
A few spare journals.
Like what kind?
Notebooks.
Can't you just write in your PD? Okay. He writes it down.
Hey, you asked. Hey, you asked.
Look,
few spare
man,
notebooks.
You can't trust the digital shit. What if
Yeah.
what if the battery dies or something?
Yeah, Apollyon is the boomer to end all boomers. Like,
He's the 1,000-year-old boomer.
few thousand-year-old, give or take.
Back in my day, we were still writing in clay tablets.
My baby didn't even have clay.
Back in my day, we were still writing on the walls in caves.
It's crazy.
So, a couple journals. Is there anything else anybody needs supply-wise?
A bag of marshmallows, some chocolate. Some
I still
graham
have my hibachi
crackers.
grill. Don't worry about food. I can handle that.
I was just
Why do
saying,
you
if we're
have
going
an
out,
entire
we're going out camping, we might as well just make a campfire.
There
was that
better be
Britney?
s'mores,
No bread.
Warden says,
No
crossing
bread.
her arms.
Yo, Brandon,
was that,
Polly on
dude?
burns the shit out of it, and it's like charcoal, and I don't trust that shit. It's bad.
Did Pridwin ask why I have an entire grill?
Yeah.
Oh, I was expecting to go up against a squid monster, but it was a squid spider monster, so...
Hey, we don't know. The
Right.
calamari still might have been fire.
Who knows? Maybe there's
Shut
something...
up, the calamari.
Maybe
No.
there's
Might be
maybe
crunchy.
there's some sort of monster that I can cook and eat there.
Well, if you run into the Mothman, I don't think he's gonna be very tasty.
I'm not in the mood for cryptid crackheads.
We're friends with him. Why would we eat
Delicious in
him?
the dungeon D&D version? What the fuck are we doing?
That would be awful.
You really awful.
As you
Muffy.
guys are having this conversation, the plane banks. A very hard bank. You guys find yourselves tumbling if you're not able to grab the straps along the sides of the cargo line. A long, grueling flight goes by. Some of you manage to take some naps on the way, take a few notes, and get a little bit of research done. Did anybody do any hard research into the area?
Apollyon
I think
would have.
Brian would, just because he's
Pribbling.
unfamiliar with this place, and it sounds interesting.
I want any of you who actually tried to roll for me to see what level of knowledge of the area you guys have gotten.
What stat would that be?
Let's make it an intelligence or wisdom, your choice.
Alright.
Let me pull up Apollyon.
God, how do I switch thing? Oh no.
That's okay. I'll put my roll in.
Oh, there we go. There we go, man. Switch back. God. Some intelligence. Just...
Okay, that's not
Okay.
the worst.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, what the fuck?
15, 16, 17.
So here is
Those are
what.
amazing.
And which one did you guys roll? Intelligence or wisdom? Apollyon, which one did you pick?
Oh wait, I can choose. Oh wait, hold on. I'll probably. Wait, where the fuck?
Wait, if I can choose, then I'm gonna go wisdom and add +3.
Yeah, I'm gonna go wisdom. So that would be a 19.
Hey.
I'll just edit mine.
I'm gonna edit.
So you went wisdom?
Yeah.
Okay, so you will have advantage on any rolls that you make in regards to the history of the area.
Okay.
Brian, wisdom or intelligence?
It was wisdom.
You are also going to have a bonus on rolls that you make in regards to the layout landscape of the area. Anna, wisdom, intelligence.
Intelligence.
Okay. With intelligence, you... What was that sound?
Oh, that was me burping.
No, there was like a beep, like an alarm in the background.
Oh, that wasn't me. I don't know.
That was really weird. Anna, you are going to have a bonus to any roll consisting of, let's see. So local flora and fauna, and also families in the region. Any checks you make on them, you will have advantage on. And Pridwin,
Yeah.
intelligence or wisdom?
Intelligence.
With intelligence, you will get any advantage roll on looking for cryptids in the area. Any cryptid knowledge, specifically after mentioning Mothman, you would know a lot of stuff about the cryptids in the local area based on your research. And Brian,
boy.
yes?
DM question. What was my bonus again? I didn't get to write it down.
Jesus Christ, what did I say?
I don't know.
Landscape. Layout, landscape. You will have bonuses to navigation, let me put it that way.
Hope you okay, dude?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as the flight comes to an end, they lower down and you find yourselves, as the back end of the plane begins to come down, looking out at a mountain range. West Virginia is stunningly beautiful, and you are in the thick of the mountains. You're setting down on an airstrip right by a national park.
Don't let me have any more caffeine.
It is just beginning to start April, year 2023. And as the plane lands and you step out, the air is crisp and cool, and some of you actually find yourselves shivering. Katya meets you at the end of the gate, the tail of the plane, and she gives you guys a sad smile. You'll keep me updated, right?
Of course. We'll do everything we can.
You see for a moment, there's this thought that crosses her mind, like she's fighting everything in her not to step off that plane and go with you. Like it isn't right. And then she takes a deep breath and steps back. The plane closes. And you turn to see several very beaten up trucks approaching. You see
Wow, we really are out in the sticks, aren't we?
forest ranger symbols on the sides of them. And as they stop, you hear a voice shout from the tailgate. Well, aren't you guys a sight for sore fucking eyes? And you know this voice. It is Liam as he hops out of the bed of the truck.
Oh my god, no.
What in the world are you
He
doing
is
here?
holding a bag in one hand and several what looks to be books in the other. Somebody ordered delivery? He grins
Fuck
at
yeah,
you.
where are my bagels?
Let's see. I got bagels, marshmallows,
yes.
chocolate, graham crackers, some other shit in here. He holds the like Walmart style bag out to you. The Soul Smart bag.
Ryan's gonna dive for that shit. He's just gonna go for it.
Minerva is also sitting in the bed of the truck, and she leans against the sideboard and kind of grins up at you, Pridwin.
I wasn't expecting either of you to be here.
Yeah, well, we got bored waiting around for you to come home, so...
Oh, if anyone's a sight for sore eyes, it's you two.
Well, somebody forgot to invite us when they went off to Japan, Liam says, crossing his arms and looking at you indignantly.
Going
ain't
to
my
assume
fault.
that he isn't going to have
Nothing
my
personal.
PDAs this time. So.
You see several rangers waiting patiently behind the wheel, and Liam and Minerva usher you into the beds of the pickup trucks. Come on, it's only like a 10-minute drive to base camp.
Fuck it, what could go wrong? Brian's gonna hop in the back of the truck.
You guys hop in the back of the truck. You turn around and the plane takes off. There's a gust of wind that blows you guys back, and that's when it really sets in. Once the plane is gone, you really sense the quiet. And the music change. That I just had to admit. You get a lonely, foreboding sense that overcomes you as you get in the back of the truck and you drive through what seems like an endless twist and turn, rises and falls of the mountains. and you feel out of place. Like you don't belong here. And very shortly, you find yourself on a rough, raggedy path that leads down to base camp. There are several people waiting for you at this base camp. You see an older man in a ranger's uniform, a younger one also in a ranger's uniform, and a middle-aged man wearing a plaid shirt and overalls. As the trucks pull to a stop, you find yourself in a series of cabins. Probably dozens of them in different clusters. Liam looks at the rest of you and says, "They gave us a brief rundown, but I think you're gonna have to get the whole orientation like we did." He smiles awkwardly.
Very well.
Very well.
The driver of the truck, once they stop, smacks their hand on the side and nods for you guys to get out. Liam hops over the edge and his Converse hit the ground and he grins. You can breathe out here.
You can't breathe other places?
Not this
Well,
freely.
pollution.
Oh, fair enough. There's so much
The air
nothing.
in the city is certainly more foul.
Pollution.
It reminds me of
No,
being
you
on
can
the
adapt
sea
to
if
that
the sea was
Thin air
green.
quickly.
Uh-huh.
You guys see the three people waiting patiently for you. I am going to post their pictures. See this guy? Not him. You see this guy? And this guy. These two guys are waiting for you. I don't have a picture of the third one. You're just gonna have to imagine a man in a plaid shirt and overalls.
All right. Nice to meet you. This is Redacted. I am their handler.
Handler.
I keep forgetting your team name is redacted.
The older man
Yep.
wrinkles his nose a bit, eyeing you suspiciously. Do they need to be handled?
No, I am just one of the professors tasked specifically with handling them.
Are you
That bodes
lumberjack?
well.
Oh Christ.
Well, the members that are now a part of the party do not cause issues. The old ones did.
Really inspiring confidence there, bud. The younger one says, looking at you.
Don't worry.
Strive to achieve confidence.
Anyway, we heard of an orientation. And ignore the other one over there. His name is... He looks down at his PDA. Sailor.
Checks notes. Generic
What's his name
NPC
again?
number 3. Oh my lord. The older man tips his hat and steps forward and puts his hands behind his back in a very militaresque fashion.
Brian's also gonna tip his hat and take a step forward.
Saying this is going to pretend she has a hand. Step forward.
And before anybody accidentally does it, I have read a bit about the history here. Do not say your names.
Oh, I know.
Our
Did
names.
his research. The older man straightens. It is my unfortunate pleasure to welcome all of you to Oak Hills. Now, if you will do me the honest favor of shutting the hell up so we can get through this as fast as possible, that would be mighty fine of you. You are now standing at home base. It is a trailhead. Your lovely academy owns this set of cabins over here. You will take good care of them while you are on the grounds. A little bit about Oak Hill. It's got a population just over 20,000. It is the only town within several miles in any direction. You will not be able to walk to the next nearest town. I suggest that if you need supplies, you go there before you do anything else. This here's Oliver. He's a grounds taker. He's also the one who asked for y'all's help. Thanks for that. You sense tension. Now, I'm getting a mite tired of this here tour guide routine, so I made y'all some pamphlets. If you have any questions, my deputy here will happily answer them for you, won't you, Reagan? Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Now, I ain't having no more missings, you hear? Last thing I need is more of you fancy pants academic types coming in here and getting lost. Making our numbers look even worse. I got big enough problems as it is without the regional forester breathing down my neck, see? You are each handed a pamphlet. On the front of the pamphlet, you see a map, which is going into important documents. On the back of the pamphlet, you see a set of rules, which I'm also putting into important documents. You will abide by these rules, and you will not have a problem. You cause any issues, you break the law, and I don't care what fancy pants star rating you have, I will haul your ass to the county jail without hesitation. Once you are in the forest, you will abide by the rules all the same, if not more. You will take care of nature. You will not cause problems. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Excellent. Now I've assigned Reagan here to be your personal attendant as you get a lay of the land. You hear Reagan let out a sigh and he turns. Is there a problem, son? No, sir. I don't care if you have to follow them like a goddamn cocker spaniel puppy. You're gonna follow them and you're gonna like it. He tips his hat to the rest of you. Now I got places to be. Respectfully, I hope I don't run into y'all again. And y'all ain't need nothing. He walks to a vehicle that looks very different. It's a lot nicer than the other ones, and it has the chief symbol on it. He gets in, waves politely to all of you with a smile, and drives off. After he leaves, you see the younger ranger and the man in the overalls look at each other and let out a long sigh. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about him, the younger one says and clears his throat. Some people never left Oak Hill, and it shows a lot. So, I'm Anthony, Aunt Reagan. I'm a deputy ranger here under the chief, and about 20 guys and gals patrol with me in this here part of the Appalachian Trail. You'll meet Lois later tonight. She's our rookie, and one of the only locals left from the area y'all are headed into. Thought she'd be a good help to you. Ain't got nothing to do with that ring you trying to put on her finger, none? Oliver mutters from the side. Can you shut the fuck up? Reagan says, looking at him. If you have any questions about the rules, please ask, please. I know he seems tough and scary, but they're really important. Really, really, really important. Once you cross...
Actually, I do have a question. If we're not supposed to speak your names, why do you keep saying your name so often?
You see this line here? There's a line of rocks that you guys are all standing beside. You see how the trees get a little thicker on that side of that there line?
Yes.
That's the forest. You set foot in there, no names. Now we just try and practice it, even in the city, just to be safe.
So can I go by Jimothy, or is that just gonna be confusing?
It's best really
Yes,
to
it'll be
just tap the
confusing.
person on the shoulder that you want to get the attention of, but if necessary, we do use code names, code signs. For all of us rangers, we will use our badge numbers. If
So you're
you
like
need
secret agents.
if you need to
Yes.
speak to me on any of the radios that you've been provided in your kit, I am badge 247. Lois is badge 299, and dispatch is always listening. Please read over the rules, and I will show you guys to your cabins, if you'll come with me. He takes a deep breath, and he steps over the line and ushers you guys forward.
Very well. Redwin will follow.
Brian's gonna follow as well.
Alright, I guess we should come up with some sort of code names, nicknames.
I call codename Sea Turtle.
Alright,
Getting
Sea
some-
Turtle.
alright. Oh yeah!
Right in! We're just going right into
Oh yeah, right into the punch. Let's get it.
I guess I'll make it easy and just be Electo again.
That's a name, you dumbass!
Lame.
But it was a code name for me. It's not my name.
They said use objects, right? Judah says under breath.
Horns. Just call me Horns.
I like that.
Hey, horns.
Can it be table?
Sure.
Why? Warden asks, looking at you.
It's the first
Why not?
thought that came to mind. Seems like a good one.
Somebody make a list of all of the nicknames.
I'm
and
getting 'em,
please
I'm
put
getting
them
'em.
somewhere.
I am.
Yeah, I'm writing it into
I'll
important
copy and
documents.
paste
You
in a
guys
minute.
are led, so this is like a kind of like a little mini resort, and there's a lot of cabins, and you guys are led to a section of cabins that look a lot like this. All of them are treehouse fashioned. They're all very high off the ground, and all of them have rope bridges that lead to their entrance, and as you are led onto the rope bridges, they jangle very loudly. Your academy owns this group of 5 over here. A few others too, but these are the main ones. These are the same cabins that all of the other students stayed in. You guys will be staying in this one. Nobody has been into this one yet. I promise you it is clean and well taken care of. He unlocks the door and allows you guys inside. There should be enough rooms for all of you. We put some supplies together, things we thought you guys might like or need, but if you need anything else, just ask and I will send for it. My friend over there in the overalls, he is in fact the one that asked for help. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. He's the groundskeeper here, he will be around. And I, he sighs, am at your disposal. So I will be in that chair over there if you need me. He uncomfortably walks towards a metal-ish styled old rocking chair, sits down in it, and pushes his hat back on his head a little bit.
Well, okay then.
Alright, I take it some of these cabins were from the previous teams.
He gestures to 2 of them, and like I said, they're all directly connected with the swinging rope bridges.
Mm-hmm.
And there is only one entrance and exit, so it's kind of a circle of rope bridges and cabins, and then there's the one that leads to the ground.
Okay.
He acknowledges 2 of them next to you and says, this one here is the one that Trinity group was in. That one there is the one that, oh, what was their name? The other 2 groups were in that one.
Which one had the most recent group?
The second one.
Okay.
That's the one that the last two were in a couple days ago.
Any word on them?
He gives you a genuinely sad smile.
Here, one sec.
You guys set your things down in the cabin, the one that you're assigned to. Liam sits down on the couch and grabs the pamphlet, looks at the map, and then flips it over and starts reading the rules. What the fuck?
Right. Based on these rules, it seems you have a pretty good grasp of what you're dealing with.
Are you saying this to Reagan?
Yeah.
Well, you see, when you live in an area for long enough, you kind of just abide by the superstitions. The rules keep us safe. Why fix something if it ain't broke?
I see. So... I suppose we should get to the matter of what exactly it is that we're here for. The mission statement was quite vague.
Right. He snaps his fingers. The man in the overalls who was working on raking part of the rock path looks up, smiles, and leans the rake against a tree and jogs over, the rope bridge jangling as he jogs up towards you all. You called for me? He's an older man, close to his 60s, aging well, grayish short-cut hair, very tanned skin. You can tell that he spent a lot of his life out here in the woods.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Not much.
Okay.
Old man. That's about it. He just shut up. It's fine.
The man looks from Reagan to you. Is there something I can get you?
Right, I wanted to ask, the mission statement we were given was very vague on the details. It mentioned missing people and strange voices. That's about all we have.
Well, to be honest, I wish I had more to give you.
User joined your channel.
Oh,
I mean,
Dolan.
honestly, I wish I never wrote the damn thing to begin with. But, seeing as you're here, something is going on outside of Oak Hill. People are going missing. More so than usual. Sure, we get hikers that vanish on the trails. That's normal. You know, a couple hundred every year. But it's not just the hikers no more. Residents are starting to go missing too. My son was one of them. All that boy ever wanted was to be a ranger. Said he was born in the woods, he was gonna die in them too. Guess he was right. And then there's the voices. God. Persistent, awful, often familiar voices show up in the middle of the night. The other students said they could stop it. Other students are a part of it now. You know, I hate to send you out there knowing what's waiting for you.
So, would earplugs be a good idea to have?
The old man nods.
All right. Who do I talk to about that? Cause I think I need some.
There should be some in the kit that they provided you with.
Oh, okay, good.
What can you tell us about the last group who was here?
Which one? The one that came in a few days ago?
Yeah.
Well, it was pretty small, from what I remember, Reagan says, thinking. Nicest group we had so far, honestly. Had a dude, real big guy, scary looking. And then there was the other one. Had the long pink hair and the glasses. Wearing the crop top kind of thing with the hoodie. They were nice. They talked with us, actually invited us in instead of making us sit out on guard duty. They didn't make it a day.
Did they provide any evidence, at least, while they were here?
Actually, yes. They actually... He pauses. Are you... redacted? He says the word oddly, uncomfortably, as if he's not sure.
Yes.
Holy shit. He told me you guys would be coming.
Who?
The boy. He left some stuff for you in the other cabin. He was radioing in to dispatch, giving us logs of what they were doing during their investigation before they stopped. Told us where to find their things before they disappeared. I brought them back. They should all be in that cabin over there. He gestures to the second one.
He left things for us.
He did.
He-
Don't ask me how, but he said he knew that you guys were going to be the next ones to show up. The reason he gave is crazy talk.
But he was right.
Apparently.
What was this crazy talk of his?
I'm gonna be honest, I was a little drunk when he explained it to me. I don't know, man. I can't think all the big words he used. It might be in the stuff he left for you.
Very well.
I suppose we can check it out. Get what we need to know out of the way.
Indeed. I feel that if this is as major as it seems to be, then getting this investigation underway as fast as possible seems pertinent.
Agreed.
So, which cabin do you guys go to first?
Go to the one where the stuff was left for.
The second
Yeah.
cabin?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Oh, might as well must be
You
there first.
guys, the keys that you're given are a kind of skeleton key set for all of the cabins that the DWMA owns. You guys approach the second cabin and enter it, and you are greeted by 10 bags in various places throughout this very large cabin. You also see on the table a pile of things, and sitting on top of the pile there is a note with, in very large writing, redacted on top of it.
Whoa, I think that's gross, guys.
It might just be for us. Not sure.
Might I
I
don't
don't
know,
know,
guys.
man.
Might be a different redacted.
It'd be very different, you know.
You guys approach, and sitting underneath of the note, there are several journals and several of the pamphlets that you guys have with maps, except there's a bunch of shit drawn on them. I am going to send all of the maps you're about to get.
And then I'll send the one I have.
They're gonna be in important documents. So this is the collection. There should be 4 of them, the 3 I have and then his. So there are 4 sets of maps, kind of laid side by side as if somebody was looking at all of them. And then there are the journals, which I'm assuming there are links for, since you wrote them out.
Yeah, I'll send the first one, and then I'll send the second one.
Which you guys can all read at will, since they were left there for you.
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty decent at reading maps, but even this shit kind of got me confused. It's gonna be honest with you. It's a little weird looking.
Should I read it out loud?
You can if you want.
I was gonna say, do you want to read it in Maze's voice?
I could.
It's up to you guys.
What do you?
I have provided all of the information for you. You guys are at will to study it, if you would like.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you guys would. All right. Where do you want me to start?
I mean, you should probably start with the first journal, right?
Oh yeah, I mean like where in the first journal? Is there any specific information you want me to read out? A lot of it is bulk, and then there's like very important stuff there too.
If I click this link and there's like 50 pages of stuff, I'm gonna be. Oh, there's only 3. Okay.
It
gonna
was
be
a
honest, I was like-
7-hour session, so.
Yeah, yeah.
I was expecting so much. I was like, they were on this ship for 7 hours. This is gonna be great. 3 pages, 2 journals. That's fine.
It's okay. Luckily for
Still
you,
good, I wouldn't get one.
Mace is not like a author. Mace is a very short speed note taker.
Yeah. Here, let's see. I'll start with after it says Anthony likes Dupree. All right. Don't worry about that part.
Winky face.
I'm extremely worried about that part.
Don't worry about it. All right. Trinity appears to have left and never returned. Most property left untouched, including food rations. No signs of distress. Trinity is made up of 3 people: Siegfried, Lindsay, and Dottie. Been missing for a long time. Someone in Thurmond may have seen them. Scepter's group left prepared. Not much of their belongings are left. Scepter split into 2 groups. One headed towards D camp, other headed towards A camp. Appears to be they would converge on Thurmond. Both parties, Trinity and Scepter, may have had similar plan to head to Thurmond on their first day. Both went missing in the process. Found a tape. Caden has the exact same recorder, personal effects included. Weird. Caden has a voicemail recorded from their father. The anomalous recorder shares the beginnings of Caden's recording, but changes to something else. Their father's voice, sounding panicked. Recorded a new tape on the original detailing the object. This object appears to copy whatever recording is on the original. A third recording has been added. Sounds like someone running through the woods. I hear whispers. The name Caden over and over again. Begin transcription. I don't know where you went. If you hear this, don't come back. Doesn't have you yet. Don't go. You have to go back to the academy and tell them not to send anyone else. You got that, Mace? Fuck. End of recording. Played the recording a second time. A new voice has appeared. A female voice. Log. If you want to read that, Kira, if you want.
I don't know where we are. We've managed to keep our names out of their mouths, but I think we've been separated. You got that, hon? Listen, if you're hearing this, send word back to the academy. I don't care if you use a smoke signal for all I care. I don't even know where we are. The astrology isn't even right here, damn it! Perdwin, you recognize this voice.
I'm starting it off.
Oh.
I mean, it's a log, but there's something about
Yeah.
the way it talks that it just seems familiar to you.
Yeah?
A male voice a male voice interjects.
It's okay, hon. Calm down. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. Let's see if we can go find your brother and the rest of them.
I believe time itself is non-linear in this place. Copies of objects can be found, and these copies can hint at future events. Thurmond history. Captain Thurmond was gifted the land after surveying the river, decided to open up a coal mining business, and opened up a hotel. But he wasn't a fan of drinking. His rival, however, noticed all the tourists around, stepped right outside Thurmond Range, and opened his own hotel. Gambling, drinking, the whole deal. They all hated each other's guts after that. Then the Depression hit. Most of the businesses closed down. People stopped coming, cars became more popular than trains. Eventually, people started avoiding the area altogether. Then the hotels caught fire. First time an accident, second time, not sure. Now only a few people remain. Interruption. An emergency broadcast has begun. Fog warning. I will leave my PDA with my personal belongings within the cabin. I will send messages to notify my position. Sectors split up. One went north, A camp. We'll call them A team for now. Second team, D team, went to D camp. D team found themselves in Thurmond briefly. They left and never came back. A team never showed up to Thurmond, despite the team's initial plans to do so they may converge together. Trinity went to the tracks, never returned. The entities behind this are referred to as the Agaya. Due to these recordings, I have come to believe that time here is non-linear. Objects like this recorder bear omens of a coming future. Actions taken, intentions can affect the near future in this place. I found a note as well, scribblings of marriage vows, supposedly written by Liam, which can be found in this journal. Because of this, I am of the belief that Team Redacted may be joining us here. Heed my words. Keep an eye on your belongings, hell, even my own, and stick together. Oh, and don't say your name. I already forgot about that rule.
I'm sorry, what? Liam says.
Well then, this is gonna be an interesting mission. Shit.
Of course it's not simple. It's never simple.
When is life ever simple when we're involved? It's
You're
like
I can read
asking the sky to be pink.
Do you want me to read the second one so you don't have to read the whole thing?
I can read the whole thing, I don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Spare journal. The anomalous recorder has gone missing. We're heading to A camp. Found A camp, did some investigating. Found a red ribbon belonging to one Inky, likely a nickname, with a timestamp. Also found a trail of blood, likely caused by one of the members tripping and falling. We barely raced the sunset to the firewatch near Camp A, nearly got caught by it. Once morning came, we investigated the trail, saw lots of weird footsteps, discerned that Team A split towards the campsite. I found stars in a logbook, and another ribbon. The ribbon reads, "They're real." Date, inky. The ribbon contains strange scribblings next to their real. Found another ribbon along the trail down south. Second trail. It has a signature, timestamp, and an arrow that points towards the trestle. Found another ribbon on a makeshift platform along the trestle. It says, "Who made this?" Timestamp and nickname. Along with it is a map. Recovered a journal full of scribblings, and the same scribbles are found on the last ribbon. The journal repeats the phrase from Rule 9 of the guidebook. Recovered another ribbon. It has an arrow towards a strange shape in the forest, along with a bag containing a worse for wear note. I'll have DM read that one.
Oh, I thought your voice cut out again.
Oh no.
Where you at? Sorry, your voice cut out a teensy bit.
Oh, the note where I think you currently are at.
Ah, I know the rules. Shouldn't do it, but they should have been back by now. The twins said they had to pee. It was just a few steps off the trail. How could they just vanish like that? I'm leaving this note here just in case something happens. V has one end of the rope, and I have the other around my waist. It's gotta work, right?
I broke the rules, went straight into the woods, grabbed the mysterious object I had seen, and jumped way back into the trail. The object was a PDA, and a rope that has been cut with surgical precision. The PDA contains a recording, which I will hopefully log with the other evidence. The recording supposedly details the teammate's last moments. The girl, who I believe to be Inky, went into the woods and disappeared instantly, as if wiped from existence itself. The other girl, whose recording, looked in terror before something met her gaze, some kind of straight line, one that nature is unable to make by itself. The footage glitches before we see a shaggy pink carpet. Investigation ongoing. Going to face whatever that anomaly is in the forest. This will be my last log for now. Godspeed to all of you. And you too, Redacted. See you soon.
There is also a broken PDA laying next to these journals. You can only assume that it is the PDA mentioned in the journal. Do you want to investigate?
Sure.
You tap on the screen. The screen is cracked. It is locked. It is an Academy PDA. However, you do have access to the camera roll. You see several selfies between two females, who I am sending a picture of now. Some of them are in the cabin, some of them are on the trail. You see some landscape photos of the beautiful forests around you, and then there's a recording. Do you play it?
Yeah.
You press play. At first all you see is crunchy leaves underfoot. Okay. I'm gonna step off the trail. Still see me? The camera pans up and you see the girl with the dragon tattoo and the long hair. She has a rope tied around her stomach. Okay. I am walking by this tree. Hopefully there's not a huge shit overhit. Immediately the woman vanishes. The rope goes slack. The video cuts out for just a moment and then glitches back in. She's gone. She's gone. They're all gone. What the fuck? What the fuck? The video cuts out again. For a moment, you see a black glitching screen and you hear the words, "Come back, come back, come back, come back." How can a rope cut like that? It doesn't make any sense. It glitches again. This time the voice is calmer and you hear the crunching of leaves. What is that? No. Nature doesn't make straight lines and perfect angles like that. It can't be. There's more crunching. Is that a... The camera pans to reveal pink shag carpeting, like from the 70s. It cuts out for the final time. And then the PDA dies.
That's not ominous or foreboding at all.
Indeed. Was there anything else?
There are some supplies left for you. There's also the bags of the other students.
Oh. It seems like we might be dealing with some sort of dimensional anomaly.
Oh, shit. Like the
And-
one that. Oh no.
Like the
The
one
one the
we've just
creepy guy was
experienced.
talking about? Oh no. This is bad. I think we're all fucked.
This does sound familiar.
Oh no.
We have some
Certainly
extra
something.
evidence to pull through.
Indeed. I suppose we should probably get everything we can before we start trying to come to conclusions.
Be a good idea, you hear Reagan say from outside. Hell, Trinity didn't even make it back to get their supplies. Never go into the forest unprepared.
Seems like the last group willingly went in.
Well, that sounds just like them, doesn't it? Judah says, looking at Anna. They wouldn't,
You know,
they wouldn't hesitate if somebody was in trouble.
you know them?
Yeah, I know them. We don't say names, right? Do you think it's safe to say their name if it already has them?
Did they have a nickname while coming here?
Oh, the one with the pink hair? Let me think. Oh, what did they call them? Glasses! That's what they were calling them on the radio. They didn't like that very much.
And the other?
He had a big sword on his back, so everybody was calling him Katana.
Well, we have nicknames at least. What do you know of them, Judah?
Well, I know that Glasses wrinkles her nose at the name, is probably the nicest person that you will ever meet. Kind of grew up with them. Last 5 years or so. They're in the mentorship program that me and Anna are in. They don't know a stranger. Excel at helping people find their place when they get to the academy. Looking for partners, picking out electives, and just genuinely being a good person. When they're not spending all their time in the gym.
I'm definitely not the type to bring people along.
No. That's why I'm confused. They're a heavy hitter, a solo fighter. Hell, they've been training under Paige for as long as I can remember. They don't show up except as backup. Why they would bring somebody with them is beyond me. Don't get me wrong,
You
it's
know
not
him.
like they don't like to work with others. It's kind of the opposite, actually.
What do you know of Katana?
I don't know the guy. He showed up at the academy a few months ago, if I remember. Uh, Weird kid, sleeps in the gym. We tried to tell him that there was like a whole room and everything that he could have, but he literally just like made a bed halfway up the rope course. I don't question it.
Hmm.
Has this
The
really
eccentric
big
type.
sword on his back.
Hmm.
Judah shrugs.
Well, we have some information on who they are, and we know where they might have gone. So, after we're finished with this, we can begin investigating.
So, what now? Liam says, looking to all of you.
Well,
I'm confused, Minerva says from the side to you, Pridwin. That journal. Do you still have it? The one that was left for us?
Yes, I've got both of them.
Okay, it mentioned him by name, she says, gesturing to Liam. It mentioned him and something he was writing, right?
Yeah.
And it said it was being left in the journal. Do you see it?
No.
So where is it?
he did mention in the journal that the anomalous recorder he procured disappeared.
There's a couple of theories that I can pose, but I'm unsure.
I believe we're doing some sort of temporal anomaly then.
Indeed. And if we are dealing with a temporal anomaly, it's entirely possible that the things that have happened for them must take their course for us.
Warden slowly leans over and whispers to Faye. I don't know what a temperate animal is.
Me neither.
Well, if there are documented cases of these objects appearing, perhaps we can search these cabins, see if we can find any copies of existing objects, objects that shouldn't exist yet.
I'm just gonna nod like I know what's going on.
Look for
Time
which
things.
look for things that shouldn't exist.
Like clocks?
No,
Like
personal objects.
Like watches?
Clocks should exist.
no.
Clocks should.
The problem we're currently facing is revolving around time. Specifically, things seem to not be happening in the order that they should be.
That
In a
doesn't make
non-linear
any
sense.
sense. Warden says, looking at you.
Okay, let me
Welcome
describe
to
it
our
like this.
entire life.
Let me describe it like this. Let's say you have the intent to do one thing in the future, and suddenly, as you're sitting here with all of us, that specific object that you had during that time, or something you wrote on a piece of paper, appears where it will be.
Warden just, like,
Okay.
gives
So,
you
like,
a
I'm thinking-
slow nod.
Okay, so like, hold on. So like, if I was thinking that, man, like, I really gotta pee, and then the toilet suddenly appears in front of me.
No.
That would be
I'm confused.
that would be manifesting an object out of thin air. That has nothing to do with time.
Ooh.
All right.
I wish I
How
could do
about-
that with pizza.
How about this? Time travelers, right? You have a
Are we
time
working
machine.
with- Are we working with a grandfather paradox thing here, or are we working with Bill and Ted logic?
That's what we're trying to figure out. So,
Well, say I pull out this like pen, and we ever have a problem with time travel, I leave the pen in this room. Do you think we could find the pen again?
The problem is I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how we could. I suppose that could be a good way of trying to test this. Actually, I have an idea. What's everybody's call signs?
Did they get posted? Because I don't remember.
And nobody posted any of them.
Well, we didn't come up with all of them yet.
Somebody
Yeah.
put them into, like, important documents or something,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah. Hold on.
Here, we should probably
I'll post
come
the
up
names
with...
I have. I don't have all of them.
Yeah. So Brian Sea Turtle, Apollonius Horns.
Phase table.
Fucking table.
Sorry, I was making food. Sorry.
Who else needs call signs? I'll
Liam,
go with
Minerva, Pridwin, Lunala, Anna, and Judah, Warden, Amani. Here, hold on. Let me just type all them out and then you guys can add. Just tell me what they are and I'll add them in.
Alright.
I'll go with sandwich. No, lampshade.
Going on a mission hungry, Pridwin?
I have not eaten.
Am I missing anybody? I need fucking Solon and Xavier as well. Okay, where everybody going with?
Pridwin's gonna be lampshade.
Okay, Lunala? She's just gonna go with Moon. She's gonna go with Jaguar. That makes the most sense for her. Liam's gonna go with Tech. Minerva's gonna go with Knives. Anna, Judah?
You can make Liam Mr. Robot.
Probably light bulb and axe.
Which is which? On a light bulb?
Yeah, on a light bulb.
And Judah's axe?
Yeah, like an axe.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Let's see. I need Warden, Solon, and Xavier. Faye, what's Warden's nickname?
Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Kettle.
I don't.
Kettle?
Yes. Yep.
It works in so many ways! Okay, I need Solon and Xavier.
Solon.
If Solon's alive. Solon has been dying.
Alright, Solon will be Wolf.
Okay. Checks out. Xavier is gonna be...
Anger management?
Tax bracket.
I was gonna say coffee, but you know what? Tax bracket is fine. What the fuck? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay. I think that's everybody. Did I
Change
miss
his name to W2 for
him? Alright, so we have all of our nicknames.
Jesus Christ. Just add this to my list of things so I have it.
They call him the tax bracket.
Wait, I just realized you were making a Call Me the Sandwich.
Yeah.
They call me the Sandwich. Ugh. Maze definitely fits the description of the sandwich once you guys meet him.
Fucking
Oh boy.
sandwich. Oh my lord. Okay, I think and Amani is fucking starboard. Forgot to type her in. I think that's everybody.
Alright.
Okay, so you guys see a bunch of stuff. You see some maps. You have things that have been left for you. What would you like to do? I will add the time that you get here. It is about 4 in the afternoon, so you have just a few hours of daylight left.
I suppose we could
Don't really have enough time to
explore.
actually go out anywhere, but we could go between the cabins for now.
Investigate, find any more notes, anomalous objects of the sort.
Do they have a
Indeed.
Waffle House?
I hope so. They better, it's West Virginia.
I mean, we did meet Mothman in a Waffle House.
Yeah. Maybe the Waffle House is somewhere out here.
Hear me out on the Waffle House scale. How fucked are we?
On the Waffle House scale? Ooh, hold on.
Yes.
Oh god, if we find a Waffle House and it's closed, we're so fucked.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
The Waffle House index. I would say currently we're in the yellow.
Limited menu?
Yeah, limited
Dear
menu.
god.
Not the limited menu.
Oh. I just got a fax
The
from God.
ultimate
Don't worry about it.
food.
Oh,
Don't
I'm
worry
very worried
about
about it. You said limited menu.
it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're on the
I am
list
worried.
menu.
I would like to not have to make a new character today, please.
Oh,
look man,
God.
limited menu means at least one of us is gonna die.
Ah, fuck.
So, what do you guys want to do?
Commit minor arson.
Tech.
Hmm?
Considering that they found notes of yours that supposedly have not been written yet, is there any way that you would have hidden notes?
No, he says, crossing his arms.
No invisible ink or writing in code or anything like that?
No,
Fair
Yes,
enough.
that's a yes.
I wasn't even
Are you
planning on working on writing anything of that sort out at all.
He's lying.
Are you smart enough
Insight?
to have hidden it? That's the question. Would future you be smart enough to hide things? That's what I. That's. Or is it no? Do you deny
Oh,
that?
now you're just playing at his pride.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, since we're staying in the cabins for a while, I could test the theory.
So what you're saying is you're stupid. You're a big dum dum, huh?
We can test the anomaly theory. Let me think.
Actually,
Wait.
that was something that I thought of.
Hey, Mr.
Perhaps we should have someone write something. Not
But in-
Tech, because he's... we don't want to mess with that.
We could have somebody. We could make sure that somebody writes something in the future, but not now.
True. Predwin's going
Here,
to
hold
pull
on.
out his...
I'll write the Waffle House index in the future.
No.
I don't know how the fuck I'll do that, but figure it out.
Predwin is going to take out his notebook and he is going to pull a sheet of paper out of it.
Mhm.
In the morning, I will write something on it. Just, what should we have a code phrase, or what should I write to make sure that this doesn't get...
Taco
The
Bells.
fog is coming.
You hear, in the background, you can hear your wife, like, cooing to your raccoon, and she's like, "We got you at a Waffle House, didn't we? Yes, we did." You hear the raccoon chittering to her in the back.
Ooh, write in the morning on that piece of paper, write limited menu.
Limited menu. All right. Come the morning, I will write that. And anyone, while we are searching... Oh, yes. I will also leave it in a specific location. Is there like a side table or anything in this room?
Oh yeah, there's like a coffee table, there's tables beside, there's a bunch of couches, there's a fireplace. I mean, this is a big cabin.
I will leave it on that coffee table. So keep an eye out. If it isn't there if it's there before the morning, then we can confirm.
Katana's theory.
Yes.
Do we need someone to watch that, or do we just go about our business?
It's something we should keep an eye out for. Also, after I leave it, we should keep an eye on it to make sure that it doesn't spontaneously stop being there.
Oh, fair enough.
All right. Well, I guess we can split off into different cabins, search around.
Oh, also, I think that we should try and at least remain... If we do split, I think we should split 50-50 rather than into smaller groups. Getting separated seems like it's extremely easy. And I don't think we should split up at all once we leave camp.
That sounds like a plan to me.
Mm-hmm. All right. What groups should we split into?
I suppose in case I have to stay here to write the message if night comes, I will search here.
I mean,
Very well.
the thing is, you hear Reagan say from outside, you guys are assuming that something weird is gonna happen to that. But as far as I can tell, weird shit doesn't just happen to things you want it to happen to. Most of the time it happens to things you don't want it to happen to. At least that was the case for the girl.
Indeed, it isn't so
Gonna be
much
written
that
on one
this
of
is
our-
guaranteed to give us something, but we're casting a wide net, I suppose, and hoping something catches.
Anna, roll me a perception check. You're my sniper of the group. Roll me a perception check.
Give me a second. If this thing will work for me. 17.
Okay, thanks.
That's not concerning at all.
Nope. Not concerning
Not
at all.
foreboding in the slightest.
I am not worried one bit.
Nope, not mildly at all.
I mean, why would you be? There's nothing bad happening at all.
I haven't noticed anything. So whatever's going
safe.
on, I don't know.
The
Good.
ominous sound of typing. I think
Oh, and-
fine.
Very much remember the rules. Very much so.
Yeah, don't look in the trees.
Yes. I think enough bad things have happened to enough people to prove that these rules have merit.
Agreed.
So, like, what's the plan? Liam says, looking at all of you.
We're going to search around.
Yes,
Nope.
at the moment it's not really ideal for us to leave the campgrounds, so I think searching the campgrounds for any anomalies or additional information, anything that might have been left behind by the previous groups, would be a good idea.
You hear a shout from outside. Y'all want some dinner?
Yeah.
I would actually
like
love
them.
some dinner.
It is the old man in the overalls, and there is a bloodhound at his side. Its face very droopy, its tail wagging as it pads up onto the rope bridge, unbothered. The man is carrying, like, bags on his arms, multiples, and he walks into the cabin you guys were assigned and sets them onto the table. There's a whole bunch of different, like, different type of catering items. There's some burgers in there, there's, like, a whole bunch of chicken strips, a bunch of fries, that type of stuff. Typical things you would get from a bar. I didn't know what y'all wanted, so I just kind of, had him get you a little bit of everything.
Well, thank you.
The dog barks once and is staring up at the raccoon. The raccoon stares at the dog.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go check out the other cabin the first team was in. I'm not that hungry right now.
Cool, I'll go with you, Warden says.
All right.
I'll go with as well.
Come on, Faye. And they walk towards the first cabin.
Okay.
You guys open the door to the first cabin. The door opens and you see 3 bags sitting on the ground, and you see a whole bunch of supplies spread out. Like someone was in the middle of putting together a go bag, but they were interrupted. There's no signs of distress.
I'll search the right bag.
You open up the right bag. You find a bunch of clothes belonging to a male. Regular things you might find in a go bag for a guy. He has a very crisp sense of fashion.
Okay, Faye's gonna go and open the one on the left.
You open the one on the left. This bag reminds you a lot of the girls you see working in the garage at the academy. Very junkyard-esque, very grunge type. You think the girl that owns this bag would be fun to spend time with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey, Apollyon. Apollyon is with us, right?
Yeah.
Is Apollyon? Hey,
Did you
Apollyon,
say that out loud?
Who was the?
Ryan Matthew.
Nope.
What?
No, you said it out loud, though!
Not the full
Oh,
government
no.
name.
Oh my
no.
god! Okay, so, just gonna write that down for later.
Son of a bitch.
Anyways, continue.
Oh
But you-
no!
You know what?
She used your
Hey,
true
Horn!
name.
Hey, Horn.
You're
When
doomed.
this happen again?
Apollyon is sitting there face palming so hard.
I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna get murdered in my sleep now for that.
His mouth is just
Well-
dropped open, like staring at him, like, oh my
Well,
god.
If I survive whatever happens within the next few days, just know I'm dragging you down with me.
no, that's valid. I deserve that.
Imagine if you just said his name back.
I really thought that's what he was about to do!
Me too. Yeah.
I was going to, but
you know
Apollyon
what?
would
You
get in
can say
trouble.
my name. I don't care. You know what?
Apollyon has to be the professor in this situation.
No, do it. Horns, do it. Do it.
You know I'm not going to. I'm not
You
going
can
to
always say your
subject
own
my-
name.
God damn it! I can't believe. First rule: don't say name. What do? Say name.
To be fair, last night while Dylan and I were having our 7-hour-long session, I fucked up and said names so many times.
Yeah.
I feel like it's probably going to happen a lot. I'm
Yep.
just trying really hard to remember when the names are said out of character
Yeah.
and when they're said in
thought the
character.
Yep, that's the
No,
trick.
what? Is the camp not?
I've gotten used to
safe
it.
from that? Oh.
No, you guys
I've
crossed
adapted.
over the line.
You crossed over the scary rocks.
Well, Guess we're all gonna die now.
I thought
No,
camp
just-
was
just
just
me.
outside of the scary line.
No, it's in it.
I love how my
Oh
immediate
my
reaction
God,
was to look
we're
right at him and first and middle name just jumped out of my mouth.
Full government name.
Renee. Wait, you say that?
Oh my
Nice.
now,
So
now
last
Ryan
time-
and Brian are gonna die.
Orange, I'm sorry if you die for it. Okay, did it again. Go on.
I can't believe we're
Orange,
gonna
I'm
get
very sorry for
TPK'd because we
horribly.
keep saying names.
I'm just
No,
gonna
it's-
go sit in the corner, and Brian just sits in the corner.
What's happening is far worse than a TPK. That's
Oh,
all you'll
yeah.
get.
Oh, great. We're gonna get the red on the
So-
Waffle House index now.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was staring at that bird. Did you just say someone's name?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Alright, I think we need duct tape, like, really
Because that bird just
badly.
flew off and it had human eyes and it was flying out.
The funny part is, I knew Brian was going to be the first one to say someone's name.
You guys aren't
Oh
listening.
God.
I'm just gonna.
The
does anyone have duct
skinwalker
tape
in the
on my-
background
on my
pumping
mouth
its
side?
fist.
Fuck me.
Sweet.
Well, whoa,
now
glory, what
knows-
a hell of a way to go.
Just a bunch of cryptids off in the tree line high-fiving.
No, I know exactly what they're doing. Hold on.
No, you know what's funny? I was looking at important documents where it has all the code names, and of course it fucking just. Don't look at the actual code. Look at the actual name and say that. God damn it.
It's okay,
Look what you've
bud.
done.
I'm so bad. I'm so bad at myself.
Oh God.
Ah.
Penguin doesn't even know what happened.
All I know-
He's still at the other cabin.
It was not just like, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed.
Just disappointed, it's fine.
Which is worse.
You're going to get a disappointed dad sigh. I hope you know.
Oh no.
I hope you're prepared for
He
it.
got that when he found out I cussed out the refugees a little bit in the cafeteria.
God. Everybody disliked that.
You know shit! I dislike that! Oh, Cloudy. It fucking is! God damn it! So bad right now.
1,000,000%. That's exactly what they're doing.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Mamma mia.
Oh my lord.
Well, one of us is gonna die, Horns. I'm sorry.
Well, it's going to probably be me because of you. Who knew that I would die because someone said my name?
Yeah, that's a first.
To be fair, that's pretty normal for demons.
Say my name.
True. But I'm
Don't
not
say
one
my
of those
name, don't
demons.
say my- Oh, Lord Almighty.
But no,
And if I say the
seriously.
Lord's name, does that mean? If I say the Lord's name, does that mean he technically? Wait. If I say,
Just so
No,
I
seriously,
say
the
certain
a
person-
bird just went to report Horns' name.
you know, Brian. Just so you know, Sea Turtle.
he's not.
Oh my
You know what? I'm actually going to say it. Yeah, he says, just so you know, Brian.
I've
Because
never
we
seen
did that?
anyone.
God, mutually assured destruction.
I love how
We're not
excited
even
he
gonna make
is
it
to be
past-
doomed. Why is he so happy right now? He's doomed. Doomed.
I'm calling it
Oh,
right
he's
now.
baby.
We are going to, everybody's names are going to get mentioned before the fucking first day is over.
You
Yep.
hear a
Yep.
crackling whine come from the radios in the kit provided to you, and the one that is on Reagan's hip.
I'm gonna
A
fucking
tone goes out. Dispatch all units stand by.
Oh,
Police, look what you did. Look what
Now we're getting-
Is
now
an
we're getting
emergency
gang-stalked by the government.
broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Brian's gonna walk into a poly and
Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast.
This is an
Oh
emergency
Oh my
broadcast.
God, we're doomed.
This is a fog warning for Oak Hill.
Oh my god.
I told you the fog is coming.
I repeat, this is a fog warning for Oak Hill. Please remain inside your residences with your doors locked until the fog passes. Do
Like-
not
like
attempt
right
to
now?
drive. do not open the doors for anybody. This is an emergency broadcast.
Wait, so do we have to stay in the cabin since we separated now?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Faye's looking for earplugs immediately. She's panicked.
Does
Brian's just gonna
Pridwin
slam the door
have
and lock that shit.
Does Pridwin have a radio? Or is
Yes,
it-
all of you were provided with several radios in the kit. There's probably 4 radios between all of you in the kit.
I would
Pridwin
think the
will
PDA
chime
would pick it
in.
up too, wouldn't it?
The PDAs
Or
are
it
also
doesn't
going
matter
to be
if
on
we say each
yes.
other's names now.
Okay.
I mean, he
Um,
said it once.
Sit here.
You look around the
Hey,
area
Turtle.
and you see that you don't see any fog yet. So you guys
Okay.
you guys are okay for a minute. It's not like it's like impending.
That's okay.
Anything
Pridwin's
is
gonna
instantaneous
chime in and
editing.
say, "Looks like we probably won't have time to search and then return to the and reconvene. You guys might want to stay at that cabin. Considering
plan.
nobody's made any mistakes yet, I think this will be a pretty uneventful night."
Yeah.
Fucked up. Brian's just gonna radio Pridwin, I fucked up.
Oh my god!
I am going to murder you.
Not if they don't first.
Not if they do
I
Earbuds across the room.
I just want you to know, you are not going to leave here alive.
Trust me, Pridwin. I mean, fuck. Wait, I fucked up too.
Man, you guys are bad at this. The ranger says standing in between the 2 cabins.
It's so crazy when I'm as Maze, no problem, but when I'm as fucking Polyon, he just fucks up.
He did really good last night.
Sleeping in the corner, rocking back and forth, crying.
She's like pulling her
Nice
hair out. of
going,
the
y'all.
corner.
What are you doing?
Quick, extremely important question.
'Kay.
During Pridwin's cryptid deep dive, did he actually find anything regarding any myths surrounding something similar?
Roll.
Revolving around names?
I'm still mad. right
With
now.
advantage?
Yes.
Yippee! And is that intelligence or?
Did you give your intelligence
I
bonus?
rolled.
Then yes.
I rolled intelligence
Then yes.
for the. Yeah. Oh damn! Could always crit. And I did not crit.
Damn.
But that is going to be a 21.
Okay, so you actually found something very interesting. In Navajo folklore, they have creatures called skinwalkers. You're very familiar with those. However, the Cherokee in this area call them by a different name. They're called the Agaya. And they are widely known in the Smoky Mountains for attempting to lure people by mimicking, which is what the Cherokee word Agaya means. Mimic, or to copy. You've also seen that the locals call them face changers.
Hmm.
Pridwin will
I'm making my second character.
key up again and say, there are creatures.
Don't do
that-
it! You see Reagan immediately hold a hand up to you.
I'm not going to mention any names.
He slowly lowers his hand. Don't summon them.
I know. I did my research. One of the things this could possibly be, likely the reason we aren't supposed to use our names, it can mimic us. I'm not sure if it's able to mimic the person whose name it knows or the person who speaks a name. But if any of you hear any of our voices, mine, Brian's, or anyone else who was stupid enough to speak their own name, or speak someone else's name, if you hear any of us, don't trust them.
Does that count for right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
As of right now,
So I shouldn't
anyone-
trust what you're telling me?
Solid, are you standing in the same room with Britway?
yeah.
I'm just being
Un-
difficult.
This is turning into an
Unless-
Among Us situation real fast.
unless they pulled the fastest of fast ones, I should be okay for now. But do not, especially if any of them try to convince you to follow them, come out to help them with something,
Car insurance.
car insurance,
Car
car's
insurance.
extended warranty, any of that. And these things are supposed to be tricky. So they will try to manipulate you. As of now, if any of us sound like we are in danger, sound like we are in need of help, sound like we are being murdered right outside of the cabin, you cannot come out and help us, even if it is really us.
So what you're saying is, it's every man for himself? Warden asks.
Thanks to Brian, yes.
Perfect ambiance. That was perfect. Couldn't have asked for a better cue.
I'm scared.
Brian's gonna key up and just go. Sorry.
He's gonna do what Scream just did.
Excellent. Excellent.
Oh
I
my
just
god, they already got
So confused.
He's
What?
got that dog in him.
I didn't say anyone's name this time. I didn't even say my own. I said I sang. It's not my
I would
character's name.
encourage that all of you take extra caution to protect the few people who may still have their anonymity.
Hey Brian,
Okay,
you
I've
should
actually got
follow
an
me to the
idea for
back
that,
of this
but-
cabin.
Real quick.
Hey, can you help me with something?
I'm just gonna go look over at
Uh,
Horns and just.
Real quick. Before we get to that,
So,
Axe, I need you to fire now.
At it, roll.
Woof.
It's gonna be a long night. Fuck.
What Oh no! Oh no!
not Anna already causing property damage.
The rest of you hear a very loud whizzing sound as an arrow is fired.
I was even going to use 6 vices to slow it so we could catch it.
With that roll, here's what happens. It doesn't move. It stares at you.
God.
And as you shoot, you see its foot come out, and it catches the arrow.
What is it? What is it?
Crunches its claws, its talons together, and shatters the arrow without breaking eye contact with you.
No.
Oh boy.
Who didn't forget the rule? Who forgot the rules?
It then continues building its project.
So,
Did somebody forget the rules? Was that Anna?
Did you say that out loud?
Shooting herself.
Fuck.
No.
No.
Oh
no,
my
no.
fucking god!
You know what? I'm hold on. I'm rolling. I'm gonna see if
roll
you
a
actually said it.
speed check to see if you catch yourself.
Can I roll a speed check to catch myself?
I'm gonna allow it once. one singular
17.
Oh, but I
time.
couldn't. Okay.
17. 17.
It's not high enough.
Fuck. Okay,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god, we're doomed!
I forgot the rules
Wait,
too.
whose name did he just say?
I swear to god, Apollyon is going to kill us all.
No, it's gonna be me that gets us all killed.
This is.
We're all going to die.
Yeah,
I just want you all to
Hey, guys, I
remember
think we
this is
should start
entirely
making our second
Apollyon and
characters.
Brian's fault.
it is. Okay, anyway, did you forget the
We should start
rules?
making second characters right about now.
I'm not the only one breaking the rules.
Oh, yeah.
Out of character, Anna looked at something weird and then decided to acknowledge that it's weird.
No. Yeah.
Oh my
You would shoot
God.
at it too if you saw what we just saw. Judah says under her breath.
If it's
Damn,
weird,
all of you.
no, it isn't.
I wouldn't call it weird.
Face curled up in a ball on the floor.
What
Eyes
is it?
shut, ears plugged, just crying.
Do you go to look
Brian's
at what
just
they're
sitting
looking
in
at,
the corner.
Apollyon?
Yes.
You walk over
Dumb
towards where the two of them are standing, where the direction they've shot. You follow the trajectory, and you see a bird just outside of one of the cabin windows. It's building a nest. It turns its head to look at you. It has human eyes. It's building a nest out of severed fingers.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
It chirps at you once.
Can someone tell me what the hell is happening out there?
Nope.
Apparently, Apollyon died, so.
There's a bird.
Lovely.
Building a nest out of fingers.
Aren't we supposed
Don't
to not
acknowledge it. Pretend it
Yeah.
doesn't exist. And keep moving.
As you're saying
Exactly.
this, you notice movement coming through the trees. A white glow. At first it
Oh,
starts
God.
low to the ground, and then it moves, undulating forward as the fog drifts in and begins to swallow up the trees and the supports beneath you guys.
It's never good when something is described as undulating forwards.
Yeah,
name is
just
Table,
ignore
my
it.
name is Table, my name is Table.
You have a few minutes
Somebody
to
actually
get
has a name
yourselves
like
into
that.
whichever building you want to be in. I suggest you do it now.
I'm just gonna go lock myself in a closet.
Who is in what cabin? I'm gonna label them cabin 1, 2, and 3.
I'm in
Ones
cabin
and two.
3 with
I guess I'm in 2 then.
horns, table, and
Whichever
pedal,
cabin was nearby.
and light bulb.
Which
An
I
axe,
guess
I
would be
think.
near wherever Polyon was.
I believe they're in 3.
Grenades!
Did anybody go to cabin 1?
I thought everybody was going to cabin 1 except for the group staying in 2.
So nobody. Is it 3 that nobody's in right now?
Yeah. Yeah, we're all in. We're between 2 and 1.
Axe, I've got an idea.
Okay.
Just to sort of fix the problem we're currently in. She takes out one of her arrows and stabs herself with it. She now has silence. She
Smart.
cannot speak.
You also take a regular base attack of damage.
Okay. Me?
I think that's everybody. The ranger goes into cabin 2 with you guys. So just to make sure, cabin 1 has Polly, Anna, Judah, Faye, Warden, Brian, and Amani. Cabin 2 has Pridden, Lunala, Xavier, Solon, Liam, and Minerva, and the Ranger. Am I missing anybody?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I
bet.
think that's
Brian's
everyone.
gonna go into weapon form just so he can't talk.
You can talk in weapon form.
Stupid.
He's still just gonna go into weapon form so he doesn't think about
Where's the
it.
duct tape?
Damani cradles you in your weapon form and pats your hilt gently.
You know what? At least the possum is safe. It's fine. If anyone survives, at least the possum survives.
You settle into the
I
cabins,
didn't.
quickly locking the doors no sooner than the fog rolls its way higher and higher until it swallows the cabins entirely. There's nothing outside the windows now except for an eerie gray-white.
Pridwin will also key up one more time. One last word of warning. Do not talk about the things out there. Their names are as dangerous to us as our own are.
That we can
gonna
definitely
say-
agree on.
I'm gonna say, on the rules it says, to when we're sleeping, which I mean we're not sleeping right now, obviously, but it says make sure there's no holes, rips, tears, and you can't see outside. Should we shut the blinds on the windows?
Yes, the entire cabin says in unison.
One of the
Okay,
windows would have
got
already had blinds closed.
Yeah, you go into the, it's actually you guys' cabin, I'm pretty sure. You go into the
Yeah,
bedroom. The
yeah.
blinds are already closed. Not only that, but you notice that the bed has been moved all the way onto the opposite wall in a very unusual, uncomfortable spot, which puts it the furthest away from the window possible.
There's also no scrapes on the floor.
Yeah, well,
First
we're
jab.
gonna fucking die. It's all my fault.
Don't give yourself so much credit, your partner says, patting you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Cats, what the fuck are you two doing?
Well, I suppose we have the evening, your wife says to you, and sits down on the couch with the raccoon. So, any way we can prepare for tomorrow?
Well, I'm not sure. We'll need to prepare for quite the hike. Based on the maps, this is a very extensive issue, and there's a lot of places that would be interesting.
My advice, the ranger says, walking over to the table with the food. He reaches into a bag and pulls out a beer. Conversation makes the night go by faster. He cracks the top of the beer can off on the edge of the table and then takes a drink. Also, all of the food is in that cabin.
Yep.
Fuck. You actually, I think all the food that we find in this cabin too is mostly gonna be like rice and ramen.
Yeah, you have Maze's leftovers in that cabin, so there's not a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a bowl of like brown rice and chicken, like unseasoned.
Pretty
Yeah.
much. I mean, the Hangover Club was in that cabin, so they all kind of wolfed down everything that he could.
Great. We're just gonna die. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is
Anna
fine.
silently gestures about.
So, what do you guys want to do?
I guess That depends on which cabin goes first.
All right, let's designate a leader for each cabin, and then.
My vote is horns.
You see, like, Judah jokingly gets out a piece of paper and writes a nickname on it, walks over to, Anna, who's standing there, and goes, I'm voting horns off the island, and holds up the name on the picture.
So 1 vote for me, 1 against.
Speaking of votes, you hear Warden say, I vote we should send horns out to the other cabin to go get us some food.
I vote let's not try to murder their teammates.
Seriously, what is wrong with you?
He's part
Come on,
demon! He's like practically cousins with the things out there, right?
No.
That's racist.
Wow.
Murder?
That's racist.
That's racist.
Apollyon cannot go a single session without a macroaggression.
I am starving, Warden says.
Did you guys do none of the homework I gave?
You gave homework?
Oh my god.
Anna's silently nodding, but
Oh, I completely forgot. I forgot Colt wasn't here for when Apollyon became a sir.
I'm so mad.
Yeah, Apollyon's a professor.
Oh gosh.
So, is
Well,
there
I guess
anything
we'll
you
have
guys
somebody-
want to do to pass time?
I guess Apollyon will just search around.
How about we sit in silence? Because we obviously can't keep names out of our mouths.
Oh yeah, we'll stay in
Sit there
silence.
and think about what you've done.
I'm not mad, I'm disappointed.
There's a 15 for perception to look around the cabin.
You start looking around the cabin. There's not a lot here. I mean, like I said, whoever was in this cabin got interrupted in packing. They didn't take a lot of their supplies with them, but you notice that all of the like rations and things they had are dated for the beginning of the year of 2023.
Ah.
The people in this cabin have been missing for months.
I got a 19 to look around the cabin.
Brian, with the
I
19,
see anything interesting?
you hear something.
No.
Oh, balls.
Oh god.
Outside,
I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna
Nope.
ignore it.
Oh god. Hold on. Let
you
her.
hear the barking of a dog. It starts whimpering.
I'm gonna ignore it. It's not there.
Okay, anybody else for perception?
Hell no.
Anybody in the other cabin doing anything? Anna, did you want to?
yeah, I might as well.
Okay.
Being the curious type. 17 on a roll.
Okay. You hear a tapping on the window. Not so much a tapping as
Is
more
that
of
for
a
our
clicking
cabin or
sound.
the other one?
A rap,
Oh,
rapping.
great, He wants to talk.
Or was it a whisper in the walls?
It is in fact,
I opened the door. It's
rapping.
nothing.
A rapping on the,
Uh-oh. Hark the
Chamber
Raven.
door.
A rap, tap, tap, if you will.
Oh no, Wally's
On
coming
the
to get
cabin door. Uh-oh.
Can't
Whoa.
believe the man in the wall is here to get us.
Not the man in the wall.
Locked.
Hey, kiddo.
Hey, kiddo.
God.
no.
Dude, don't.
If I hear that, I'm out.
I'm so mad at them right now, I can't think about that.
I mean,
They're ruining
me,
my
kiddo.
game.
what do you mean? You didn't like 1999?
No, I thought it was awful.
That shit was awesome.
Wow.
I
thought
haven't
it was
even
awful.
I haven't even got to New War yet. I still have to build a damn rail track.
It was nothing like what they promised.
What do you mean?
Alright,
It was
back on
everything
topic.
how they promised it.
Back
Oh
on
god,
topic.
here we
That
go.
was 1999.
I'm imagining
Come
this
on,
is
it was
canon. Like they're
alright.
having an argument about a video game over the walkie-talkies.
they are.
What do you mean it wasn't what they promised? It's everything they promised!
I don't know what you're talking out.
Play Warframe, Pridwin.
That's correct.
It's not worth it.
I don't know. I'm just over
Going back
syndicates.
hundreds of hours.
I mean, yeah, syndicates are. I'm over syndicates too. I understand that.
They're pretty bad.
Yeah. That we can agree on.
Focus.
Okay, I rolled a
Lock
15
in.
for
We
perception.
can talk about it IRL
You
later.
all hear the sound of jangling somewhere outside
No.
the rope bridge, chiming.
Faye instantly plugs her ears. She's horrified.
You hear a scratching at the door to cabin number 1 and a whimpering.
I'm ignoring the shit out of that.
It whimpers again, lets out a little bark. There's a sudden jangling on the rope bridge again. And then a tremendous yelping. The sounds of something scratching on wood. And then it gets very quiet again. What are you guys doing?
I rolled a 15 to search around.
You're searching the cabin. Like I said, there's not much there. You have the 3 bags, you have the supplies that got interrupted, you have the leftovers from Maze and Caden's food. Pretty much it.
Do I hear anything with a 9?
Nope.
Get it over with.
Nope.
Get the slow, painful death over with.
You wish. The beat's not gonna make that happen easy.
All right.
How's
I
cabin
suppose
two
we
doing?
can. Oh yeah.
Pridwin's probably just trying to inspect everything right now, like make sure that there aren't any holes or anything in the building, no open windows, everything's shut and covered up.
Everything is. This is a very nice cabin that you are in. It seems very well taken care of. Very clean, apart from these things the other students have left behind.
And he will probably also, as he's doing his rounds, try and sift through the things left around and see if he can find anything interesting. With a 15?
15. These are just kind of like what you would find if somebody was on vacation and left their extra clothes. There aren't even that many supplies. This group took very much care packing and taking their necessities with them. The things that are in the bag that was left for you, the journals, the maps, there isn't a whole lot in there that you haven't already seen. There's some clothes, a few pairs of sweatpants, and some t-shirts. There's a bell sitting on the table with the things.
A bell?
Mm-hmm.
Is it like just a small, like, what kind of bell is it?
It would be a jingle bell.
Pridwin just kind of looks at it confused. Why in the world is this here?
The weird kid left it, you hear the deputy say. He's sitting on the couch with his feet kicked up, working on the beer.
Did he give an explanation as to why?
He shrugs. Took it off his sword.
Maybe he didn't want to make any noise.
You hear a crackling. The deputy sits up. Oh no. Badge 299 to badge 247. He grabs the radio. This is 247, go ahead. 299 here. I'm kind of stuck. I'm not gonna be able to get to you guys tonight. I'll just, weather the storm in Old Faithful here. 299 out. You see the ranger frowns and sets the radio back down on the coffee table in front of him. Great, he says under his breath.
Got out in his car.
Her, he says, staring at the floor. She is in her car.
I see. Well, as long as she keeps everything...
It's fine, she knows the rules. She grew up here.
If you want, we can try and regroup with her in the morning.
Yeah. It's fine, she'll be fine. Just, uncomfortable night in the car, we've all done it. There's a beeping sound from behind you.
Pridwin's going to look.
There are two chairs sitting, kind of facing the couch that the ranger's currently on. And there's a PDA sitting on one of them. It beeps.
Oh,
Going to pick it up and look at it.
This is the message that you see.
Lovely. Oh. Is this message, like, in a chat or something?
Yes. You see, like, the screen flashes, like a pop-up every single time it gets a message.
Pridwin is going to open the message and he is going to reply?
You go to open the message, there's a passcode.
Oh wait, is this the tablet we found? Is this the cracked one?
No.
Oh.
This tablet is in perfect working condition.
Hmm.
It's not yours.
That isn't good. Is it possible that we could have a conversation about the stars?
What about them?
I just received... Well, this PDA just received a message.
What PDA?
He holds it up. I'm assuming this wasn't here before?
That's not yours? The deputy says, looking at you.
It is not.
I thought I saw you set it down.
No. Pridwin's going to try and input his own PDA's passcode.
You type your passcode in. What is your passcode?
That's a good question. It's probably just going to be a random string of numbers and letters.
You input a random string of numbers and letters. It does not work.
No, this isn't mine. And by the looks of it, it never was.
Sorry, that should have been obvious. That should have been really fucking obvious to me. Oh, the inside jokes. Okay. Also, so you know how like there are lock screen wallpapers?
Oh?
You want me to send the photo?
Yeah.
What? Hang on.
I'll send
The
it into
lock
important.
screen wallpaper for this PD is whatever he's about to post in the.
Oh, my god.
Important documents.
It's important.
It's very important.
I don't know that that's important.
The absolute most important document that you can get right there.
Jesus Christ.
Is this Anna's? No, she had
Did you
her.
just say that out loud?
As you said.
Oh,
Leon already said her name.
Hang on, her name was already said.
You're right, it was said. It's on my list.
Oh god.
On your list of already people that are just gonna get instant murdered when we step out.
But Anna might know who that is.
Anna would definitely know who this is if I know Anna.
Fredwin has no fucking clue.
No.
Who in the world could this be?
Let's see. Out of Sulin could roll to see if he knows who that is.
Yeah, Fredwin's just gonna hold up the picture to the room.
The
And say,
ranger. Hold on.
Oh,
does
I
the
thought you were
ranger
just
know
gonna
who
walk
this
over
is?
to
Oh
me
my
and just hold it in
God.
front of me.
Oh no, the ranger actually does know who this is. He rolled. I know. That's hilarious.
oh my god, it's Hatsune Miku!
You see the like you're showing the picture around. The ranger's face like reddens just a little bit. Solid.
Wait, does Solid also know?
who this is.
Oh my god.
It's Hatsune Miku.
You are ashamed to admit it, but you definitely know who this this person is. This is Yukiro Ino, and for all intents and purposes, she is the Hatsune Miku of this universe.
Oh.
She is probably the #1 most idolized pop sensation out of Japan.
Good to know everyone in this cabin is a person of taste.
Yes.
Oh, a person of culture.
Is anyone gonna speak?
Is this one
Anyone
of those
brave?
the pop stars from Japan? I don't know who this is.
Is anyone brave enough to say who it is?
Yeah,
wait,
the
is-
ranger is not making eye contact with any of you.
Is Liam in the cabin?
Liam is in fact in the cabin.
Does he know? I need to
Liam will
know if he knows.
He
Important information.
you make eye contact with him. He looks at you. He looks at the picture. He looks at you. You see his eye twitch.
I have a feeling everyone here knows who this is except for me, and no one is willing to say why.
I can't say the name.
It's not like I can
can't
help it. Her
say the
music's
name.
everywhere, okay?
Oh,
He says,
God.
crossing his arms.
The fucking skinwalker in the fog that's disguised as a pop sensation.
You just start like hearing a song playing in the background. There's like
Distant
flashing
Vocaloid
lights in
music.
the fog. Like neon lights
Can it
start
please, for the love of
flashing.
God, be
Why-
fucking all
why-
I
why-
want for Christmas?
Why is she singing about leaks?
I don't understand. Why are they singing about vegetables?
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Why do I hear all I want for Christmas? I'm so confused.
Mariah Carey.
God, you said her name now.
No! She's escaped! She's escaped! She's thawed!
She's escaped containment. No.
We summoned
well,
her.
we're all
It's too
fucked
early.
now. It's
She was
not
behind this the
December.
whole time.
That's about right.
Uh,
Oh
Pridwin,
god.
the passcode is 4 digits.
Hang on. What did you... What is her name?
Everybody in the room makes eye contact.
Look,
Oh, Lord, say
I
it.
will not pass any judgment.
But if we say it, those things out there know who it is.
Are any of you really going to fall for a Japanese pop star out in the fog trying to lure you out?
Yes.
Prince
Many
is
of them probably would.
looking at them very hard.
Katana would. You
What?
hear the deputy say under his breath.
he would. He would.
Jump through the window.
He's squinting. His squint
Humor's
slowly turns towards Liam, and then intensifies. You wouldn't
Why?
walk out and you wouldn't be tempted to wander out in the fog because of a Japanese pop star, would you?
He shoves his hands in his pockets. I don't deserve this kind of treatment, okay?
I don't deserve this judgment.
Insight check.
He would not fall for that. He is not that obsessed with her.
Not like one person.
Not to the level of dedication that some of your other team members are.
Deputy.
You live for now.
You live.
Now give the name.
Yeah.
Look, I'm assuming whomever this is probably made a password based on this pop star. So I think it would be good to know the name. Anyone?
I'm gonna
Ominous
roll
typing.
to see if Apollyon knows.
not
Does a
there.
16 mean Apollyon knows? He's not there, but if he would know,
Yes, you would know.
then he'll sit.
If you're really worried about this thing imitating her, just write it down on a piece of paper and hand
Yukiro,
it to me.
Liam says out loud finally. Her name is Yukiro.
That's more than 4 letters.
Yuki for short.
Pridwin's going to input that.
It unlocks.
Does no one
A
understand
man of culture.
basic internet safety? He's going to he's gonna respond to the message now if if possible.
God. That's not a correct statement.
Wait, hang on, is it 2023? Okay. Hang on. Then retcon that. Roll that back.
The PDA begins to glitch in your hands. The screen crackling as flashes and lines of odd colors and fragments, as though it's been damaged by something.
He squints. Is it like electrical? Is there some sort of electrical disturbance?
You can't tell.
Oh. Is it still working, or is it just...
The screen, for moments, it works. There are times you can see the message board, and there are times when it's just glitching and the colors are all wrong. It begins glitching to the point that you can't even see the message board anymore.
Damn it. Tech, do you think you could give this a look, figure out what could be wrong with it?
Sure, give it here.
He'll hand it over.
He takes it and sits down at the table and starts fucking around with it. What are the rest of you guys doing? Cabin 1? Cabin 2? Any of you guys do anything?
Brian's just sitting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Someone's
I don't think
alert.
Faye would do anything until Kettle told her she could. Like, she's horrified. I think she's too scared to do anything.
That's fair. Maybe we should just get some sleep, she says to you, and sits down with you in the corner.
Okay.
Anna's been fast asleep ever since.
Silenced herself and then just went straight to bed.
Yep.
Brian's just gonna go to a closet and just lock himself in it.
Okay.
That's probably
Brian
in
locks
that broom
himself in a closet.
Apollyon becomes a cat and hides in the cupboards.
Fair enough. You guys settle in for the night. Anybody in cabin 2 want to do anything before you guys settle in for the evening?
I think I'm good.
Who else is in cabin 2? Just Solon, right? In terms
You
of
and
players?
Lunala, Xavier, Solon, Liam, and Minerva, and the Ranger.
So unless Solon wants to do anything, Pridwin's probably just going to try and He definitely can't sleep right now, so he's probably just going to try and stay up for a while.
You're sitting there, and from the kitchen table, like, Liam's fucking around with it, and all of a sudden you just start hearing, like, music blasting out of nowhere. He, like, drops the tablet on the table and goes, oh god, he has it set to play when he opens the board, oh god, fuck! And he's, like, fucking around with the tablet some more. It's like max volume blasting pop music.
The message on there, I think that there might be a pair of the missing people who are still alive. They said one of them was injured and that they needed help. But I don't know where or when they are.
I hate this place, your wife says.
So do I.
Haven't even been here a day. I already hate this place.
I need Apollyon, Brian, Pridwin, and Anna to roll me perception
No,
checks.
I think it's toxic.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Fudge me, not even the closet saves me.
Perception!
7. That's a 7.
Soft.
Put him in that group
Oh,
text.
wait. I forgot. You don't add anything to perception, so that's gonna be a flat.
Oh no! Yay!
God.
At least Lampshade rolled high.
Nice.
Just gonna start referring to people as their code names. Like, come on.
Right.
2, 3. And what did Apollyon roll?
I think he said it 7.
7? Yeah, that sounds right. I'll just type it so I have it. Let's see. With those rolls, Pridwin, you are chilling with Tech at the table. There's not a whole lot going on. He sighs with irritation and slides the tablet forward. This thing's fucked. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Could it be electrical damage or?
It's not damage, that's the problem. It's like, it can't process the information it's receiving. Like, it's overloading somehow, but it doesn't make sense because there's nothing wrong with the processors.
I'm assuming it's probably something to do with the time distortion.
This place
The
sucks.
person who messaged me asked what year it was, and when I told them, they became extremely upset.
Alexa, my chair is bending a lot.
Bodes well. Brian, you're in a closet. Did you take
I
your
am in a
partner
closet.
in the closet with you, or did you go in there by yourself?
I'm gonna roll for that. Actually, hold on. Okay, high or low? I took her to the closet with me. Low, she's just out and about somewhere. That's a 90.
So high, you did take her with you?
Yes. Sure. Yeah.
The two of you are sitting in the closet. And you hear from outside the door. I swear to God, if I die, I'm gonna take you down with me. Do you hear me, you little shit? This is gonna be your fault. You hear Apollyon growl a bit. Honestly, I'd take you out in the yard and fucking finish what you started right now.
Brian's gonna look Imani dead in the eyes and be like, "Weather we're having."
Yeah, it's quite mild this time of year,
Yeah,
she
right,
says,
yeah.
looking at the coats above her. Apollyon,
Uh-huh.
you're laying in a cabinet.
Yes.
So, finally alone. This whole place is fucked.
Yeah, I've had better travel ideas before. Honestly, I wouldn't mind going to hell once in a while.
Polly, I'm hungry.
You'll get plenty of flesh to consume.
You haven't fed me in so long. Come on.
Well, I can't
You're
just...
strong enough to take out whatever the fuck is out there. Can you please just go kill something and get me a snack?
And then end up missing? I don't think that's a good idea.
You're not gonna go missing. You're the fucking king of hell. Act like it.
Yes, but you should know with everything we've experienced, going head in without knowing what we're up against is a bad idea.
no fun.
Rather be no fun than dead.
There's a pause for a moment. Polly, who the fuck are you talking to?
What are you talking about? Oh, shit.
What are you talking about? You're just sitting here in a closet talking to yourself.
I am, aren't I?
Yeah,
Well,
you are.
That's unfortunate.
Rip.
Well, whatever. Ignore it.
You're just gonna ignore me?
No, not you. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Yes.
It's fucking rude.
I'm
The fuck
I'm
did I
going
do
to the inner
you?
room now. Napoleon's gonna go to his inner room.
You go to your inner room. You see the castle walls in the distance. And you see the attempting to mend back together form of Abaddon. Hello?
That was...
She says, looking at you.
Oh, a fake you is trying to talk to me, so I came here.
What? She says, looking at you.
Fair
You know,
response.
the Agaya, the guys that were trying to, you know, freak us out, talk to
Wait,
us in
did you just-
familiar tones?
Yeah?
Well, he's in his inner room. Unless they can enter my brain, but that would be hard, I think.
Especially for him, because, you know.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of room in there.
Yeah, it is a castle.
In your head, yeah.
So... the weird people are stealing my voice? You see a flare of anger in her eyes.
Yes.
That makes me angry.
Don't worry, we'll kill them eventually.
We kill them now?
No. We don't know what we're up against exactly.
Why?
So, because we'll go missing.
Jesus.
Whatever, fine. I will be here, bored out of my mind.
And I will be here, ignoring whatever's on the outside of my body.
Anna, you've been asleep.
Yeah.
Judah has not. Where in the cabin did you go to sleep?
Probably up against the corner.
In which room? There's several
Main
bedrooms,
room.
there's a bathroom, there's the main room. In the main room?
Yeah.
The creaking of the floorboards wakes you. You do not see Judah anywhere.
Silent sigh. Silent sigh. Just letting out a big exhale, but nothing
You sigh.
sounding.
You look around. You don't see Apollyon, actually. You don't see Brian or Amani either. In fact, the only people you do see are Faye and Warden, who are dead asleep in the corner. You want to roll perception?
Yeah. $16. What am I looking at? Where in
Look
this
around the
room
cabin,
am I?
and you catch motion outside the window.
Nope. Nope.
You turn away from it to ignore it, and you hear a voice. Come on, you stupid dog. Where the fuck are you? I'm not just gonna leave you out here. You hear Apollyon's voice. You see a shadow pass by the window. God damn it, you stupid mutt.
Anna's gonna find the nearest table and slam her head into the table.
You
Oh.
find the nearest table and slam your head into the table. There's a loud crack. The rest of you in the cabin hear said loud crack.
Yeah, Apollyon's gonna exit his inner room and then promptly exit the cupboard.
There's a cat sitting on the table in front of you, Anna.
What
Brian's
are you
gonna
doing?
poke his head out of the what is it again?
Closet?
There we go. Sorry,
Yeah.
my brain blanked. Yeah. Brian's gonna poke his head out of the closet and just go, "Everything okay?"
I'm
You see
fighting
it.
my impulses. She
Apollyon
writes
is
down
sitting
on a
there like.
paper and holds up a sign.
Fighting my impulses, she writes and holds the paper up.
Apollyon is sitting there like licking his paw and grooming his ears, and he says, "Why are you hitting your table?"
Better than going and trying to help a poor dog because of the freaking rules we have.
What did you hear?
Nothing.
Pollyann, you hear a voice outside.
Uh-huh.
Brian's going back in the closet, fucking it.
It's a whistling sound. A very soft whistling. Come here, boy. Come on. Come on, I can only leave the door cracked for so long. It's Pridwin.
That's not something Pridwin would do.
You hear a whistling sound again.
Hmm.
That's it. Are you guys doing anything?
Hmm. You know
Brian's
what?
going back in the closet and shutting the fucking door.
Hmm.
Just nope.
You know what? I'll help you since you're trying to fight your impulses. I can take you somewhere else.
Take me away.
Is that hell?
Huh?
She wrote down the word, is that hell?
Adjacent.
Adjacent.
Pretty much.
Yay,
It's much better
I
than this
roll.
place. Wait, what?
She wrote down yay and then rolls her eyes.
Okay, he's gonna. You fuck it. I'm just gonna cast Nightfall. Bring them both into the abyss.
Pridwin, roll another perception check.
Oh boy. 18 again?
You hear a masculine voice coming from somewhere outside. Hello? My god, we're never gonna get out of this fog. Anybody! Lindsay, stay close to me. You know what? Just get in your weapon form. Please! You hear a shout. Oh my god, we're so fucking lost. We are so dead. Those things are out here everywhere. Would you just chill out? You hear a female voice. We just keep walking. We don't take any turns. We should eventually come out at the trailhead, right? Yeah, that sounds right. You hear the crunching of leaves somewhere below you.
Pridwin's gonna remain quiet.
Can't believe they didn't send anybody to help us. How long has it been now? Judging by the journal, I don't know. 4 or 5 months? Fuck, you hear another female voice. What are the rest of you guys doing? You guys just going to sleep
Brian's
and
gonna
chilling?
Brian's gonna grab one of the coats from above, put it over him, and lay down and attempt to sleep. He's gonna curl up a ball.
There's just a massive pool of shadow just in the center of the cabin, so.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He's in his safe space.
So you guys try and bed down for the night. The crunching of leaves underfoot slowly fades and disappears. The occasional tapping on the window outside or the rattling of the rope bridge test your patience and the edges of your subconscious throughout the night. And before you know it, light breaks through the windows. The fog has faded. The sun is rising.
To clarify, so long as it's light outside and there's no fog, we're relatively safe to be outside.
The deputy looks at you, stretches and yawns. Safe is a strong word.
Relatively.
They don't like to hunt as often in the day.
I'm assuming if they do hunt, it'll probably just be people who are on their own.
They are getting smarter.
Well, considering it's finally day, we should probably go check in on the others.
Bless you.
You guys stretch and make your way out of the cabin, and you set your feet down immediately into something wet that squelches beneath your feet.
Oh. Pridwin looks down.
You look down. You see what looks to be shredded organs and hints of brown fur.
No, not the dog.
Apollyon will have canceled Nightfall by now.
You've canceled Nightfall. You can hear the people shuffling around in the cabin beside you.
He's gonna walk outside to greet everyone.
You walk outside. You see them huddling in the entryway of their cabin.
He walks over. Hey, good morning, guys. What the hell is that?
You step down on the same thing that they stepped down on.
Wait,
Oh.
there's two of the. There's two piles.
It's kind of all over the place.
Oh,
Oh.
that's good.
Scattered viscera.
Was this
Yeah,
dog
that's
again?
exactly what it is. Scattered viscera.
Oh no.
How old does it look?
It was just done. Like, you can still see steam rising from
Ugh.
the entrails.
That's bad.
Oh, great. Thought my own been focused.
Well, looks like we have explaining to do today, and a mystery to solve regarding this dead animal.
Would anybody like to roll perception?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10.
Beneath a flap of the brown fur and viscera, you see shredded remains of a collar that looks vaguely familiar to you.
Familiar.
Oh, shit. Where's the deputy at?
Reagan is pouring himself some coffee in the cabin behind you.
Hey, do you remember a familiar animal that you were friends with, possibly?
No.
Talking about the bloodhounds?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
What was
he
their
walks the
name?
grounds out here.
Uh-huh.
No.
What? May he rest in peace.
He looks
He
back at the
walked.
doorway and then back at him. I have some unfortunate news.
Don't tell me. He lowers the coffee cup a little bit.
He steps aside.
Damn, first Oliver's kid and now his dog. He puts his hat on. Guess I gotta go be the bad guy again, if you'll excuse me. He reaches down, fishes the collar out of the remains, sighs, steps over the pile, and rattles his way down the rope bridge.
They must have tried to use it as bait.
To be fair, I kind of heard it scratching last night, Warden admits.
Oh, I want to go home. There were less dead dogs and creepy things.
It was
Sounds
already
boring.
too late for the animal. For all we know,
If
the
we-
animal may have already been dead.
Precisely. And even if that was it, if we opened the door to try and help it, we would have only put ourselves in danger.
Off
Oh,
in the
I know
distance, you hear an iPhone
but
alarm.
still.
The iPhone alarm! Actually,
Oh, God.
hold on.
They got the iPhone!
What time did you guys... You actually hear an alarm going off somewhere in the distance.
Oh god.
Apollyon follows it.
You follow the sounds. Underneath of the cabin, there's a whole lot of tracks. A lot. They're all over the
Underneath.
place. They're everywhere. They're nonsensical.
Are they
And-
identifiable?
You wanna roll?
Eh. Eat. Eat.
Did he die?
He died.
No.
Solid?
10.
10. You see a variety of different animals, but what's weird about the tracks is, like, for a few steps there'll be one type of footprint, and then it almost seems like the next few steps are a different type.
Cryptids.
Apollyon, you're following the ringing sounds. You make your way down underneath of the cabins, past some hanging hammocks, and you find a phone laying on the ground.
He picks it up.
You pick the phone up. You see it light up. It's an alarm set, and the alarm is labeled Morning Calisthenics. And the image on the background is of a symbol, a triangle symbol.
Illuminati.
Uh,
Sorry.
He's gonna try to open the phone, see whose it belongs to.
It is locked.
Huh. He's gonna bring it back up to the deputy if he's still here.
The deputy is delivering bad news.
Guys,
Yes.
check this out. He hands over the phone.
Everyone will take a look at it.
You take the phone. It is as described.
I don't believe I understand.
Found this down below our cabin.
Beneath the cabin.
Yes.
I see. Do you have any idea who it might belong to?
That's what I like to figure out.
Predwin's gonna see if he can open it. Or if it's also password protected.
This is the symbol, by the way, that you see. It's like this, but more stylized, I guess you could say. That's my attempt at saying I'm really bad at art. Here you go. Oh, where did it go?
I'm not seeing it.
Well, it's
Yeah.
because I tried to take the picture and the picture just said nah.
I don't.
It literally just didn't feel like it. There you go.
Oh,
Hmm.
interesting.
Does Predwin have any idea what the symbol could mean?
Put your detective hat on and think about what you're looking at. And what you heard last night. And ask your friends for help.
I mean, does anyone else have any idea what the fuck this is?
Apollyon shrugs.
Triangle.
It's not a symbol of any group that I know. I mean, I'm assuming it probably belongs to one of the students who went missing.
Is Brian there?
Yes, all of you are there.
Okay, so there's 3 of them, right? Could it be Trinity Group, maybe? Because that seems like the closest to 3 to me. I don't
That
know. I'm
actually
throwing out
does
ideas
make
here.
sense, yes.
That would make sense.
Yes.
Good job, Sea Turtle.
Alright. Well, we have that figured out.
Well, thank you.
We have him with his detective hat on, working overtime. Alright. We have a clue. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we're ever going to find whoever this phone belonged to. So, maybe we should get ready to do some detective work down on the trail.
I suppose so.
So, what's the game plan? You have 4 maps, all of the information that was provided to you. The day is yours.
I think because the last group before us, the 2 members, Katana and Glasses, they made probably the most progress so far. You think we should follow their trail?
Possibly. I think perhaps we should try and... I don't think following anyone is going to necessarily net us a great boon. If we cross-reference these, however, I think we might be able to get an idea of what might be the key points to this mystery. We have no idea if these things or this anomaly are coming from a specific part of this region, or if they're more active in certain areas.
Here on Mazakine's map, they mark down a spot. It says anomaly on it. Along the
That's-
second trail.
Hang on, I've got to open maps over and over again.
Yeah.
An anomaly towards That would be a trailhead near the train tracks. It looks like there's a crossing there, too.
Seems like it.
The, more panicked map also seems to indicate this spot with the phrase they hate trestles underneath.
Not sure what that means.
Well, a trestle is a bridge, specifically one used by trains, and that is in fact where the bridge crosses, or where the train crosses the river, so I'm assuming this anomaly is probably tied to that bridge.
It does appear to be further south than what is marked. A few of the maps mark the
Indeed.
trestle, and then along the bend, that's where they found... I'm assuming this icon means they found another ribbon?
Ribbon?
He mentioned in his journals he was finding ribbons around, guiding him.
Ah. Oh, I see them now. Yes, that seems to be the case. Perhaps they indicate these temporal anomalies, or spatial, or both?
I'm not sure. I think the ribbons he was finding, they said it was a trail for the group they were following, and right at the anomaly it stops. No more trail.
Indeed.
Suppose we can head in that direction.
Did you say something, Kira?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Just mumbling to myself.
Ah.
Judah pokes her head, like, around looking at the maps you guys are looking at. So it seems like a lot of people went north and got themselves disappeared, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So maybe we don't go north, she says.
Well, if we go in the opposite direction of where the main mystery is, then there's no mystery to solve, really. Unless you want to go to the do not enter place.
The thing is, we're also talking about a lot of locations that are very far on the outer limit of this map. I think perhaps we should create a path of attack, so to speak.
Well, I mean,
Try and hit as many of the points of interest as possible in our round.
the shortest way to get anywhere seems to be this trailhead here, 3, that leads toward Thurmond, Lunala says.
Indeed. And that's also where several of the locations indicate points of interest. Thurmond apparently has a ranger camp, along with a tunnel that actually goes through the train tracks.
If it's still open, Judah says.
Indeed.
And I heard that we should not go to the tracks.
Should avoid the track.
Yes. And then
Well,
here in the journal. Oh.
They
Where
do
is it?
run straight through Thurmond.
Isn't it a crime to walk on railroad tracks anyways? Warden says under her breath.
Only if you get caught.
It's a safety thing. However, I sincerely doubt that they're running trains through, given the current state of things.
Not traditional trains, ghost trains.
And the hiking trail does run parallel to the train tracks, at least for the most part. So if we stay the course, we should be able to get most of the way through.
are we trying to decide to go? Do we
We're
have
trying
an
to
actual
figure out
place we're
the-
trying to?
Well, we're trying to figure out the best course to take. I think we should probably check out that anomaly. Definitely should try and follow that ribbon trail, since that seems to be where our fortune teller is indicating us to go.
We should definitely focus on the red line book. I drew it here on the map. East of
Indeed.
that line, I suppose, is where you should not go. And then I guess we can follow along the tracks.
Indeed.
I'm sorry, Liam says. I wasn't listening. What the fuck are we doing?
Making a path.
Yes.
Are we going as a group or are we splitting up?
As a group.
Won't that take
Every time
longer
someone's
to
supposed to,
explore this enormous map if we do that?
Yeah.
It would
There
take
is no way
longer.
we're splitting up.
It would take
Yeah,
longer,
we should
certainly.
try
However,
horribly.
sorry.
Do you really want to try and trust that we won't assume someone's here if we hear their voice?
Yes, that's the other thing.
Best to
If
keep an
we
eye on
s-
each other.
It seems that most of these groups were, before going completely missing, split up. I'm not sure if this is simply due to the anomalies or due to the hunting tactics of our enemy.
Well, that doesn't seem to be right, Judah says. I mean, the only group that actually split up from what we know of was Scepter.
Well, we know that they diverged, but each group has wound up being separated over the course of their time. Picked off one by one, at the very least. Still, regardless, I believe that splitting up would be dangerous.
They could take advantage of weaker numbers.
We should all hold hands and walk together.
The other thing, too, based on the video, it seems that there are points where this spatial anomaly do things that could separate us. I believe that's why the rule for staying to the trail is in place. So, we stay together. We do not split up. And we try and follow as efficient of a path as possible. I think perhaps the ribbons are our best lead at the moment. There's also a couple of points of interest which overlap in each of these maps. The camps, Ranger Camp D is noted in both the Ranger map and the pink marked map. And also under the green map as an active area, which I'm assuming means that there's
It means they're
people there?
staffed, you hear crunching footsteps coming up towards you. The deputy puts his hat back on, frowns.
Ah,
Ranger Camp D always has somebody staffed at it 24/7. Ranger Camp A also has somebody staffed currently.
about how much time would it take for us to get to Camp D?
From where?
from here?
Walking?
I presume that would be, unless we could borrow a vehicle. I presume that's our main means of transportation.
I'll tell you what I told the others. I can get you a ride up to the beginning of the trailhead near A camp. However, roads are all blocked off down by Glingene, so it's impassable. So the only way you're gonna get to D camp is if you walk. Fastest way is to, he nods toward the trailhead south of you guys. Just start going.
And
now, I
how
will
much
tell
time?
you, D camp, not much going on there. Checked in with my boy this morning.
My only concern is if it's going to take us more than a day to get out to Thurmond, which I believe is probably going to be our best point of interest if we're following this train trail.
He nods. It's the
If
better
it
part of the
takes...
day.
So, I think it might be wise of us to travel towards Camp D.
And hit up the tracks.
Oh. Wait. Is Camp C in Thurmond, or is it outside of, just outside
Camp
of
C is
Thurmond,
in
across the
Thurmond.
river?
Yeah.
And would it take us about the same time to get to Thurmond, or would it be faster to stop at D for the night?
D is further away than Thurmond is.
Ah, so it might not be wise to go there after all.
D, for all intents and purposes, is at least a day and a half walk if you're walking the whole time.
And it doesn't look like there are any major points of interest towards that lower portion.
The only one that I'd be concerned about, and it's only because we're seeing higher elevation from the mountain range, is that fire outpost. We could get an observation across the entire valley.
True.
The last group went to the fire outpost up north.
The one in the south, it seems no one knows the exact location of, so it wouldn't be wise to try and find it. Honestly, I think the entire southern portion of the map may be unimportant. At least at the furthest south.
So what you're saying is the north part, the most dangerous part, is the most important part.
Indeed.
So, the real question is, the deputy says, shoving his hands in his pockets, are you going to start here and walk down to Thurmond? Or are you going to have me get you a ride to A camp and follow the path of the last group?
I think taking the trail might be the wisest. It would take the least time and also give us the best chance of finding out what might have happened to them. I think perhaps we should take the trail to Thurmond. Perhaps we may want to take a detour downward towards the circled camp, down towards the south. However, that may not be as important as it seems.
We should also take into account travel time. How long would it take to get to Thurmond?
Yes, from the trail, how long of a walk would it be?
If you don't dilly-dally, you walk at a decent gait, you can get to Thurmond by nightfall if you leave now.
Then that seems like our best move. Is there anywhere we might be able to stop along that trail?
And do what exactly? The deputy says.
Well, if we need to hide until nightfall passes.
No. As it says on the pamphlet, there are two camps. You've got the Gorge and you've got Brookside. One in the north, one in the south. You've got the ranger stations, A, B, C, and D. You've got the two fire watch towers, and you've got Thurmond and base camp, and that's it.
I may be able to help us expedite our journey, at least for a small amount of time. So I think we head into Thurmond. We gather as much information as we can. Consider detours. Then, once we are done there,
Just
go through.
just trying to understand this. We are going to leave and get to Thurmond at nightfall, even though it's marked as not safe.
Yes, but it is also a town, which means we may be able to establish shelter.
I don't know if I'd really call it a town, the deputy says.
A location where buildings exist.
That's more accurate.
And we can see if we can go through the tunnel or perhaps detour around it if we must. Follow the train tracks and the hiking trail along the...
I'm gonna stop you right there. I really don't recommend you go through the mountain on the tracks.
That is fair. These
That
things
tunnel
seem
is
to...
highly dangerous. It's condemned for a reason.
From
That is fair.
Thurmond, do you think there is a feasible path towards the marked point that the last group made? The anomaly?
Well, you can take the trail around the river, starting at 4 and get to 2. That's how we do it.
Alright.
So we take our way through Thurmond, we circumnavigate the mountains, try to rejoin on the hiking trail.
For DM reference, you guys are where the little man is at home base, which is marked on the map.
Yeah.
If you want to go to Thurmond, you're gonna have to walk down 3, and then get to where 5 is, and go up a little bit to Thurmond. That's where Thurmond is.
And that would take us about a day to do.
Yes.
Which I think is probably going to be our best course of action to make sure we don't miss anything.
From Thurmond, to get where the last group disappeared and go towards A camp, you are going to have to either backtrack up 3 to 4, take 4 all the way around the river bend to 2, and follow 2 all the way around and up. Or you can get on the train tracks at Thurmond, go through the mountain, and end up on the other side at 2.
Or we could follow the bank of the river on the Thurmond side and then rejoin at the train tracks where the bridge goes. I feel like it would be just slightly faster than going back onto the trail.
It would possibly shave off a couple hours if you don't run into any problems, considering that's not a trail.
Yeah. I mean, so the furthest the road goes is about halfway through the Thurmond Inlet. Which means we would have... Honestly, I think it would probably be faster to backtrack.
Yeah.
Because if we hop the bridge back to 3...
The recommended
yeah, I think it would be
rangers
faster
are
to
going to
follow
tell
the...
you to stay on the red dotted path.
Yeah. So we go into Thurmond, gather the information we need, backtrack to 3, follow the, follow that trail, and that'll make us hit a bunch more of the points of interest. And we should be able to make it to each camp, especially because the distance... So the trailhead is at, 3, right? Like, right underneath base camp?
It literally starts at base camp.
Oh, okay. And they said that they'd drive us down to...
They said they would drive you to A camp. Up on...
Oh, okay.
On Cunard Road. like leaving through Oak Hill, going through Gatewo
Oh,
Road,
okay,
and
so they
going
could-
down Cunard and getting to the beginning of the
Okay.
trailhead there. That's where they said they would drive you.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I think that in order to get to as many points of interest as possible, it would probably be best to just walk through that trail. We could possibly also divert to that fire watch tower.
In order to
That
get to
one.
the Firewatch Tower, you're gonna have to take Trail 1 all the way down to its end.
So you'd have
You
to go
wouldn't
to
be
A.
able to-
Otherwise, you're going to be walking just straight through mountain
Oh, okay.
with
Never
no
mind.
trail.
So yeah, I think our best, and I think we should probably discuss this. Personally, I think our best move would probably be to get down to Thurmond and then work our way up.
Mhm.
I guess we could also, since we can get dropped off at A, we could also start at A and work our way down to Thurmond.
We could do that.
Yeah, that would also be an option. The thing is, I'm not sure if Maze followed. I don't know which direction Maze followed. I don't know if he started at A and worked his way down, and
You
that's where
were
the trail
told
went
that
cold.
they drove Mazikeen and Caden to a camp, and they worked their way south.
Okay, so maybe that might be the best way. What do you guys think?
Both of them are good options. From what we've heard of Thurmond, it's a quiet ghost town. People might have some stories to tell about the monsters, or, whatever is going on here, really. And we could take the bend back around. Depends on which one would save the most time. Going up to A and heading south, or going down to Thurmond and heading up north.
That depends on what your goal is, the deputy says. You want to follow in the trail of the most amount of people that have gone missing, you'll take the ride to A and go south. You want to get to Thurmond faster, you take the trail. But the only group that actually took this walking trail to Thurmond here was Trinity.
It's hard to say.
I feel like we also have to take into account how defensible our route will be. Whichever way we go, how can we set up for when it gets nighttime?
True. There's also that.
Then I would recommend A route. You got multiple ranger stations. I mean, of course, 2 is probably the biggest stretch without anything to protect you.
Although that would probably take us about the same amount of time as the base camp to Thurman walk.
Roughly, yeah.
Honestly, I think our best bet would probably be to follow in the footsteps of our friend. And then perhaps we can reconvene at base camp from Thurman. I think it would require the least amount of backtracking.
It'd be a circle.
Precisely.
I think that would be a good idea. Heading up A, collecting evidence along the way, check out the marked point, and make our way to Thurmond. There's camps along the way that we can rest up, instead of having to detour down to a camp.
Well then, unless anyone has any concerns or objections, I think that this matter is settled.
So, am I getting you a ride or not? The deputy says.
Yes?
I believe that would be the best option.
Great, he says, finally relieved the conversation is over and turning and grabbing his radio.
Look, man, this is a dangerous ass fucking walk we're doing.
That's
We're
fine,
putting
but
our
he's
lives
very
on the line.
confused listening to this entire conversation.
We're D&D players. We gotta spend as much as possible.
God.
Oh, I'm cutting up.
I
Gotta
spend
spend
30
unusable
hours
amount of
making
time.
a plan that's gonna take us 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Just
Um,
as a note, Anna has decided to start recording this whole thing, but
Good
she's
idea.
decided to do it on a whole camcorder.
Yeah,
That's
she's
just
like
found.
Cloverfield style recording the
Fucking
entire
Blair
situation.
Witch.
God.
Blair Witch.
Yes,
We got the cameraman.
gotta set the vibe.
Mhm.
Within about
Mhm.
20 minutes, as you guys are kind of getting your shit together and everything, the 2 trucks pull up again.
All right, I guess we're ready.
Yeah, Redbone will gather his things, make sure everyone's accounted for, and then hop in.
William will do the same.
Y'all get everything you need. You don't need to leave anything here.
Oh, Pridwin is going to go into the cabin and leave that note.
And which note did you
Oh
leave?
yeah, yes. Yes.
The
Limited
just
menu.
the phrase "limited menu" on the coffee table in cabin 2.
Okay. You guys load into the trucks, and you guys begin your long drive up Inden Road into Oak Hill and towards the beginning of the trailhead. As you guys are passing through town, the deputy leans out the window and says, "Y'all sure you don't need anything in town before we leave?"
Does anyone need to make a pit stop?
I'm good.
We're gonna be on the trail for a while, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna go buy some socks.
Anna makes a slight detour to the general store to buy socks.
You know, while they're doing that, Apollyon's gonna buy bread.
Apollyon buys bread. Anybody else want to get anything?
Pridwin's still got all of his rations and shit, so he's good.
I'm gonna
to
get
go.
a fire extinguisher.
You're just gonna carry a fire extinguisher with you?
No, I
It's
should
for
get the
Faye.
water bottles.
You can get the fire extinguisher for Faye.
Aw.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. You guys grab the necessities you need, and you get the feeling of being watched as you guys load back into the trucks.
Those damn squirrels.
In the city?
Those fucking squirrels.
Does it seem like the people are the ones watching us, or does it feel like it's more of a directionless,
Wanna roll a perception check?
spooky? Sure. Yeah. 19?
You look around. You didn't notice it at first. But it seems conveniently that everywhere you look, you see a ranger car parked. Sometimes they're in their driver's seat eating or sitting, typing on their MDTs, and sometimes they're outside of the car leaning against it. But all of them seem to be watching you.
Keeping tabs on everything?
This is all a government experiment.
Oh my god.
I'm
the
calling it now.
FBI!
I'm locking it in. It's always the U.S. government.
Oh yeah.
Lord.
Look, man,
I've been
whenever some
watching-
shady shit goes down, it's always the U.S. government.
Yeah.
It's always in the
Always.
boonies.
Christ.
Nuclear disaster? The government. Aliens? The government.
The government. Temporal anomalies in the middle of West Virginia? The government.
You guys load back into the trucks and start your long drive up to Gatewood? Sorry. The way it's curved
Yeah.
is really confusing. You go up Gatewood Road, you go down Cunard Road, and you end up on the access road that drops you at the trailhead. Reagan
Polly
and
on
the
Huffle.
other deputy drop you off, and Reagan looks at you guys. You want some company?
Are you sure?
Well, to be honest with you, I'd rather go looking for $2.99.
You know
Right, yes. Do you
Yes.
remember where she was last?
Didn't say.
Where her vehicle was?
what? Suppose we'll follow them, and then hopefully see their truck on the way.
Indeed.
You guys have
Alright.
not, like, he has not mentioned seeing the truck on that drive at all, so.
Yeah. All right. Suppose we'll head in. Welcome to
Well-
the team.
I'm so confused. So he said he wants to go look for $2.99,
Uh-huh.
and you said, welcome to the team, so I am confused.
Is he joining us?
If he goes to look for $2.99, no, you can't take vehicles
okay.
on the walking trails.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then
If
we'll,
we-
I guess, split ways.
If we split our efforts, I think we would probably have the best chance of finding them.
She's likely down by D Camp, over by Thurmond. That's where her family is.
We can certainly keep an eye out just in case.
Well, you have your radios, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
All right. Time to follow the breadcrumb trail.
The vehicles turn and make their way back up the access road, and you guys begin walking down trail number 1.
We're on the road again. Can't wait to get on the road again.
Road again.
You start making your way. Anna is recording on her camcorder, and to be honest with you, it's a beautiful, beautiful midday. Because by the time you got up there, it is around lunchtime. And here's where I'm gonna have all of you roll perception for the first time.
All right.
The first time.
For the first
The,
time in
the realest time. That's a 10.
Natural 20,
Eighteen.
baby.
Ooh.
Put it in the group rolls.
Oh god.
Okay.
I can't keep track of all these numbers, bro. I'm one man.
It's too damn bad.
Oh. Well, Phase is a 14.
Beans, you get down.
Beans.
The cat is being a
Beans.
menace. Beans.
How dare he?
Would you all
Anna
like to
is
see
kind
a
of focused on the camera, trying to get it
Anna
recording.
doesn't give a
Would you all
shit.
like to see a car?
Let's see. Interesting. Okay. Brian,
Hello.
you are... Where are you at in the group, walking-wise? You guys are a pretty decently sized group. Who's in the front? Who's in the back? What's the walking order like?
I think Brian would be near the back.
Pridwin will take point.
Like he'd be.
Polyon
I
will be
guess he
right
wouldn't
behind
be in the
Pridwin.
back. He'd be somewhere in the middle.
Here.
Camera's somewhere in the middle, so she can, fire from either direction. Still have somebody.
That
Body
makes sense.
block. I mean,
Body
Yeah. Apollyon will stick near Pridwin.
Brian, it is gorgeous out here. You've never seen scenery like this before. Like, sure, you've seen the Rockies since you're living at the Colorado branch now, but this is different. Wildly different trees. The mountains are stunning. And it's freezing. You are lucky to have the coat that Pridwin's siblings made for you. And as you are walking, you hear something in the distance.
Oh no.
You hear barking.
Oh my god, we're doomed.
I hate dogs after this.
No.
Don't. No, you don't. You
You-
could never hate our dogs.
Oberon
hear-
disliked that.
Barking coming from somewhere out in the trees beyond the edge of the trail.
Lovely.
I'm mind my business. I'm just gonna...
Pridwin,
Mm-hmm.
You are also walking. You're walking point. And as the point person, you have a very keen eye. You're being very careful about every single thing you see. And being a doctor, that's why you notice the blood.
Hmm.
There's a bloody handprint pressed to a tree at the edge of the trail.
Oh yeah, usually bloody handprints aren't good.
Shut up.
Is this... Is Predwin checks the map, does this match up with, like, any of the markings on any of the maps?
You're at the beginning of the trail and you're not even to A camp yet. So no.
Hmm. That's concerning.
But
Handprint. Does there
Oh.
seem to be anything off about the shape of it, or does it appear to be human?
It's human shaped.
And it
Pretty
does get
certain.
What size
on
is
the
it?
camera.
Would you
Sorry.
like to put your hand next to it to compare?
Oh gosh, that's bad. Don't do that.
Sure.
Predwin would.
Yeah,
You
pretty much.
hold your hand up next to it. It is a little bigger than yours.
Hmm.
Large hand. Manly-ish in stature, but you can tell. Very thick-fingered.
Given the descriptions of each person that's gone missing, does this sound like Maze, or are there other people who are described as being bigger than him?
To be honest with you, it doesn't sound like anybody from the group.
yeah, should.
Oh,
I
shit.
don't think
Not
this
even
belongs.
Katana?
Also, this blood is fresh.
Oh,
Hmm. Fresh blood
Always
doesn't
fresh,
belong
and you
to
have to wash
anybody
them.
from the missing group. Does it trail? Does he see any other indications, or is it just this one handprint? Oh boy.
You start looking around, and you see blood droplets on the leaves and the dirt, trailing away from the edge of the trail.
Hmm.
Also, with your nat 20, about 8 feet off the trail, following the blood, you see something shiny, half buried in the leaves.
Can Pridwin find like a nice long stick?
An 8-foot stick.
Like a long, not like an 8-foot stick, but just anything that's long enough to like a long stick.
I mean, roll for
Actually,
stick,
hang on,
I
there's-
guess.
Hang on, there's tons of there's tons of trees. Is there like a low-hanging branch or something?
You have so many weapons in your party, and you're about to break a stick off
Wait,
a tree.
why the fuck would I put a living person across that line? I'm not fucking stupid.
stick. Roll for stick.
Roll for
I
stick.
saw what happened. Fucker who went out into the fucking tree line and had their line cut.
Roll for stick.
Roll for stick.
It's good weapons in the party, fucking. Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to get them all killed. Can I just do strength to fucking snap a branch off of one of these trees?
Sure. Wait. Hold on.
Oh.
Oh.
Say that to me one more time.
I mean, I was going to snap a branch off of one of the trees, but
Are
if
you
there's
sure you
something...
want to do that?
Oh.
I mean, now I
Wouldn't
want to
you
do it
have
out
to
of
go
spite,
off
but I
trail
won't.
for that? That seems
Yeah,
bad.
my meta revealed to me that you should not do that.
And then I acknowledge.
Yeah.
See, he'll look for a... He'll do a perception check.
Roll for stick.
That was an 18.
With an 18, you find a stick that's about 6 feet long. It's laying about a foot off the trail within reach.
That's about Pridwin's height. He could easily lean over and poke the fucking shiny thing. So he will pick the stick up and then reach out and try and, like... First, he's gonna just try and uncover what it is.
You're giving me anxiety, Luna says to you.
I'm just trying to make sure that nothing bad happens.
I can help you if you don't want to use a stick.
I'm just trying to see what it is first.
Okay.
You poke it around and manage to push it further into the leaves before
Damn.
flipping it over on top of the leaves. It is shiny and metal, and it takes you a minute longer to realize that it's a badge.
Oh
Fuck.
dear.
Here, Apollyon's gonna summon a shadow,
Oh
and
fuck!
he's
Is
gonna
it the
have the
deputy's
shadow.
badge?
He's gonna have the shadow walk into the forest to grab the badge.
You're summoning. Okay,
He's summoning a doppelganger. Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay.
Your doppelganger takes a few steps off the edge of the trail, looks around, shrugs, walks forward, picks up the item, walks back to you, and holds it up.
Cool. All right. He takes the badge.
You take the metal badge. It is a forest ranger's badge. It is covered in blood.
Does
Does
it
it
say
have a
who
name?
it belongs to?
You flip the
Yeah.
badge over. The number on the badge is 223.
Oh shit. This
Was
isn't
that
the person.
anybody? Oh,
This isn't. 299 was the one that was locked out, I believe.
yeah, that was the one who was in the car.
Plus, I don't. She said that the handprint seemed manly, so
Yeah, true.
it couldn't have been her.
No.
No?
Don't worry
Oh,
about
I'm
it.
assuming that it's somebody that Maze knew.
Yeah. No.
We should hold on to this, make sure that they know what happened here.
Oh, how I'm sad. Okay, Apollyon. Okay.
And does that seem to be where the trail ends? Right at that badge?
No, it keeps going.
Oh, great. Does the path that it goes down seem clear?
I mean, there's a whole lot of like trees and shit, and it's not like flat. It's like very rocky and kind of hard to follow.
Oh boy.
You'd have to be over top of the blood to figure out which direction it goes from that point.
Guess we'll just stick to it.
With a natural 20 also, looking around, you notice blood on the trail in front of you.
There's more blood on the trail as well. Does it appear to be trailing in the direction that in the direction that the blood is going off into the woods, or does it seem like it came from the woods and is now
The blood is
following the
heavier,
trail?
so the earlier wound seems to be coming like from the trail.
Okay, so they veered off the trail. Horns, would you mind? Pretty much just kind of gestures to the trail, or the blood trail. I think
he going into the
perhaps
woods?
your friend should take point on this.
He guides the shadow.
You send the shadow after the blood trail. They follow it a little ways and disappear into the trees.
I meant
does he
more like stay
Oh,
with
you meant
us.
down the in
Oh.
front of the trail in front of you?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Pridwin's plan was to basically have the shadow lead the way as they went through followed the trail.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
I'll have
going
you take
Anything
towards the
weird
camp.
happened.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah,
it.
Okay.
it's
Okay.
following the blood. Following the
Instructions are
blood.
clear. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
your
yeah.
shadow takes point and starts walking down the trail, unbothered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The blood trail, to be clear.
Yeah, the blood trail.
Hold on.
So
Are you going the direction that the trail came from, or the direction the trail is going? The direction the trail
The
is going is off of the
direction-
path.
the direction off the path, that is why I'm having Apollyon use his
Okay.
shadow, because
Okay.
that way we can know if there's some sort of spatial anomaly that'll separate us.
Are you sure
Yeah.
you want to do that?
Oh.
Look,
God.
the shadows are considered like creatures, right?
Correct.
So if he leads the way and something happens to him, we can
He'll die
stop
first.
and back up.
I am going to say this once.
Mm-hmm.
You are
No.
making a lot of assumptions about how you think this works. That
It's
is
all
all
fucked
I
up.
am going to tell you.
Okay. Look, let me just justify this for a second. So,
Can I try
presumably,
something real
given
quick?
the... Oh,
Just wondering if I can.
Huh?
Anna.
What are we doing? Cyrus!
Cyrus, in
Uh-oh.
this economy?
Holy shit.
Holy
Hey,
shit.
what were you-
fellas.
Anna, what were you
What
trying
were
to
you
do?
saying, Anna?
She does her little, what was it, solo weapon tactic and fires a single arrow out off the path.
Judah takes you in their hands and fires an arrow off of the path. The arrow goes the direction you shoot it. Disappears into the trees.
Are we certain it's an anomaly?
Well,
That
that's
way?
what we've been told.
I mean,
Would
if
it
it's some
not
sort of
affect-
creature that's just grabbing people, then... Well, it seems to only be able to affect people a certain range off the trail, so surely it would indicate itself before we got there.
Fuck it. You hear somebody say from behind you, and you hear a crunching on leaves.
I would not advise that!
Warden takes a few steps off the path. Stops.
Oh
Looks at the
boy.
rest of you.
Now piss.
Can you still see me?
Kettle, you're in
Yes?
trouble.
Cool.
You're grounded.
Yes.
Well, effectively, the shadow thing already walked over here and was fine, right? She takes a few more steps to where the badge was. Looks at the rest of you. Still good?
This is why I wanted the shadow to do this walk.
I'm
Look,
starting
if
to
I'm
think you're
scared of
suicidal.
something, I gotta face it head on, or I'm just gonna keep being scared of it, okay? She looks around from where the badge was. The trail
I
goes
would-
a little ways up here, and then it just kinda ebbs off into nothing, she says, leaning to look around a tree.
Well, if it doesn't lead anywhere, then it's probably not worth trying to follow.
Whoever the
Okay.
victim is now a member of the forest, so I think we should probably not.
You can come back
become
now,
next one.
Kettle.
Okay, okay, she says, and walks back, hops onto the trail, and lets out a shaky breath.
Oh, do that again.
So, it's not the entire trail, she says, after she gets her breathing back to normal.
Well, my theory was that it was specific portions of it. Perhaps...
I believe that we would know if we came across an anomaly. Based on the video we saw and evidence that Katana left, they saw something in the woods, and upon
Yeah, it was like a
approaching
house,
it,
right?
disappeared.
Some
A
back
house?
carpet? I don't know. Yeah, the ranger camp
Oh,
is
yeah.
just down here. We should be able to talk to the dude who's in A camp, right? Didn't the deputy say it was staffed? Judah says.
We should be able to. Let's head up.
yes.
And that's where the blood comes from, right? Judah says, looking around the group.
Yes.
Indeed.
So let's go check it out. She starts walking.
Let's go. Alright. Apollyon walks back to towards the camp.
You guys continue through some curves and make your way towards A camp. Judah, being at the head of the party now with Bridwin, stops. Oh. That bodes well.
What is it?
What is it?
You all look around Judah, who is standing with her fingers laced behind her head. The ranger cabin, the door is hanging on the hinges,
Hmm.
and there is blood trailing out of it.
Well, it
I vote we don't go
seems-
in there.
Well, we should be safe in the daytime. Regardless, I do not think this place is staffed anymore.
Indeed. I'm
Yeah,
wondering if this
probably
must
not.
have happened extremely recently because they aren't even aware. They must do regular check-ins.
Maybe in the morning?
Pridwin's going to turn on his radio and try and call out for I'm
Who do you
forgetting
try to
names.
hail?
He's gonna try and hail the leader.
Which one?
I don't remember names.
247.
247.
So do you just key up and ask for badge 247?
Yeah.
There's crackling on the line. A voice responds. Dispatch to party. The chief is out. Relay your message. Over.
We've arrived at the ranger camp. There's no one here. Trail of blood. We found the badge of
Badge. What's the badge again? Badge number.
it was like 229, right?
Was it? I'm pulling out the badge. DM, what's the number?
223.
223.
We found the badge of 223 along with a trail of blood. It goes off into the forest.
The door was destroyed.
Dispatch to unknown caller. What do you mean by destroyed?
How would you describe it?
Off its hinges? Like something was trying to pull it open forcefully?
Something. Does it look like it was forced open from the outside or the inside?
The outside. The
It
door is
appears
broken
something.
inward.
It appears something kicked the door down from the outside.
Dispatch to unknown caller. Where is the ranger?
No idea.
MIA.
Like I said, the trail goes off into the forest. We tried to follow it for as much as we could, but it ends not too far away from the actual center.
Dispatch copies. We'll send a unit.
Do be careful.
You all are standing about 20 feet away from the ranger cabin. What would you like to do?
Oh, I'm heading into it. I wanna see what happened.
You approach the ranger cabin. You finagle your way through the door hanging on its hinges and find a room in chaos. There's blood all over the place. It looks like multiple people were attacked here. Beneath the door, there are scraps of what looks to be a hiking bag. Bits of hair that was ripped out in a struggle. The receiver for the ham radio is covered in blood as if someone was trying to use it.
Looks like whatever broke in here could have either been hikers who got lost to break into a building to get to safety, or whatever we're dealing with has
Something must have broken in. There's no way that a human would have attacked a ranger and then simply left. Of course,
I
it is
think-
possible that the ranger broke his way in.
True.
Why would he need to break his way in? Warden asks.
He follows his rules, doesn't he?
I mean, he would
I'm
have a
not
key,
sure.
right? Liam says.
Unless he was separated from it, but I don't know how. Unfortunately, that's far too much of an assumption for me to confidently say.
I believe, perhaps, whatever we're dealing with here has learned how to use.
Or more
Or at
accurately,
least he's
how to
learned how to
break
break
them
down doors.
Yeah. Time is it?
It's about 1 in the afternoon, 1:30ish.
Oh, dear.
We should have time to make ourselves to the camp down south.
Well,
Unless
we've got
we
two
want to continue
choices.
this.
We can go to the Brookside camp, or we can follow the trail 1 down to the Firewatch Tower.
How valuable do you think going to the Firewatch Tower would be?
Liam shrugs. Get a lay of the land. But I don't see any fancy marks down that trail towards the tower, do you? He's sifting through the maps.
No,
I believe
don't.
I believe our fortune teller would have mentioned if there was anything useful down there. Other than a lay of the land, of course.
So we cut across on the little trail that takes us to Brookside Camp. Stop there for the night.
Suppose so.
That seems like the best idea.
Well, alright. Liam starts walking.
Polyon follows.
Gridwin will once again try to take point.
You guys continue walking, looking around, following the trail. There's not much of note. You actually pass a few friendly hikers who smile and wave at you as you guys pass by.
Normal hikers in this situation?
Yep. People still hike out here, apparently.
That's the most suspicious thing we've seen all day. Besides the
Here,
trail
as
flooding
they
the-
pass, you hear Judah go, "Maybe don't go to the ranger camp. It's probably fine."
Don't do that.
Probably fine.
Everything's probably fine,
It
right?
might not be.
You guys walk
great.
for like another 30 minutes and you just hear screaming in the distance.
God.
Like
Ah,
horrified
God, yeah.
screaming.
Oh, they found it.
Oh, we- oh,
I am amazed that the Rangers haven't shut the park down.
Honestly.
No kid.
Virginians.
They seem a little short-staffed, if you know what I mean, Warden says under her breath.
Shorter now.
Maybe all of them are tiny.
Indeed.
It's getting into the afternoon when you get to the point you can cross over towards the camp. You take the little trail that diverts from 1 towards 2. And as the sun is beginning to set, you slope downhill to find yourself facing a little cabin and a bunch of spots for tents. There's a set of bathrooms outside, some like those KOA styled bathrooms. And it's right on the edge of the river, so it's very pretty as the sun is starting to go down. The cabin seems intact. What would you
There's
guys
also
like to
a.
Go in the cabin,
Yeah,
I
let's
guess.
all go inside. This seems. Ugh.
Apollyon will check the logbook.
You walk inside, you see the guest book. The latest signatures, you see 4 star symbols with timestamps. You see an Oni mask. You see 4 stars as a signature, like 4 right next to each other. And then you see a couple random assorted names afterwards.
Oh wait, Did you say we see 4 stars as a signature?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there a 4-star academy member here?
Mm-hmm.
What was his name? And he should have been here. How old does it look?
The date is from a few days ago.
Okay, so then it's slightly recent. That's good to know.
The 4 singular star symbols that you see is dated from January.
Oh. Well.
And then the 4 stars together as a signature were from a few days ago, as well as the Oni mask. They're on the same date. And then the random assorted names afterwards are in the following few days.
Well, okay then.
About what time is it right now?
The sun is going down. I would say probably 6-ish.
All right.
You have a little bit of
Suppose
time
we'll-
to mingle around outside of the cabin if you would like.
Suppose we'll hold up here for the night and continue down trail.
Setting their packs down, the cabin is kind of small. There's some bunks inside, a couple couches, a kind of rough camping kitchenette area. Liam and Minerva are pacing around outside looking at the tent spots. It seems that one of them was just occupied recently. The stakes are still fresh where they had it dug into the earth. Would anybody else like to look around the area?
Yeah, sure. I'll roll perception check for that.
Yeah, Proto will give a little look around.
I got a 17.
Brian, with a 17, you and Amani are standing and admiring the scenery. You're looking down as the land continues to slope downward and goes right up to the beautiful river beneath you, and it's like 100-120 feet to the other side. And you actually see a deer standing on the other edge of the side drinking some water.
Cool.
And it's nice and it's peaceful for a moment.
Man, that's not going so long, is it?
Apollyon with a 12.
Mm-hmm.
You see another camper approaching on the trail. They give you a friendly wave and gesture to one of the tent spots. Mind if I take this over? He says, scratching at his long, wiry beard. He looks
All
weary
yours.
from the day's travel.
Yeah, he says, all yours.
He proceeds to set his pack down, get his stuff out, and start setting up a tent in one of the tent camping spots. So anybody else looking? Pridwin rolled a 15?
Yep.
With 15. Let me see. What are you looking for?
He's kind of just generally surveying the grounds, looking for more potential clues to any activity from any of the people that we've been looking for, maybe any suspicious stuff.
You do see something.
Great.
A little ways down the trail. Off the trail about 5-6 feet. You were thinking of the badge, and it's a sort of metallic glint that catches your attention, but this one's a darker color. It's not very big. You just catch it in the fading sunlight.
He'll go over and pick it up.
It's about 5 feet off the trail. You and Lunala look at each other and kind of figure out how to lean while one supports the other, and you manage to scrabble it up in your fingers. It looks to be a recording device.
Which is
Oh,
the
fuck.
The tail end of the recording device is attached to a chain which has been ripped off of something. There are hints of blood on the end of the chain, and the entire back of the recording device is graffitied with stickers.
That is not good.
I think we found the anomalous recording device.
Pridwin is going to try and turn it on and see if there's a recording on there.
You turn it on. It immediately flashes a low power sign at you and turns off.
Oh, that's Pridwin's just going to try and charge it.
So you take it back to the cabin and ask Liam, and he pulls out a little, one of those little like bricks, and plugs it in so it starts charging.
I mean, I guess that works too.
You guys are kind of chilling. The guy who is setting up camp politely makes his way into the cabin and starts cooking up some dinner. Asks you guys how long you've been on the trail, looking you up and down. You all do look very odd to him. You're not really in hiking gear.
Only about less than a day. We started up at A camp.
Right. You guys looked kind of new. You on a school trip or something?
You could say that.
He finishes cooking and gets his little ration that he's heated up and sits down at one of the picnic tables outside and says, "So, where you guys headed?"
We're actually planning on making our way down towards Thurmond.
Oh? Cute little town. Not a lot of people. Hope you weren't hoping to get supplies there. They're running pretty low right now.
We are pretty stocked up. We were just hoping to get a look at the town.
Yeah, that's usually the tourist draw. People like to stop in and see old history. He finishes his meal and walks back to his tent, pulling out a book. Well, I won't be a bother. And he crawls inside.
We won't be either.
Is there anything you guys would like to do?
Pridwin's probably just going to be keeping an eye on this recording device, trying to make sure, or trying to wait for it to charge enough for him to activate.
It's taking a little while to do. You guys kind of huddle into the cabin as the sun begins to go down and start making yourselves some meals. Brian, are you still watching the deer?
No, I went inside the cabin with the rest of the party.
Okay. You go inside the cabin and start eating with everybody else? Are you guys going to begin locking the place down, or are you watching the sunset?
I'm gonna start locking it down.
Yeah,
I've
I
already
think we're
begun
probably not
locking it
gonna.
down.
Shit, I'm out.
Honestly, got the camcorder set up, like, on the thing, watching everybody eat, and just, like, quickly shutting all the fucking curtains.
Everybody's just battening down the fucking hatches.
Yeah, the guy gives you a kind of funny look as you're doing this, like, from his tent, which is unzipped, and he's, like, casually reading out of.
We're just trying to follow the rules.
Good on ya. Good rules to live by, he says.
He'll be dead by morning.
Probably.
Don't say that. That's fucked
Gordon
up.
says.
Dead by
You're not wrong, but
daylight, if
shh.
you
Dead
will.
by daylight, you say?
Oh, good Christ.
You,
No.
As the sun...
you guys broke Faye. You broke her. She's broken.
As the sun sets and darkness swims inward, you see a glow from the tent, a warm lantern light, and the man is bundled up and happily comfortable in his tent. And you guys have some little lights, lanterns lit throughout the cabin, and you're sitting there. What are you guys doing besides just waiting for the recorder to come back on?
So,
Brian's gonna make a perception check. Is there anything in this cabin worth noting?
It's
Let's
a
put,
very
yeah,
casual cabin. There's not a whole lot to note in here at the moment.
That's good. I rolled a 3, so I wouldn't have found much.
Yeah, with a 3, no. You're very focused on this ration. You're thinking about the
Very
deer that
tasty.
was across the river.
honestly, I'm
That
surprised that
was a shit
deer didn't stand up on its own 2 legs.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Honestly, that's probably what would have happened if I kept staring at it.
Yeah,
I
probably.
just kept looking at it. It stares up and just stares at me, and I'm like, oh, no.
This is actually what I
No,
was gonna
thank
do,
you.
but you stopped watching it.
Fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. Evil DM.
It takes off its hooves like the deer from Adventure Time.
That's exactly what it was!
God,
I knew it!
no. Oh, Lord.
So, as you're sitting there, and kind of in silence, not really doing much, there's a beep as the recorder comes back online.
There we go.
You notice, as you're looking at it, there appear to be 4 logs. The first log is dated 3/28/2023. I'm pretty sure it was 27 actually is the first date. 3/27/2023.
Predwin will hit play.
You hit play. You hear an unfamiliar voice. It is masculine. It's a voicemail. Hey honey, just wanted to give you a call, like we always do before missions. Wanted to tell you I love you, the boys love you, and I'm sure you'll be back real soon. It seems distorted at this point, and interrupts itself. There's another recorded over top of this one. You hear the same masculine voice, but this time it's just whispers. Incessant whispers from the voice.
Like, just...
In the distance.
Hmm.
They sound far away. You hear, listening very carefully, what sounds like heavy breathing from somebody who's holding the recorder.
And those are the only 2 recordings?
That's the first recording.
Oh.
There are 4.
Hmm. Okay, you'll hit play on the second one.
The second recording was also made on 3/27/23.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Sorry, I had to get it from fucking Dylan. Do you want to read it?
Yes.
Good.
Log number 1. Day 1. We have discovered an anomalous recording device within our cabin. It shares an exact resemblance to my partner's personal recorder, down to the personal effects. It shares one difference, however. The recording's available. It appears to copy whatever is recorded on the original device, but different. The first recording, a voicemail from my partner's father, starts normal, but changes to a separate recording. Their father sounds more concerned. I shall keep an eye on this device when possible. Await further updates.
Predwin will play the next.
You play the third recording. You go to play the third recording and you notice something weird about the date. The date seems to be glitching. Do you want to read the third recording?
Mm-hmm. Begin log. This is Katana speaking. We broke the rules and went off trail. We discovered an anomaly, the one I spoke of in my journal. It appears the anomaly reacts when touched, enacting some kind of transposition. Upon touching the anomaly, we were sent to woods. After surveying the area, my partner was injured. After some walking, tower. Walking up the stairs to it would reactively transport me down to the bottom, so I brought it to me instead. After investigating the wreckage, post. It's a beautiful day in the Rocky. However, the tower itself appears to have been transported to this place as well. Location unknown. Await further details.
There's a final recording. The date is also glitching. Do you play it?
Yeah, probably.
Prisoner's log. My partner, no names, has handcuffed himself to me. Thinks it'll keep us safe. So when you find two arms cuffed at the wrist and nothing else... Seriously, something isn't right about this place. I say that a lot, sure, but this is different. You can feel it deep in your bones. Like, the forest here is living, breathing entity, and I'm just a parasite crawling around beneath the branches. I know I'm not supposed to be using this so we can keep track of the anomalies, but someone needs to hear this. So you'll have to serve as a diary just for today. Well, here goes. Dad, I met someone. No, not like that. It's just, I've always tried to be like you. They're present, and that's just it. I'm everyone's friend. But I've never really had somebody get me like this, you know? Like, he just wants to be the strongest. Strong enough to do what's right. I think I finally found them. Someone I actually want to have as a partner. Exclusively. Someone to fight at my side, talk about girls with, even if he does have shit taste. I'm kidding. Secretly, I have every album of hers downloaded on my phone. For a moment, you hear music start to play, and you hear her whispering the words in time perfectly with the video as you hear a crowd roaring in the background. The one, the only, Yukaro Ino! Ah! She hums a few bars of the song, giggling for just a moment, and then the music fades, replaced with a long, shaky breath. Well, that's enough secrets for one day. Too many, and you might start thinking I actually care about you. Gotta protect my image as a badass 4-star of the Colorado branch, right? So, Dad, boys, and Maze, you eavesdropping bastard. If something happens, and this is the last time you hear my voice, just remember. You are brave, you're strong, you're important, but most importantly, you were loved. This is Caden, signing off. In Prisoner's Log. 0257. March 30th, 2030.
That hurt my soul.
Oh.
That hurt
For
my
a
soul.
moment, I thought that hurt your soul so much you had to leave.
No, I had to leave because I wasn't. It wasn't hearing my voice.
Good lord.
But damn, that hurt my soul.
Pridwin's going to say more questions. There's blood on this recorder, but I have no idea. It doesn't seem to be much.
They may still be out there. Well, whenever they are.
Possibly. I don't want to be too optimistic, but that does seem to be the case.
Not to cause even more pains and headaches. But how did she know it was 2030?
I have no clue. Perhaps. Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if this isn't even a time thing. I'm beginning to wonder if this is less about time and more about timeline.
Could very well be.
A lot of these, I mean, even in one of the recordings, it notes that there's variations to older recordings, almost as if it's not from the same timeline. Like a parallel one. Honestly, I think I may have a extremely insane theory.
I think I'm having an existential crisis.
That too.
I think I'm having a midlife crisis.
You're not even in midlife.
I'm
He
aware.
might be, you don't know that.
You don't know
I
his
don't know
age.
how long pirates live.
Pirates do
Maybe
not
at the
live
end of
long.
his life, you don't know. He already said his name.
I'm having an end-life
Same with
crisis.
you. Same with you, Horns. You can. You never know.
There is a weird static sensation all of a sudden as you guys are having this conversation. You feel your hair beginning to stand on end. There's a buzzing sound and a static pop. And you hear a scream of terror outside and thudding footsteps. And then the windows begin to glow with light from outside.
What in the world?
What the fuck?
And this is the moment we all die.
Is this after
There's so many
sunset?
things
Yes.
with names.
Fucking shit. Okay.
And this is when we knew we fucked up.
Oh no.
There
I
was a
don't want to
hiker that
break
came
the
down here.
rules. I don't want to break them.
Fuck.
Nobody's curious
Well-
about that glow, Liam says, standing up.
I'm
very
exceedingly curious, but the thing
very
is, we're not
curious, but I
supposed to
choose
look
life.
out there.
But there's light. Light is safe, right?
Light is not necessarily safe.
Being
It said
safe.
stay
Not
inside
after
and
sundown, trust nothing.
it said stay inside and keep the keep a fire. It didn't say anything about light necessarily.
So if it
Would you
didn't
like
say
me to
anything
light
about
the
it, it might be
fire?
fine, right?
I
Oh.
will see you all in
I
2030.
need- Hold on. Who was present?
You all
I
are
got
gonna
a, I
see
got a
guys.
brain. Who was present? I need Pridwin and Apollyon to make a memory check.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, natural 20. Oh.
God damn.
That's all you need. Fuck it. You don't even have to roll.
18.
Apollyon, natural 20. It is
Uh-huh.
not so much the sight as the smell that you are getting wafting in from outside.
Uh-huh.
The flickering yellow glow and the smell of food cooking.
What the fuck?
Oh.
You also hear from outside a fluttering of wings and a buzzing sound.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Mothman?
Mothman.
He's looking out the window.
Run to
Mothman?
the window and look
Midnight
outside,
snack.
and just outside the window, superimposed through the trees, a corner on the trail, is a Waffle House.
No.
What the fuck?
No.
Oh,
I-
hell no.
I had
And fluttering down, landing in front of the door, smoothing his antenna back, fluttering his wings, and pulling a bouquet of flowers from somewhere is Mothman as he
I want to marry Mothman.
flutters his wings a bit, straightens himself, and pushes the door open and goes inside.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh my god.
Mothman?
I want to leave. I want to leave so bad.
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Mothman! There's no need to
You
feel
guys
down,
are-
I said Mothman!
Mothman.
You guys are not as surprised as I thought you would be.
Anna's like having an existential crisis. She has no idea what's happening.
Oh my god, he's back!
Apollyon is immediately prostrating himself.
What does that even mean? You guys are still in the cabin, by the way. Like, he hasn't even noticed you guys. Like, he's inside of the Waffle House at this point.
He's
Oh
walking
my
outside
God.
to the Waffle House.
We need to go.
Wait, should he wait a second, hold on a second. Should I?
No.
Did you what?
No.
Go outside to the Waffle House.
Not trusted.
Listen, I know, but I need it.
Not needed.
Limited menu.
Not the limited menu.
I just want you guys to know,
Brian is the voice of reason.
you putting that text down is the reason this happened.
Oh my fucking god! No!
This is your fault!
Holy shit, Pridwin summoned a Waffle House!
Well, it should be safe around Mothman.
I mean,
I'm-
yeah, there is Mothman. He is our best
You
friend,
suddenly
so we
hear
should
a-
be fine.
Yeah.
Outside, you hear, "Hey, how am I supposed to sell you anything if you're keeping the door locked like this?"
Apollion's opening the door.
You open the door and you see a
Fucking
familiar face
Brian's gonna-
standing there.
Brian's gonna fucking hide in the corner.
All of the problems of my existential crisis have been solved.
Hey, it's nice to
Brian's
see
gonna
you!
find a closet and go in it.
Dude,
Brian, everything is fine. Mothman is our friend.
Hey,
And so is Raccoon Man.
how's the
Broken.
raccoon doing? Is the armor holding up alright? I can get you another one!
I don't believe that'll be necessary. He's alive and well.
Look, I gotta try and take the sales where I sees them, you know? I gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta make the money. My ex-wife, she's taking all of the money for the kids.
Brian's gonna go hide in the fucking closet. He doesn't trust anything.
I
As
get
far
paid
as he
actual
cares.
money now. I can buy things.
I have a salary.
Okay.
Supposedly.
No, the raccoon
God.
man's at the door.
Oh, raccoon man. Never mind. Different man. Different
Yeah.
one.
Raccoon Man at
He,
the door?
he tips
Yeah.
his hat to
Man.
you.
Oh my god.
Do you have any cats?
He opens
Brian,
his
you get
trench
another
coat,
possum.
tosses a squirrel over his shoulder, reaches into a pocket, pulls out a turtle, shakes his head, shoves it back in. He opens the other side of the trench coat, grabs something by the tail, thinks it's a cat, pulls it out. It's definitely a lemur. Shakes his head, shoves it back in the pocket. I gotta get. Hold on. Wait a minute. I got you. Hold on. I think my cousin has some cats in stock. Give me just a second. He walks away, pulls a phone out of his pocket, and goes, "Hey, I need a favor. I got a sale for you." He literally starts like
I love
yelling into. He's like got the phone on speakerphone, and he's like yelling into it like it's not on speakerphone.
Dear God.
Brian's just in the closet, just in the fetal position, shaking back and forth. Like,
This went from the worst day ever to the best day of my whole fucking life.
I have a picture of him somewhere. Anyway, yeah. So this is happening.
Yes.
What are you
I
guys
would
doing?
like a cat. I will give you my last month's salary.
Faye wants to go and hug the guy. She wants
I think we should probably convene in the Waffle House.
Agreed. Oh. Is the hiker
so
still there? Is
you-
he just watching?
No, the hiker ran off in terror. Oh, that went into the wrong folder. But so you're standing there having a conversation,
No
when all of
way.
a sudden, around the corner, you see this man walk up in a trench coat. He reaches a hand
Oh my God.
into his pocket and he goes, "I heard something about a cat." And he opens
I
his
want-
trench coat and there's just like 20 cats in different pockets, half
fucking
asleep.
god.
One of them's got
I
a
want the
banana
one-
hat on.
I want the banana one.
I love the evil shadow cat at the very bottom.
Oh yeah, I did see him. I want that one. I want the evil shadow cat.
It's Apollyon's brother!
You want? So hold on. You said, do you want the banana? I get you a good deal on the banana. You know, it's a hat. It comes off. You can just put the hat on any cat you want.
You put the evil cat in the banana suit!
I can do
I'll have
that.
them
I can
both.
do that for you. Give me just a second. He like turns around. You hear like cats screaming and like wailing as like there's tearing and scratching sounds. And he turns back around. He's wearing like, you know, the veterinarian mittens they use to deal with cats. Like,
Yeah.
he's got those on, and he's holding a cat by the scruff. It's the black cat, like, dripping with shadow, but it's got the banana hat on its head.
Does he
Yes.
have the cat waffle press?
This is the most magical day of my life.
You want merchandise? I got merchandise. Hold on. He sets his pack down, opens the backpack, starts rifling through it. He pulls out a cat water bottle, shakes his head, tosses it, reaches in, pulls out the cat paw slippers, shakes his head, tosses those aside. You said waffles? Hold on. I got a toaster in here somewhere. He pulls out the cat toaster that makes like the little cat imprint.
Make the freaking toaster.
I'm naming this cat Evil Larry.
No!
Yes.
It's him.
You buy
It's
the
evil
cat.
Larry.
It's gonna be 150. Take
He's
it
just
or
gonna
leave
hand
it.
him. He's just gonna hand him his whole paycheck.
That's okay. I don't think you can count, but I am not gonna complain, my good sir. And he pockets the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
What in the world?
He takes the
Best
cat.
day.
You now have a cat in a banana hat, which is a lot less angry now that you are holding it and not this man.
I'm scared for the fact that you just had that image unlock.
I've been saving it.
You were just prepared. She was prepared for the cat dealer.
I was, in fact, prepared because you guys are psychotic.
Look, man, I'm not
psychotic,
the
I
one
would say
who birthed
special.
these creatures into existence.
I love it.
You made this
Love it.
choice.
Oh my god. And then
You
Apollyon's
put
gonna
this
walk
evil
straight to
into
the Waffle House.
world.
I enforce
You
it's the fucking
guys,
merchant from Resident Evil 3. God damn it.
So you have
You
like
guys open, like, the door to the Waffle House as you're approaching it, and you see... Do I still have the picture of her? I feel like I shouldn't even have to post the picture. Waffle House Wendy is in there.
Oh yes.
Her long blonde hair pulled back, and she's leaning against the counter, batting her eyelashes, as Mothman pulls the bouquet of flowers out and kind of does this long gestured bow, flapping his wings as if they were coattails, and bows and hands her the flowers, and she turns red and takes them.
Faye
Oh
wants to
my
run
god.
up in between them, sit on the floor, and beg them to adopt her.
Mothman, like, looks down, like, they're, like, very close to each other's faces, and then he looks down, and there's just Faye on the floor. Mothman blinks several times, his antenna twitching. He buzzes.
Apologies, I hope we weren't interrupting anything.
I'm so happy to see all of you guys.
It's you guys. Haley leans up a little bit. Well, take a seat, and I'll get to you when I can.
Apollyon takes a seat.
We are in no rush.
As you sit down, you see a familiar figure approaching from the woods outside.
Oh.
My god.
Who is it?
Everything's going so good. I'm so scared it's gonna go bad.
That's why Brian's still in the
Hey.
cabin. He's just like, nope.
This Waffle House here is like a bonfire in Dark Souls.
There is nothing bad that can happen inside the Waffle House. Outside, fucking absolutely, yeah.
Abject
But
horror.
inside.
You see these two figures approaching.
Oh. Oh, great.
Oh, it's them.
Holy shit, no!
What the fuck
Ah,
is happening?
why?
There's blood dripping from the fresh antlers. Brian, you recognize the deer that was standing by the side of the river drinking momentarily by the way its antlers are. It is now walking, and its head is more skull than fur.
Did you happen to
Brian's gonna
kill...
find the nearest closet and just go inside, and you hear a
There
scream.
is a
Back
bathroom
outside.
if
You
you
know,
would
that'll
like to
work.
go in there.
That'll work.
The
You wouldn't
witch,
happen to have just eaten the hiker that was just here, right?
Probably.
the creature with the deer head turns and looks at you, and you see a long, wiry tongue lick the blood from its lips. It doesn't say anything.
Oh,
It holds the
no,
door for
no.
the witch, who bows her head gracefully and steps inside, and makes her way to the counter and sits down and picks a menu up. The
That can happen in a Waffle House.
antlered creature walks in and takes a corner booth seat.
Waffle House
It
is
is
not safe.
surprising seeing this place again.
Who are you saying this to?
Just kind of generally to everybody.
Agreed, Lunala says. As soon as Lunala speaks, the woman at the bar stops, lowers the menu, and glances over her shoulder in your general direction.
Pridwin's gonna slowly look over to her.
Oh, it's the other one.
The other one. What the hell?
She turns bemused and rests her chin on her hands. I still see you're using that awful soul protect. Haven't learned how to use your powers yet, have you, dear? Lunala, turning a dark shade of purple, steps behind you, Pridwin. Embarrassed.
There hasn't exactly been a time to practice magic.
There's always time to practice magic. She turns back and orders something on the menu from Haley, who happily starts cooking again. This time, Mothman, rather than sitting in the corner by the lamp, is actually behind the counter assisting Haley in cooking, and you were rather impressed with how good Mothman is at making eggs.
Wow.
I seriously just want him to adopt me. Just be my dad, please. Peace.
You hear Mothman buzzing, and he turns to look at you and holds up his hands in like, oh, hold on, kind of way. He gestures at Haley, still buzzing nonsensically, points at her hand, shrugs, goes back to cooking eggs.
That wasn't a no.
The creature with the deer head in the corner rattles. Haley walks over, fills a mug of coffee, sets it down in front of the creature, walks back.
Is he a bad guy? Or
Everyone here
Or
is
is-
chill.
is he just... That's what I was saying. I was like, or does he just look fucked up? Because I think we could maybe be friends.
We already are friends. You're just new to the party.
You hear a voice from behind you. In the booth directly behind you, Faye, the squirrel dealer has sat down and he says, "You like the fucked up ones? I can get you something with antlers if you're really crazy about it." He starts digging through his pockets again.
Oh god.
You're so great. Holy shit.
So, what brings the Waffle House here?
Great question, the witch at the counter says. It's not often it shows. I come to get a bite when I can, just to hear the gossip.
Oh, well, we got
Does
gossip for
anybody
you.
remember her name or who she is?
Oh
Shit.
god.
Check my notes.
Fuck would I know, man.
I think I know. Hold on, I have to check through everything. Hold on. It is... One moment. Where is it? I have a lot of names. Hold on. I'm getting close. I can taste it. Fuck.
Oh god. I don't even think I have her written down. Hang
They
on, was
wouldn't
she
know,
the
right?
one that got... I know one of the witches got kidnapped by the pack.
It was not
Okay.
her.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that would be
Okay.
her, because that would be,
No,
I
that was
found-
a low tier witch. This is a very high tier witch.
I found the part of my list from specifically Waffle House. Is it Castor?
Correct. Do you
Yes.
remember who she is?
No.
I remember her being like a major neutral witch, like not very invested in the politics that we're currently in.
Second question, has Apollyon tried to fuck Castor?
Great
Probably.
question. Probably.
On roll a dice.
Roll
Yeah,
up!
yeah, rolling.
Roll a memory check?
Just
That is a
roll a high or
13.
low.
Apollyon, not only have you tried, you have succeeded. And
Oh
as
my
she
Oh, yeah.
realizes,
Oh, yeah.
kind of looking through the group who you are, she turns and leans back against the bar and smiles at you. Well, odd seeing you here.
This is quite the place we're here. I mean, that's not what I meant to say.
She grins.
Oh god.
Oh, but it looks like you're flustered. And your allegiances lie with someone else.
My allegiances are nowhere.
Then what's this
They're everywhere. What do
chain
you
that I
mean?
see? She drifts her fingers in the air, almost like she's touching something. Tracing her fingers on it, you feel almost a soft tugging at your neck, even though you see nothing there.
A necessity.
You're leashed. Burdens owned by someone else. And I prefer my playthings devoted. She
Oh, damn.
turns, grabs the
Not called the
coffee off
plaything.
of the counter and takes a sip of it, grinning over the rim.
So wait, are we allowed to say names in here?
Yes, this is a neutral zone.
Okay. Apollyon,
This
how's it feel to get
place
called a
is-
plaything? I think that's pretty funny.
You could have said my name anyway. It's not like you didn't already say my name.
Hey, I'm trying to not do that shit again.
Well,
Also,
anyway.
there is another person approaching. You can continue conversation, but Pridwin is the only one who's going to recognize this person. Well, Apollyon would too. I gotta find their picture.
So, we're dealing with quite the shit show down here in West Virginia. Ever heard of some sort of temporal anomaly that controls forests?
That's when I think of Johnny Pop. That weird?
Mothman, you've been around here a while. You've dealt with temporal anomalies like this before?
Mothman buzzes at you. Nodding.
Huh. And how would you deal with it?
Pridwin, as you are listening to this conversation, you feel a chill run down your spine. The rest of the party getting the same
Is that who I think it
effects.
is?
Oh, motherfucker.
I recognize this person too.
Wow,
Wait, is Ramon here?
everyone's so
Their
naked in the open.
wings drifting outward for a moment and then fluttering down on either
Oh,
side
God.
of them. They step forward and one of the tentacles reaches and moves the door aside and they drift inward, almost floating more than stepping. Pridwin,
Right,
your
take that.
boss from the Iota Draconis has just stepped into the Waffle House.
Oh boy.
She walks forward, not seeming to notice you, and takes a seat beside Castor. Apollyon! Yes, you do recognize her almost immediately, and it makes you very nervous.
Yeah.
She is on the level somewhere near where you were,
Mm-hmm.
as far as power levels go in the demon rankings. However, she is a neutral. She does not give a damn about demonic politics. That is why she helped the other two parties form the Iota Draconis.
Here you go. Fancy seeing you here. Is Ramon anywhere, by chance?
You mean Rimmon? She doesn't look at you.
Yes.
Occupied.
Yes. Oh, okay. What have you been up to lately? Dealt with any temporal anomalies at all?
Not even a greeting for one of your nemesises.
Nemesis is a strong word.
Is it? Castor says into her mug.
I'm nobody's enemy, except for Mephisto.
And the Rhizostoma. We miss you at the bar, dear.
It is good seeing you again, but unfortunately I had other matters I needed to attend to.
You know, you always have a place if you get tired of the dreary humdrum fight style that the Academy offers. Don't let Leander sway you too much.
I will certainly keep that in mind.
Well, how is everyone doing?
The random assortment of people in the Waffle House glance at you.
No, we can all have a friendly conversation. It's the Waffle House, isn't it?
This is a neutral ground, yes, Nimue says. Well,
So,
you want to talk, demon.
well, I had a quick question. Since we're all here, and, we have all of you very storied veterans here as well, how would you guys go about dealing with a temporal anomaly in the woods?
You don't.
Then how about finding people that are victims of the anomaly?
Now that's doable, Castor says, tearing into the bacon and eggs she's just been handed. One simply has to know how to navigate in such an environment. You hear Mothman buzzing in agreement. For instance,
Navigate.
Castor gestures to the area around them. What do you think this is?
Fair point.
A cross-dimensional space that exists in one place for a moment and then remanifests in another.
Interesting.
So, the forest is an extra dimensional space.
Not entirely. The forest's properties are ever fluctuating. Think of them like doors that never stay in the same place. Happen to be in the wrong area at the wrong time, and you might end up somewhere you don't want to be, or vice versa. Happen to find the right area at the right time and cut a trip down to nothing. The problem is understanding and determining where these are. It's not easily done.
And how would one go about detecting and navigating an anomaly?
She shrugs. Well, if you're lucky, you're born with it. Right, dear. Mothman buzzes. But for those of us that weren't born with the traits, it depends. Most of us can't control it, we just take advantage when we can.
Ride the wave, as it were.
As it were.
Hmm.
Nice.
If we were to, let's say, attempt to hunt down an anomaly that absorbed a few people we know of and took them to the year 2030, how would we go about that?
She smirks a little, looking at her plate. You get lucky. Some anomalies simply move you spatially. Some move you through time. I'm sorry to tell you that there's not many people who can tell the difference.
And he can. Pointing to
Mothman
Mothman.
buzzes.
Would it be possible for us to enlist your services? He's looking over to Mothman.
Mothman's antenna lie flat back against his head and he makes a face at you.
I wouldn't want to ask too much. It's simply a question.
He flutters his wings anxiously and glances at Haley. He looks at you reluctantly and kind of gives you a shrug.
For a prize?
He buzzes out a question to you that you do not understand.
Do we have an interpreter?
Can Brian roll for interpretation?
Do you speak moth?
Fucking, I can guess it.
Could I try to read, interpret?
The neutral space, why not, right?
Was there any sort of gesticulation, or was
Yeah,
it
he
just
moved
him?
his arms a little bit, kind of gesturing his hands in question.
Was that in response to the "for the right price" remark, or?
No, it was before that.
Okay. Are you asking me why we would need your help?
He nods.
Well, several members of our organization have gone missing out in the forest, and we believe that they've become trapped in this web of anomaly.
You hear a throaty, rattling laugh come from the creature in the corner booth.
The weird guy with horns, or?
No.
I want Faye to go sit with him so bad. I wanted to tell him too much.
You hear a voice come out of the creature's mouth that you recognize, Pridwin.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that.
Look, if we just keep walking, we'll eventually make our way out of it, right? Great. Another female voice.
You ran into them.
The creature laughs again. You see its sharp teeth protruding from the bottom of the deer skull as it does, dripping with the fresh blood.
Fucking ate them. Not to be presumptuous.
Rusky, eating
fucking
people's
ate
not
them.
very good. It's not very good to eat the people. But also, did they taste good? Cause I'm just curious.
Are you asking that out loud?
Yes.
It turns its head slowly until its eye sockets look in your direction. It begins to cough coughing violently until it retches something up that shoots out of its mouth and hits the floor, bounces a little ways, and then skitters. It's shiny and it's covered in blood.
Oh.
Oh, did you eat one of the guys? It's another shiny thing.
Huh.
It is
Weird.
a shiny thing covered in blood.
Can I go get it?
You walk towards it and reach down to pick it up, and you find yourself holding a pendant on a chain. The pendant is a strange triangle symbol.
We've seen this before.
You wouldn't have happened to eaten the person holding the pendant, would you?
Or did you just eat the
Creature
pendant?
lets out another rattling laugh.
I think that's a resounding yes.
Were they alive or
Why do
dead?
you only giggle? That's so fucking weird.
You hear
gonna
a
go sit
voice
with
come
him.
out of the creature's mouth. No! Leave them alone! It's masculine. Fridwin, you recognize the
Oh,
mid-voice as well.
Oh. And what's the voice?
You heard them last night. In the fog.
Oh.
Mhm.
Oh, so this thing's there in the fog.
I think I need to step away. Predwin's going to get
Faye's
up
gonna
and
go
he's
sit by
gonna-
the thing.
You
She gonna go
step
sit with
up
him.
and walk out, Blue Nala going with you. Faye moves over by the creature, looking it up and down. Its empty eye sockets are looking at you. It licks its
It's
lips,
kinda
but
weird.
does nothing else.
She's gonna poke it.
The creature
Be careful.
simply looks at you, takes another sip of its coffee. It lets out a hiss of steam out of two of the nose holes in the bone.
That's dope.
I wouldn't get too close to
Faye's
him
gonna
if I were you,
get fucking
Caster
murdered.
says.
He's okay.
It ate 2 people. Why do you
Well-
think it's okay to be near it? What the? Okay.
Apollyon's gonna step up and pull Faye away.
You do that. The creature watches you with its hollow eyes.
We are
Fridwin,
in a
you-
neutral ground.
You step outside
Mhm.
into the fresh air. And you see somebody standing at the edge of the light.
Oh.
Roll me a memory check.
19?
You see this woman.
Oh boy.
You've seen her picture before.
Mhm.
She's standing there, a horror-stricken, distrusting look on her face.
Glasses.
She is staring almost 1,000-yard stare, like she doesn't even see you, like she's not sure if you're real.
He's going to slowly step forward, just one step to see if she reacts.
Seeing the motion, her head snaps in your direction, her eyes wide. Don't come any
I-
closer. You
am
recognize
s-
the voice from a video you watched.
Mm-hmm.
She still has the rope tied around her midsection.
I am standing still.
She's turned half and half, like she might turn and run into the woods away from you, or towards you, like a wild animal caught in headlights.
You were on the recording, trying to experiment with the anomalies.
You're real.
Indeed, I am.
You found the PDA?
Yes.
Did you find her? Did you find Inky?
I have not found anyone else yet. You're the first person I found.
You see her drop to her knees at the edge of the light and begin to sob.
Pridwin is going to try to approach again.
You approach the edge of the parking lot, just on the edge of the light where she is. She is still crying, curled into a ball. You can see she's gripping a red ribbon with gold along it in one hand. She has 3 stars plastered on her orange parka.
Look, it's okay. This is going to be an extremely long and complicated conversation, and I need you to be here for it.
She looks up at you, reaches towards you to try and touch you.
He will allow her to do so.
She grips your armor, and for a minute you hold your breath because you're sure claws are going to dig into the metal. But they don't. Her shaking, emaciated fingers tear at your armor so hard, holding onto you so tightly that she actually slices her fingers open on the edges of your metal.
Look, I have no idea what you've been through, but I think I know what's going on.
The stars
And I
aren't
think... What does that mean?
They aren't right. They should be trackable. They rotate in patterns. They don't change. The stars aren't right. She looks up, trying to see, but the glow from the Waffle House is keeping the sky from you.
There are a lot of things that are not right about this place, but I think I know what's going on, and I think I know how as many people as possible.
I don't know where they are. They left me. The rope was supposed to keep us connected. She was just gone.
Listen to me. The rest of my compatriots should be here soon. Is there anything I can do for you?
She looks up at you.
You with you? Hey, yo.
What?
No.
Not what I was going to say.
She looks up at you, tired and starving. It looks like the woman hasn't eaten in weeks.
Pridwin will procure a ration from his bag.
She takes it from you hesitantly and then tears it open and devours it like a wild animal. You can see dirt under her fingernails, all over her. She's a mess.
How long have you been trapped?
She shakes her head. When is it?
The current year is 2023.
We're back.
Look, I have a theory. And if it's correct, I think we might be able to fix things.
She looks at you confused.
The forest here, there's an anomaly that causes distortions of time and space. They are seemingly at random locations, random area. They seem to throw people back and forth across the two axes. I think if we can find one of these anomalies that can throw us backward before this, we might be able to prevent it.
She looks at you like that made 0 sense.
Look, you understand the concept of time travel, right?
I guess.
Hop into a box, go back in time, go forward in time.
Theoretically.
This is time travel without the box. There's no control over it. I can't claim to understand exactly why it's happening, but I know that it is. It's chaos. Waves of chaos, like an ocean. And we get caught up in it, and it throws us back and forth throughout that ocean. We might wash up somewhere completely different than where we jumped in. But that means that if one was to go backwards far enough, they could take an action that could change what happens in the future. At least I'm hoping that that is how it works. It's kind of a Hail Mary, but at this point, I believe that the situation at this point in time and the future is unsalvageable. But because time is something that isn't exactly concrete in this situation, there's not really a constraint in that regard. If that makes any sense at all.
Looks like she's trying to process what you're saying.
Look, to try and give you full transparency, the anomalies seem to only be a part of this problem. I think there are things that are using them to attack people, or at least benefiting off of them in some way. They're using the fact that people are getting lost and disoriented to benefit themselves. So if we can find a way to navigate, if we can find a way to rally those who've been displaced before they fall victim to these predators, we might be able to... The distortions will not be a fixable issue, but the actual threat will be. We can stop the monsters. We can't stop the tides of chaos. At least that is my working theory.
She struggles to her feet.
He'll help her up.
She leans against you weakly. You're gonna have to do that yourself. I don't
That's all
think
right.
there's much left of me to give.
You've given more than enough. We'll get you back to base camp, try and get you out of here.
She closes her eyes tiredly. I just want to go home.
We'll do our best.
Back inside the Waffle House, those of you not in conversation can see Pridwin is with a woman.
Yeah, Apollyon was gonna go out there and figure out what he's doing.
Apollyon, you go to walk out of the building and you feel yourself stopped by something.
Oh.
Like the jerk of a leash.
He
You
turns to see.
turn and glance back in the direction of the bar. Caster is sitting with her hand in the air, almost like she's gripping something. With her other hand, she sips some coffee. She has her back to you.
If you don't mind.
She glances over her shoulder, grinning to herself, and lets go. The sensation stops.
Apollyon liked that. Anyway, he's leaving.
You walk out the door to see Pridwin standing with this woman. What are the rest of you doing?
Ryan's just sitting in a booth, just looking at everyone.
By this point, Haley has brought you whatever you've ordered from the Waffle House menu. Or Mothman has, either one.
If it's Mothman, I say thank you. If it's Haley, I also say thank you, but less excitedly. Because it's Mothman, you know? Fucking love the Mothman.
You were impressed with how tactful Mothman is at carrying multiple plates on an arm.
Good job, Mothman.
T buzzes. Apollyon steps outside. Anna, what are you and Judah doing?
As she feels completely at unease, both because of the Waffle House in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains, and the fact that we are currently breaking several rules. She is sitting in the booth, staring into oblivion.
She's having an existential crisis.
As you do.
Judah is eating next to you, and she looks at you and kind of pats you on the shoulder and goes back to eating.
Emma gives an understanding nod and wishes she could eat the food, plate of food on her plate in front of her.
Apollyon, you step outside.
Oh.
I don't know if you watched the video on the PDA.
He did.
He did? Okay, you would recognize the woman then.
What the hell?
Indeed, Manola says.
I'll explain this again once everybody's back together.
Which we probably should get everyone back together.
I think we should all leave.
There is a static sensation that suddenly begins to rise in the air. Caster stops sipping her coffee at the bar, glances in the direction of those of you in the booth, and says, "Oh, you guys need to go," and grins.
Shit.
Oh.
Bye, everybody!
Bringing the waffles with me.
Faye's gonna wave at everybody. And just be so happy. And then leave.
Redacted scrambles, grabbing the last bites of food on their plate and sprinting for the door. You also see, surprisingly, Mothman scrambling, leans down, goes to kiss Haley on the forehead with his little antenna mandibles, and then runs around the corner and bolts out the door, fluttering his wings.
What the fuck?
Wait, do you think you can help us?
We need to move, you hear Judah shout. moving for the cabin.
Brian's already back in the cabin at this point. He's like, fuck that. I'm
Yeah,
teleporting.
Apollyon ran towards it.
As
We won't need his
He
help.
just rolled and stepped his ass back in there.
As you guys sprint to the cabin, running in, the last of you goes to close the door, and as your hair stands on end, the electric zapping, popping sound, the Waffle House glitching, folding in on itself, and what is left in the darkness is one figure, its horns glistening in the moonlight, standing where it was, its hollow eyes looking in your direction, before it turns and walks into the trees.
So, he's pretty high on my shit list so far, so we'll take care of him eventually.
Fucking creepy deer thing?
Yes.
At least,
Oh, thank God. I want to murder it. Gets me the fuck
at
out.
least
That's not
some of us
racism.
aren't chummy with a mass murderer.
He's a mass murder. Oops.
Allie, it's a deer
He
that
just
eats people.
Listen,
just
I
glares
thought
at
he
Faye.
might be
Well-
just like a little bit murdery. I don't judge.
In Faye's
That
defense,
means
she's
people.
kind of psychotic.
It is our duty
Yeah.
as members of the Academy to judge a little bit of murder.
Oh. Oops.
It's a deer that eats people.
So it's fine when we do it, you hear the woman
No,
beside you say
freaky.
tiredly.
Well,
What'd you say?
I wouldn't say that.
no.
She collapses out of your arms into one of the chairs in the cabin. Look, I can give you one piece of advice. If you want to try and get to where they're going, where they might have gone, you need to look for straight edges.
Unnatural geometry.
The forest doesn't make straight edges. And she passes out.
Like in the video. She said it in the video.
So,
Hmm.
I think I should probably explain to everyone what I know.
Yep.
Or at
Yeah,
least
that
what
would be
I
quite
think
nice.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Per the conversation, the brief conversation we had within the House of Waffles, there's anomalies here. That much we know for certain. Spatial and temporal by the looks of it. And they seem to be unpredictable. Like waves in the ocean. They buffet people around between time and space. Anyone unlucky enough to fall in one. But that alone wouldn't be the reason for all of these deaths. I'm sure that everybody knows exactly who the culprit of those might be.
Not this.
So, I believe our problem is twofold. However, only one of them has a solution. We cannot unbreak space-time. We are not. I don't believe anyone would be capable of that. However, it is my theory that that thing, and perhaps other creatures as well, might be using the opportunity that these anomalies offer to prey on the innocent people.
It would make
go out
sense.
Indeed. People go out into the woods, they get thrown out of time and space to a completely different location. This creature, or creatures, prey upon those people, and perhaps even use the anomalies themselves for navigation, in order to better evade capture. So, I have a theory. First of all, I believe almost everyone we sought out to save is currently dead. but I don't believe that that means that it is over. They might be dead in the here and now, but they are not necessarily dead before. So,
Don't they
My-
say time travel is a really bad idea? Liam says. Like, fucking with things in the past could have seriously crazy bad effects with things in the current.
the
theoretically
butterfly effect.
speaking, depending on the way that time works, it could have countless horrible consequences.
You
But
know what?
here's
If
the
it
way
ends
that I
up with
see
one of us not being born, hey, that's a problem for them. They don't have to deal with this shit anymore.
Here's the way that I see it. This problem is spreading. This creature is, or creatures, plural, are feasting. So much so that they have far outreached their original place of hunting. It's spreading into the nearby town. It's spreading into the forest further onward. It's turned this place into a death trap. And I'm worried that that may only continue to get worse. So, here are the possibilities. A, there is no way to fix this and we are doomed. B, we can go back in time and fix this, but it causes some other catastrophic event. C, time is a fixed thing. Past, present, and future are all fated to happen. Nothing can be changed. Whatever happens will happen. All of these outcomes lead to the same thing. If we do nothing, we are damned either way.
Liam raises his hand.
Yes.
Which option is the one where we don't do the time travel shit and we just murder the things that are using it to their advantage? Because that's the one I vote for.
There's one problem. There's still people that are missing that we need to save.
Assuming they're not dead.
Assuming they're not dead.
If we wanted to take the easy way out, we could simply hunt the beast down and slaughter it. And presumably, hopefully, if that was the only instance of this creature, our problem would be partially solved. However, we have a large list of bodies. A large list of innocent people who have fallen victim to this thing or are yet. So, here's the way I see it. We can either half-ass solve the problem from the most surface level, or we can go down to the root and hope to the gods that it will actually change any.
There's one problem. Paradoxes. If we go into the past to stop this from ever happening, what would bring us here in the first place to go back and stop it anyway?
I think
And
we're
that-
also forgetting the part where we can't control what direction we're sent through these anomalies. Also the fact that we have to find one, Judah adds.
Precisely.
Well, I feel like the
It's
finding part
chaos.
is the easy one.
Chaos unpredictable. However, the maps have noted several anomalies. I don't know if they're stationary or if they actually move and ebb and flow, the oceans of my analogy. However, they must have had at least some degree of confidence that these anomalies were permanent. At least permanent enough to mark them down on a map. Unfortunately, there are a lot of factors we don't have control over. We don't know where these are, we don't know how to tell they'll send us, and we don't know what the consequences of messing with them will be. The concern of paradox.
So we have two options then. One, we walk the trail until we see something that doesn't belong and see what happens when we mess with it. Or two, we see if we can hunt down that creature and deal with it and deal with the consequences of that being the only thing we do.
The
Honestly?
other concern, if you wish
I think
for
we
me
need to go to the source.
Precisely. My theory is perhaps these anomalies are a relatively recent event. As the Rangers have said, this number of disappearances is unusual. So I think there is a nexus event, a point where these anomalies first originated, which would also be the point where that creature would have began meddling with them and where all of these victims would have begun falling. If we can find that event, we can stop the creature and hopefully better safety-proof this series of anomalies. As for the question of how to deal with the paradox, allow me to offer you this. Remember the note that I left on the table?
Yeah.
Yes.
It is there, anchored in time. If we go back and we place an anchor, we could close the loop, so to say.
How?
If we could find a way to communicate that this is what needs to be done. I don't know if we talk to one of the Rangers and get them to put the mission out, or if we perhaps leave some sort of marker or indication. It's also entirely possible that this will simply cause a split in timelines, and we will simply have to live with the one where almost everyone dies.
Warden sits and groans, putting her head between her knees and gripping at her hair.
Unfortunately, there's way too many possibilities, and they're all extremely complicated. But to
I have an
keep it
idea.
as simple as possible. Go ahead.
Oh, apologies. I believe because of the fear of paradoxes, you were onto something with creating an anchor, and I believe we may not be able to save all of those who've died now, but I believe that the loop, the anomaly can be stopped probably in the future. If it goes that far ahead, then clearly that's a part of it.
Possibly. I think that the past is our best bet. I am not saying that it will undo everything and save everyone. It's entirely possible that some things simply occur too early for us to stop. However, if we can go back, if we can change things, and if we can make it stick, it would be the best possible outcome. We can account for the
A mini version of
paradoxes.
Back to the Future.
Indeed.
We could also just... Because clearly there's a system in place. A system that goes through most of time. And so far the furthest we've known is 2030. We could go between anomalies and try to navigate through them. Clearly on the other side there must be a way to progress further into them.
It's really the only option we have at this point, is trying it until something works, or don't do it at all. That's really it when you break it down to the bare things we have here, Judah says.
Indeed.
Either we go, we fuck with the anomalies and we face the consequences, or we pack up, we turn around, and we leave. So what are we waiting for? She stands up.
We know what's doing the killing. We could always take care of that, so I guess we can go hunting for an anomaly.
Indeed. I think our best bet is to try and chase it into the nexus point. If we kill its first instance, then presumably that would have a domino effect that would end its killings in the future.
That could work.
Okay.
Again, it's
Okay, we
entirely
will-
possible that this will all blow up in our faces, but it couldn't get much worse.
That's true.
Yeah.
Future us.
Alright, I'm
That
ready to
means
go
we're
find an
going to
anomaly.
do nothing,
Again, Judah
so.
says, walking to the door. What are we waiting for? It's getting away. And she holds her hand out for Anna.
Anna's already jumping right next to her.
Actually, it might know where to. Yes, we need to follow it.
Exactly, Judah says, kicking the door open.
Pridwin is
I'm so
I've got a
confused. Is that
question.
deer thing?
Answer?
I'm so fucking confused.
Hang on, I have a potentially
Me too,
fun.
bud. It's okay.
I have a potentially fun flavor question for
tired
us
of this
getting going.
Tired of this shit, Grandpa.
So, sorry, 1 second.
Oh, Lord, help me.
Pridwin's Banner of War specifically says that it boosts the party's speed. I was wondering if for flavor he could cast it so that we could get a speed boost to try and catch up to this thing.
I will allow it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
So,
Sweet.
However,
as everybody's...
are you
Hmm?
sure you're going to need it?
I mean...
Which
I
one
just
of you
think it-
has soul perception?
Me.
Would you like
Here's-
to use it?
Yes.
Here's the thing. I probably don't need it. But
He
how
just wants to
fucking
be cool.
cool would
Cool.
it be?
Yeah, it looks cool.
It's for flavor, damn it!
Look cool
Look at the cool
outweighs
factors through the
everything
roof.
else.
Yep.
Just let me season it!
Anyway, I'm using soul perception.
You use soul perception. You sense things around you nearby. You turn, searching, panning the area, and you see strange shaped souls. 3 or 4 of them hovering in the darkness about 100 yards in the direction the creature walked. You also see another one. This soul is a very strange color. It's a sort of gray, and it is hovering in the tree outside of the cabin.
Oh. He's looking at it.
You step outside and you look up into the tree. You see a very large figure with widespread wings, its antenna twitching. It tilts its head and looks at you.
Okay.
My goat!
Okay. My God, my friend.
It buzzes
That's
at
my
you,
goat.
looking down at all of you. Then it turns its head in the direction you were just looking, then looks down at you again.
So as we're all piling out, I'm just waiting for Apollyon to point the direction that these things are in.
He's gonna follow Mothman's direction and point.
And as they do, Pridwin is going to hold his hand in the air, the spectral banner materializing, and he's going to call out, "I am Pridwin Rhizostoma. I give you my name freely, for it will be your death." And he is going to slam the banner into the ground. And everybody is going to gain the benefits of speed.
All of
Oh,
you
yeah.
feel jazzed,
Yeah.
energetic, ready to go, ready to burn the midnight oil. Mothman's wings flutter out and he lurches out of the tree and takes off, and all of you start running. Weapons forming in the hands of your partners, you begin running. And it's like, Apollyon, as you're watching, it's like they're toying with you. They don't run until you get too close, and then they take off.
Mm-hmm.
The smaller
I hope we can get to
souls
one
dart
thing that I
in
want to see happen.
different directions, but the large soul runs kind of in a linear path that you were sort of able to follow.
Mhm.
You guys run further, staying on the trail of the large soul. And then suddenly, it's gone.
Just up ahead. I think I
Apollyon
found one.
skids to a stop for just a moment, looking around, trying to confirm that he didn't miss something. What the fuck is happening? Liam says, catching his breath.
I think there must be an anomaly nearby.
Well, everybody look around, he says, leaning on his knees, catching his breath.
Alright, are we rolling for perception or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look for weird geometric spatial bullshit.
I'm not gonna find
Yes.
shit with that.
I just
Oh,
need
I'm
one
looking.
person to pass the check. I really just need one person to pass it.
14.
19?
Ooh.
Can anyone
Chat,
beat a
did I cook?
19?
Yes.
You got a
No.
20? Jesus Christ.
Well, there it is,
Oh, shit.
ladies and gentlemen. Faye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got
It is
him.
because you are obsessed with Mothman that you notice it.
Mothman.
He has
Of course.
soared through the air and is hovering, flapping his wings, looking at something. And then he disappears. You
Oh, y'all don't
Okay.
even know what you're about to get into.
glance in the direction, and that's when you see it. There's something that doesn't belong.
Okay,
There's
what is it?
strange, perfectly straight lines. And a color in the moonlight that just doesn't seem to fit the forest.
Is it pink?
No.
Okay. You said pink carpet earlier in one of the videos, so I was curious.
It is
Brown.
and a dark red.
Oh no. That doesn't seem
There's
quite
one
as fun
thing-
as pink. Shit.
There's one thing. There's one thing I want to happen. That I want to happen. And I hope we can get to that.
Alright, I guess Faye's going to look at everybody and tell them that she sees the straight lines.
We're gonna
and
want to
she's
dive
gonna
in
head
there.
towards them.
Yeah, boy.
You start running in the direction, but you find yourself stopping as you see it. You come around the edge of a particularly large tree, and there it is. Perfectly straight lines, jutting up out of the dirt. Brown hardwood and red carpeting running up the center as it spirals upward. You see a wooden staircase.
Oh boy.
I
I'm
First
understood
Just
what
time
this
we've
was.
taken
Staircase is
interdimensional
going.
stairs.
Oh yeah.
Are y'all realizing what's going on right now?
Oh yeah.
Staircase in the woods.
Yep.
I do enjoy a good staircase in the woods.
You all stand there looking at the staircase, and you remember for just a moment the rule. Don't approach them. Don't
We've
touch
broken
them.
so many rules at this point. Does it
Don't
matter?
go up them.
Alright.
Oh, I'm
Well, I
doing
kinda
all
want
of
it.
Break the
I'm breaking-
rule, obviously.
I kind of
Rules are made to be broken.
Exactly!
I don't like this.
Judah grips
Remember,
you tighter
kids.
in her hands.
Breaking rules is cool.
Yeah.
So, you're all standing there in a group.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
We're going up those stairs.
Hell yeah. Let's fuck shit up.
Polyon, you approach
Or get
first.
fucked up.
Hmm.
You
As
very cautiously approach and lift a foot, looking at the bottom rung of the stairs.
as he's going up them, before the inevitable happens, he will say, "Fuck! Wait, I'm immortal. My continuity works different."
You step up the stairs saying this. You turn around. You're maybe 10 stairs up at this point, and nothing happens. You can still see the party.
Huh. Well, I'm still here.
God damn it.
Well, who wants to come next?
Faye's,
Maybe
Faye
you didn't go high enough.
Bucket we
Judah
ball.
shouts up at
I
you.
ain't gonna go.
You know,
I'm
you're right. I'm
assuming
gonna
we
keep
have
going.
to reach its pinnacle.
Who's touching the stairs next?
Fredwin's
Right.
got it.
No.
Ferdwin, are you in your weapon form?
Yeah.
In Lunala's hands?
Yeah.
Are you touching anybody else?
I mean, I feel like it's probably a good idea if we all try and go in at the same time, like holding each other, so that we can try and get through all at once. So yeah,
Alright.
probably. I'm imagining everybody kind of in like a big daisy chain.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So you're all
exactly,
holding
a
on
paper
to each
chain.
other?
Just doing a fucking conga line.
I mean- Actually, hang on.
I
Pridwin
want
will
you
say-
to be very specific about what you are about to do and choose wisely.
Pridwin will say, wait, we shouldn't hold on to each other. Make sure that we keep ourselves as held together as possible. These things can cut through stuff if it doesn't go in all the way. Like the rope. We don't want to lose our arms.
But
Good
like,
idea.
hooks are dope, though.
These creatures were willing to go together through here, so that means that they must wind up in the same place. Best not to take any unnecessary risks.
Well,
Lunal is holding your shield form. Or are you going just the two of you?
Yeah.
Roll me a d20.
A d20? Is it a specific stat or just random? Natural 20?
ooh,
Pridwin takes a few steps up the stairs. Is anybody following him immediately?
I'll follow a little bit after.
Brian,
Like a step or two.
are you on foot or are you in your weapon form?
I'm in my weapon form.
Okay. Amani hesitantly reaches up and puts a hand on the railing of the staircase. You feel that electric zap pierce your ears. Roll.
Oh boy.
Shit's
Oh, God.
getting good.
That is a 19.
Pridwin, you glance behind you, hearing an electric zap. Brian and Amani are gone.
Oh, fuck.
Great.
Okay. It's always me. Why do I keep doing this to myself?
Faye, you and Warden take a nervous step forward, reaching for Brian, feeling the air where they were, and there's nothing there. Are we doing this? Warden says to you.
Absolutely.
Fuck
Let's
it,
go.
she says, and sprints up the first 3 stairs. You actually think she's about to crash into you, Pridwin, but she moves through you.
Hmm.
Oh,
And
wow.
when you turn
That's
to look,
interesting.
she's gone.
Fuck.
You
We're
turn back
gonna
to
get
look at the
fucked up.
rest of the group, Pridwin, and you don't see them anymore. Faye, roll.
Can't tell if Pridwin's one disappearing or what. Just say it.
Oh, okay. 17.
Anna, you and Judah have watched 6 people disappear. Apollyon standing halfway up the stairs. What do you want to do?
But I need to put it in. Why didn't you put it in? Should I put it in?
If you want.
It's okay.
I think I'm gonna stick as close as I can to the people that are still here.
Okay.
Don't want to get too far separated.
You and Judah's holding you, and then Liam is holding Minerva.
Yeah, just going with as a group if we can.
I know they said we're not supposed to hold on to each other, but... And Liam reaches over and grips the shoulder of Judah's jacket and pulls you guys onto the stairs with him. You feel the electric zap. Roll.
What? Let's see where it is. Where did I put?
Doing a conga line.
It's too dark in here now. There it is. 18. Guess that
Apollyon,
wasn't what I needed to roll.
mm-hmm.
you're standing on the stairs. Alone.
Shit. He's just gonna keep walking up the stairs.
You keep walking up the stairs. Apollyon, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs. What do you want to do?
He walks up them again.
start walking up the stairs. You're halfway up the stairs. What do you want to do?
He keeps going.
You start walking up the stairs. Polyon, you're at the bottom of the stairs. What do you want to do?
Oh, gee.
Shit. Man,
It's gonna be a long
I've always
day.
wanted to time travel. What the shit? You okay?
Sucks to be immortal, doesn't it?
You sure?
Maybe we all just die.
Yeah.
Like he's
Hey,
I
I have an idea for another D&D character if Brian does die, so I'm all good.
I've got about
Apollyon just
20.
gonna Apollyon just gonna sit on the steps like bored.
You turn to sit on the steps, Apollyon, and you are staring into the face of a creature. It blows a breath of hot steam out into your face. You smell the decay and detritus. You are speckled with fresh blood. There's a very large, very horned creature hanging over you. You're sitting on a rock. What do you want to do?
We know that.
Man, you do not want to taste my flesh. I promise you. I'm kind of, bummed out. I didn't get to time travel.
The creature lets out a low, rattling growl and lifts a clawed hand in your direction.
He keeps an eye.
It takes a swing at you.
I got it.
Oh, I'm gonna dodge.
Rude.
You roll to dodge. As you come up, you feel Abaddon materializing in your hands instinctually.
He's going to point a finger in his direction and use Soul Menace.
You do so. The attack begins to manifest.
Oh.
Pridwin.
Yeah?
You turned to look back and the party was gone. You turn to look up the stairs and you find your foot, Lunala's foot really, coming down on white wood.
Where are we? Where's everyone else?
Lunala lifts a hand to her nose and sneezes. She looks around. You're about halfway up the steps of the Fire Watchtower. What do you want to do?
Oh boy.
Interesting.
Keep going, I guess.
You start encouraging her to walk up the steps of the Fire Watchtower. Anna.
Yeah.
You hear an awful sound rip from Judah's mouth. Like waking up from a nightmare.
Oh, shit.
You turn to look and you see Judah clutching a hand close to their chest. You look around. You're in a tree. And I mean in a tree.
Oh, shit.
Your bowstrings are dangling, caught up in the branches. You see that Judah, clutching the hand close to her chest, can't move because the branch has gone through her hand. The branch existing attached to the tree. Judah's dangling. She's let go of you just to try and keep herself steady, to keep from pulling on her hand.
I'm gonna assess Judah real quick. What all parts of the tree are in Judah, and how much is Judah in the tree?
There is a branch about quarter-sized sticking directly through her hand, as if it simply manifested there. There is another
That's it?
branch sticking through her left shoulder. She lets out a pained groan, trying to keep herself still, scared if she moves that something's gonna tear. Anna,
Give me a second. I'm trying to think.
Faye,
Uh,
Hello, hello.
while you're thinking, Faye,
yeah.
you felt the electric zap, and suddenly you're in water. You don't like water.
Oh shit.
You're very cold, and you're drifting, and you're floating out of control. You reach for the surface, and you feel a hand grabbing at the back of your hoodie, pulling, dragging you. You feel cold air. You scramble up onto its surface, laying, closing your eyes, stretching out in the sunlight and coughing violently, trying to free yourself from the air. Warden shakes you. Faye, Faye, Faye! Breathe! Breathe, damn it!
Holy shit. Hi.
She looks at you. You look at her, and you're very confused. It wasn't a hoodie that she was pulling on at all, it was armor. Armor you're wearing. Warden is wearing very tight-fitting clothes that you recognize, they're yours.
Whoa.
You two look at each other, confused.
Did you steal my clothes?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. They don't look very good on you, no offense.
Hey, I look good.
They
I
swallow
look
you
gorgeous.
like a
I know that.
coat on an infant, she says, trying to pull the armor off over your head.
Rude.
Brian,
Hello.
you hear violent coughing from somewhere nearby.
Can Brian see where it's coming from? Is she first? Where is Brian?
You don't know. You look around,
Oh.
see a lot of
Great.
trees, and that's when the smell hits you.
Oh shit.
You know, I've smelled some pretty awful things in my life.
It's
That
worse.
fucking takes the cake. Oh my
You know
god.
what fish smell like when they're left out too long.
Who left the fucking fish out in a desert?
That
What the fuck?
halitosis type of scent. Imagine that. And then you took the dead fish and you stuffed it into the carcass of a dead animal. You left it out in the sun to bake for a few days.
I wish I didn't have the ability to breathe right or smell right now. That's
You hear somebody
awful.
throwing up somewhere beside you.
I agree with that.
Amani
God.
clambers up on top of the stone she's on. You guys are on top of a hill. You look around. There's some horrendous, awful smell overtaking you.
Oh god, Brian's gonna fucking plug his nose. Just gonna put his hands over it and like pinch it.
You try to do so, but the smell, it's almost overbearing, like it's forcing its way into your nostrils. And that's when you notice, Brian, as you're cupping a hand over your mouth, your beard is very long and thick.
My beard.
You got a beard.
What? It's new.
You look at Amani. She looks at you, tilts her head a bit, confused.
Amani, tell me if I'm wrong. Did I suddenly grow a beard?
She looks confused, reaches up, winces as she feels the tightness of her braids. Grits her teeth a little, messing with them, trying to loosen them up a bit. What the hell, she says. Anna, Judah is stuck in a tree.
Hold on for just a second. I think I've got this. She's gonna summon her guardian and have it swiftly cut the branches.
You summon your
That,
guardian. with the assistance of Judah clambering up to reach her hand, her free hand. The Guardian manifests in a brilliant light and immediately shatters the branches. Judah lets out a scream, unable to stop it, as the branches rip free and she's falling.
Can I catch her and try and catch onto the Guardian?
You
the
manifest
Guardian
into
might be
your
falling
human
too.
form, reaching for her arm. Roll.
15.
You manage to grab on, catching her arm, your nails scratching a bit, but finding purchase near her wrist. The other hand grips onto the Guardian, and the Guardian manages to set you on the ground before you collapse.
Huh?
Pridwin,
Mm-hmm.
you've made it to the top of the Firewatch Tower. And you hear a scream.
Oh boy. Do I see where it's coming from?
You don't see where it's coming from, but you can discern the direction based on the sound somewhat. Lunala leaps over the edge, you're not too far up yet, and starts running. She very quickly stops, though, pausing to look up at a tree in front of you. She slowly raises a hand up and covers her mouth.
Pridwin's going to look up.
You look up at the tree in front of you. It's a tree until it isn't. The arms stretch outward until the
You okay?
limbs become humanoid, ending in hands and fingers, the branches drifting out into toes.
Oh god.
Lunala gags and turns away from it. You hear an extremely loud crash.
Mm-hmm.
You start jogging in that direction. But it's a ways off. Faye, Warden, you guys have managed to catch your breath. However, you're not exactly pleased that you did, because an overwhelming smell has attacked, really, your senses. You find your eyes watering. The air is thick with the stench.
What the hell is that?
Warden, wrinkling her nose further, wipes at her eyes with her forearm and helps you up now that you've gotten your clothes situation reoriented. I'm not sure, I think it's coming from over here. You start walking towards it. Brian, you and Amani are doing the same thing. Moving down the hill, moving towards a strange shape that you can see in the distance. You clamber over some rocks, winding your way through the trees until you feel a low rumble.
Oh.
And you're hit with a familiar scent in the awful decay.
Oh, fuck.
Seawater.
Ow.
You and Amani look at each other and you start running. The rumble happens again, and you skid your way into a clearing and find yourself staring up at it. And at first you aren't sure what it is. The dark, gray walls in front of you. But they're not really walls. They curve upward and inward until finally a section of those massive gray walls rumbles open, and you see an eye
No.
staring down at you. It is
Brian's gonna flip it off.
What?
whitened in stages of decay, but it's somehow still alive. And as you step back away from it, as the eye stares down at you helplessly, that's when you realize where you've seen this thing before. Faye, Warden, you guys come from the other side, seeing the mounds of gray flesh, the mouth hanging open, millions of tiny hair-like structures hanging limp, seaweed caught up in them. You're staring at a whale, laying on the trees.
I don't think that's where whales go.
Brian,
Yeah.
you hear a female voice say this from somewhere to your left.
Brian's gonna look over to the left. Hello?
You see Warden and
Oh.
Faye.
Hey!
Oh, thank God.
I fancy meeting you guys here. Come here often?
You think I come to the dead whale often?
I mean, I don't see why not.
See why not? You have problems.
So do you. You try to make friends with an evil fucking deer thing in the Waffle House.
I'm upset.
That might be my favorite quote. The two of you stand there with your
Hey,
maesters.
haven't seen you around the whale.
You come to the whale often?
You
Instead of Waffle House, it's Whale House.
you stand there together and stare up at the massive creature dying before you.
That's disgusting.
It's kind of sad.
I didn't know whales could use
No,
stairs.
it's just disgusting. And since when can whales use stairs? How did it get there? How has this happened to you, whale?
You look sadly at the creature. It heaves and rumbles one more time. And then it dies.
Oh, put it out of its... Oh, never mind. It's already dead. I don't need to put it out of its misery.
Anna,
Goodbye, Big Willie.
Big Willie? Why did you name it?
sitting on the ground. And it's dark. Dark because the trees are so tightly intertwined that you can't tell whether it's day or night. Judah is curled on her side, crying softly.
Can I do one thing while we're sitting here?
Mm-hmm.
Just have a pool of my mending spell active.
Okay. Judah manages enough faculties to assist you in starting the mending process. You guys hear a crashing sound from somewhere behind you.
Oh, did the whale fall?
A thunderous, almost like a gunshot, an explosion of sound. Judah focuses, weakly staggering to her feet and holding out a hand for you, the hand that's not horribly damaged. Come on. We have a job
Yeah,
to do,
let's
right?
do this. Yep.
You start moving toward whatever the sound was that you just heard. The shockwave, even now, tremoring the earth beneath you. Pridwin, you guys hear it too. A massive explosion of sound. Thunderous like a gunshot. Trees snapping. A burst of heat. You guys move inward toward the source. you hear a murmur of voices somewhere ahead. Cautiously, Lunala stops, bracing you in front of her defensively. The murmur of voices sounds masculine. What do you want to do?
Perception, I guess?
Roll a perception check.
19.
You think you see the glow of a screen.
You there. Show yourself.
Okay, well that was rude, Liam says, turning to look at you.
Oh, thank God it's you.
Have you seen Minnie?
No. She's not with you?
No. He shakes his head.
God.
I woke up. He gestures to the ground. I was, stuck for a couple hours. I had to dig my way out. You can see actually a hole in the ground that the earth has been dug out of.
Were you able to resonate with her at all?
I haven't tried. I just got out, he says tiredly. I was trying to look around. He tries to get the flashlight on his device to work.
Pridwin will just start glowing.
As you do, you look around the area and you don't see anything on the immediate ground. But you do hear a muffled scream.
Pridwin's gonna head towards it.
Can't really head towards it. It's underneath of you.
Start digging then.
You get down on your hands and knees, rending the earth from underneath of you. Liam looks very confused for a moment until the realization hits and he suddenly is down there with you, clawing at the dirt, his fingernails bloody and peeling back as he fights his way down until his hand touches something sharp. He jerks back for a moment, and then reaches down and fishes it, works it free until finally he can rip it out. Minerva's weapon form. She lets out a choked breath, her eyes appearing in the blade, and looks at you in horror first and then relief, seeing the three of you.
Are you okay?
No, she says.
I'm
What
so
the
sorry.
fuck? She coughs. The sword is caked in dirt and scratched up, but not really damaged. When you're glowing, so you also notice the blood on the ground?
Mm-hmm.
And just a little ways past where Liam and Minerva have now been unearthed, you see a kind of pale object sticking partially out of a bush.
Just gonna go over and inspect it.
You walk down, and it takes you a minute longer to realize that you're looking at a hand. It's laying in a pool of blood.
Looks like other people might have wound up here. We need to find the others.
You hear another murmur of voices somewhere a little ways ahead of you. Liam clutches Minerva's weapon form close and tiredly looks at you.
I guess he's gonna try and flash the light in the direction of the voices.
You can't really. The trees are too tightly interwoven. Lunala starts moving forward, Liam cautiously following. You kind of force your way through the tightly woven trunks and find yourself on the edge of some sort of cataclysm. The trees have been blasted back, the earth upended and torn, a massive shock wave that stretches out some 30 feet in front of you. And standing at the other side of it, a figure.
Does he recognize the figure?
You squint to try and see, and before you can really register it, something whizzes by the side of Lunala's face, not hitting her, but slamming into a tree trunk behind you. Don't move, you hear.
We won't.
I won't miss next time.
Are you... Who are you?
Is that... Pridwood?
Yes?
Judah steps forward carefully. She maneuvers her way over, holding the bow between her fingers. Except Judah doesn't look like the Judah you remember. She's about 2 years older. Her hair is long, midway down her back. She's down to the bare minimum of her clothes. She's holding the bow defensively in her hands. Oh my god.
I was wrong.
Anna, it's them. We finally found them.
Oh, thank God. Someone else. No offense, Judah.
None taken. Anna, you and Judah have been walking for what feels like days. Seeing nobody. Coming across nothing. Until just now. You manifest into your human form, and your braids stretch all the way down to the ground. There are dark circles under your eyes. And you're thin and haggard from days of not eating.
Really never accomplished on that. Got accomplished on those trips on the trail. Now I'm understanding why. I can't hunt for shit.
You mean I can't hunt for shit, Judah says. Judah reaches out and brushes her fingers along Lunala's cheek. Lunala kind of flinches a bit at the touch, but doesn't pull back. You look normal. Like how I remember you looked. And him, they look at the shield.
We just got here.
What do you mean you just got here? We've been here for I don't even know.
It's been a while.
I was wrong. I thought that if we all went through the same place, we'd wind up in the same time. But we didn't.
It's just a little spatial distortion, Liam says tiredly from behind you. He's scratching at a beard that's begun to form around his jaw.
We expected that this sort of thing would happen. You said so yourself. We've got to stop this at the source.
We don't even know where and when we are.
Step one, get our bearings.
Right. Liam looks around, clutching Minerva's form close to his chest. There's a crunch a little ways off in the distance, and all of you flinch. You find yourselves holding your breath, weapons pointing in that direction. Liam takes a cautious step forward, raising Minerva threateningly, as a figure begins to emerge from around the side of a tree. "Who the fuck are you?" Liam says, trying to make himself sound as scary as possible. You hear a voice answer you.
Is this my cue?
Mm.
Long story. Wait, are you who I think you are?
A figure
You see,
rounds the corner. Do you want to post his art?
yes, I have a few art I'm gonna post. Probably what they see. He's also holding someone on his shoulder.
There is a body, like, hanging limply over his shoulder. In the other hand, there's a head dangling, dripping with fresh blood.
You guys got here sooner than I thought you would.
Are you Mazuki?
In the flesh, and you must be redacted.
Part of it.
Oh, right, he would also be wearing a mask, but I'm going to be sending in his character profile. There we go. Well, welcome to the shit show that is 2030.
2030?
So,
Are you sure?
Pretty positive, if that's what the recorder is saying is correct.
Let me see it, Liam says.
He unclips it and shows it to him, but doesn't hand it to him.
You go to unclip it, Maze, and it's not there.
The fuck?
does Pridwin still have it?
Yep.
He's going to transform back into his human form and pull it out.
You
I
pull the
suppose.
recorder out. All of the dates are glitching.
I suppose we can't both have it at the same time.
Well, from what I know, we're here in 2030. And my partner here is gravely injured, so if I can get some assistance, I'm not a very good healer.
Let me get a look at them.
He sets them down.
The body is lowered, and for the first time, Pridwin, you see this person in the flesh. You've seen pictures of them. You've seen a lot of news about this person around campus. This is the 4-star. The one that is slated to become the next Death Scythe. This is Kate.
He's gonna waste no time. He's gonna just try and immediately administer medical aid.
You notice several things wrong immediately, even without rolling for it. The first thing is there is a massive bite wound in their shoulder. The second thing is that there is a hoodie tied around this person's waist, and it is completely soaked in blood. Their skin is so pale, it looks like they've been losing blood at a very frequent rate, and you notice something very irregular. Every few seconds, there's an electric pulse that seems to run from the top of their head down to their toes and back up. And only after that happens do you hear a heartbeat. Every 10 seconds or so.
What happened to them?
Well, we came here, and they became injured by something. I'm not entirely sure. A hole burrowed through their side. And then The wolves came, attacked us. I fended them off, and well, I'm sure you've seen the aftermath of that.
It's like with the rope, Liam says to you, Pridwin. Or the tree, Judah says, looking at Anna.
Mm-hmm.
Or the ground, Minerva adds tiredly.
What about the pulse? The electric field?
I can answer that, Liam says. It's kind of their thing. They're an energy user. I think it slows their heart rate down so they lose less blood.
Smart. Pridwin's going to continue trying to use his healing magic to do as much as possible while he's talking.
You're trying to heal. You unravel the hoodie a little bit to try and get a better look at the wound, and it's almost nonsensical to you at first. There is a perfect angled removal in her side, like a triangle, like the edge of a stair, cut directly into her side. Everything in that triangle is gone.
Must have got caught right on the edge. I should be able to regenerate it. It doesn't look like it's anything vital.
I sure hope so. I do not want them dying on me that easily.
What about you? Are you in need of anything?
No, I'll be fine.
Brian, Amani, Faye, Warden, roll me 2d20s each.
Yeah.
Wait, how many? 2?
I got double 12s. That has to count as luck, right?
Say double 12s?
I got double 12s.
Okay.
Has to be lucky somehow.
So what were both your rolls?
12 and 12.
Both of you? Oh my god. So, okay. 15, 11, 12, and 12. So with those rolls, the first month was hard. You guys aren't really proficient on land, Brian, Amani. And Faye, you and Warden, though you've grown up orphans, you grew up city orphans, not wilderness orphans. So for the first week or so, you guys didn't eat. However,
Yay.
once you got the rhythm of hunting down and figured out how to not get Faye to completely explode the carcass with her fire abilities, you finally managed to catch a few deer. The second month was worse.
Oh, fuck.
Because that's
God damn it.
when the storms set in. You had to go to higher ground to avoid flooding.
Oh.
The four of you huddled together, trying, barely managing to keep yourselves alive, to keep yourselves sane. You feel like you've been walking endlessly, trying to reach civilization, trying to reach something. You've lost track of time. There are no bright stars to guide you. The sky doesn't make sense anymore. And finally, one day, as you guys are skulking through the trees, trying desperately for the mountains in the distance, you hear an explosion.
Oh. Can I roll perception to see if I can figure out what it was?
You can.
Okay.
I'll roll 2, just in case you suck.
Yeah, I'll put it in group rules.
Damn. All right, I got a 1.
I got a 17.
Faye, you try to focus and your nose starts bleeding. Brian with a
Brian,
17.
You take 1 point of psychic damage.
Yeah, take like 20 points of fucking psychic damage. With a 17, you're able to scramble up a tree and look around like you'd be climbing the mast of your ship. You search the area and you find a section of land that looks odd to you. You guys start making your way towards it. Walking. Forever walking. Until finally you wind your way through some trees and hear voices.
Brian's gonna try to sneak.
You
Gonna
crouch
try to
low
be
and try to
something.
scramble forward, and you see an amber glow somewhere up ahead in the forest. So let me get this straight, you hear a voice say. She's fucked up, and you're fine?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I mean, I think so. I
You
usually
literally don't
am.
even have a scratch on you, Liam says, walking a circle around you.
They would also notice steam coming out of his arm.
That is not normal, Lunala says.
Scratches don't usually last on me. Do they last on you?
Oh my god. Brian, you hear an unfamiliar voice talking, but it's hard for you not to recognize Liam.
Is that fucking... Liam? Is that you?
Liam jumps, startled. Jesus, fuck, Brian?
And the party's all here.
You see Brian, Amani, Faye, and Warden clambering through the trees. They've got
is the
animal
last time-
skins wrapped around them for warmth.
This is the last time I walk up any mysterious staircases in the forest. It gave me a fucking beer.
Brian
I hate
has
it.
a, like, 2-month beard going on. Long, scraggly, not well trimmed.
I thought about asking Faye to set it on fire, but that would probably hurt a lot. Mildly annoyed about it.
Yeah, I might accidentally explode your face.
Yeah, I don't want my head getting popped like a cherry.
I
So
could
you
have
all-
created it.
No, thank you.
So you all must have been the new members added to your little group.
Yes.
And just who are you supposed to be, Warden says, tilting her head.
I am Maze, or you can
Really
call me
Katana, did you
such.
not see the big ass sword?
We were supposed to be looking for a katana, dude. Kinda forgot.
Katana, dude.
Kinda. I completely forgot.
You do that a
I
lot.
don't remember.
Hunting is
You do
really
that a lot,
hard,
it's okay,
Warden
Faye.
says, looking at the rest of you.
Yes.
Really?
I really
Yes,
wish
it
I
is.
paid more attention in survival class.
It's a great class to
same.
take.
I am almost useless at hunting when it went off with ship.
Anyway, I should have left an arm around here somewhere. Have you guys seen it?
Offer me.
No?
Can I roll perception?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, write your book section too, plug it.
You mean your own arm or someone else's?
I rolled a
Mine?
1.
I'm gonna stop rolling.
Faye has eaten so little that she literally just collapses. She tries to think too hard and she just drops.
Well,
And
there's plenty of
Brian-
wolf carcasses around
Character?
here if you guys would like to eat. Oh.
With a 14, it takes you a little bit to get through all of the wolf body parts that are scattered around the area, but you do finally find a human-looking arm.
You mean this thing? He says, holding it up.
Oh,
It's like
yes,
the
that one.
it wave when he like waves with the arm he's eating.
Hello there.
He's gonna walk up and he says, "Thank you, I've been looking everywhere for this." Anyway, who wants arm for dinner? Because this is about the best we're gonna get other than wolf.
I'm not
Yeah.
cannibalizing your arm.
Why? No. Stop this.
As you guys are having this conversation, your healing magic it's at least staunching the bleeding. Though she's not conscious and there's still a very massive divot in her side. You hear a low growl from somewhere nearby.
Ah, here they come again.
Again.
They?
Who?
Oh,
The wolves?
The wolf?
Wow.
So there's more problems than just the other things.
Wait till you find out whose wolves they are.
Whose?
They're not the
They
pack,
built
are
nice.
they?
Something like that.
As you watch, a figure emerges from the trees. Antlers stretching out higher
Oh.
and
Right.
higher.
God damn it.
Blood dripping from the skull. The creature's
Hey, Faye,
bigger than you remember it.
it's your buddy.
It lowers itself to the ground in a prowling crouch and lets out a low snarl.
You know, I tried to be nice, and now I feel like you're just being a dick.
One,
Brace
are they not?
yourselves. Turning. Some of you getting in front of the downed person beside you. Did you prepare for battle?
Oh yeah.
I
It's
mean,
fucking
probably,
dope.
yeah.
Maze has a really wide grin on his face.
Mace lets out a somewhat maniacal laugh, taking a step forward. The creature lets out a throaty, awful laugh out of its raspy mouth. And then it stops
Bad.
as something pierces it from behind.
It got shot in the ass. Let's go.
Whatever it is hits it with such force that it actually begins to shove it forward and then lifts it up into the air. The creature sprawling backwards on all fours. Completely helpless, as if it's hurled upwards, and then whatever it is that pierced it is ripped out and it collapses. No sooner does it hit the ground than something hard and heavy comes down and shatters the skull.
Oh, that's no
So it's
fun.
something.
You see a dark figure standing over the carcass. Black robes.
And who are you?
On hearing this voice, the head snaps in your direction. There's a white mask covering it. And without warning,
Oh god.
it turns and it runs.
Are you
Oh.
gonna be fucking kidding me?
Like away or towards us?
Away.
Well,
What does the mask look like?
It was white, that was all you could tell.
that's what
Could
the
I make
mask
a-
is.
Sure,
Could I make like a perception check?
go ahead.
That's a natural 20.
With a natural 20, you recognize the death mask.
Death mask.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Death mask?
The death
Death
mask.
mask.
You've seen
the
this
the
mask
Reaper's
before.
mask.
It's
it
the
on
same
death?
mask that the DWMI symbol is founded on.
The fucking Grim Reaper just showed up?
Wait,
and
what the
then
fuck?
ran from you.
Oh, I'm not
Grim
listening.
Reaper!
Anyway, Sonic Step.
You give chase?
Yeah,
Yeah, Critwin's
Why not?
bolting.
yeah.
You start
In fact,
running.
Ryan's
Are
gonna
you
roll
leaving
and step 100
the
feet.
person on the ground?
Brian will stay with the person.
Because I'm hearing a lot of people saying they're using a lot of speed abilities right now, and I'm just curious.
I
Uh,
will leave the stranger. I
Brian's
don't
gonna stay
care.
with the person.
Roll me competing speed checks, because I want to see how this works. Anybody who is going after it, I want to see your speed check.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Critwin doesn't have much speed.
Who is going after them?
Yeah, neither do I. That is
That was a good roll.
That's a 16.
19 plus speed. Gonna be like a negative, isn't it? Oh no, it's a 0. So the flat 19.
Somehow, actually, here, this is what'll happen. So Maze had a 16, Pridwin had a 19, and who else is going? Faye had a 24.
Yep.
Which is surprising considering Warden is as chonky as Warden is. So between you three, here's what happens. Warden reaches the figure first, and at first you think, wow, Warden's fast as fuck. But then you realize, whatever it is has allowed you to reach it. As it turns, and before Warden even realizes that you're stopping running, it has knocked Warden's feet out from under her, and you are mid-air.
Oh shit!
Glad I didn't go.
Pridwin, you
Shit.
get there second and watch as this figure has just upended Warden and Faye.
The warden has the
Pridwin's
ability
just
she
gonna
can't be
call out,
knocked
"Who
down.
are you?"
Does she?
It holds a hand out to you as if it's going to do something, use an ability, but nothing happens to you. It just holds its hand out to you. In a stop motion. Mazikeen gets
It
there
wants to
third
hold your
about this
hand.
time.
Pridwin does stop. He does not aggress.
As you
Yeah.
stop, Mazikeen, you're darting forward, and this figure throws its elbow up to meet you. And the amount of force that hits you is unrivaled by anything you have ever felt.
Oh shit.
Not only does it stop your sonic movement, it sends you flying in the opposite direction. Redirecting the motion. You hit
I
a
need to
tree
really-
behind you.
I really need to work on landings.
Warden hits the ground with a thud. The figure quickly moves a boot over Warden's chest in warning, and holds its hands out for calm. Nobody moves.
Who-
Wait. We want to say thank you.
The figure doesn't
We just wanted
say
to know who
anything.
you are.
Its head
Okay.
turns slowly and looks in your direction, Pridwin. The figure's pretty tall, almost as tall as you are. The robes fit it like a glove. The black cloaked hands, you can't really get a look at who it is. It looks at you with its head tilted, waiting.
We were just wondering who you were.
It snaps its head in your direction, Mazkeen. You can feel eyes boring into you, and the power radiating off of the creature in front of you.
He is uncontrollably smiling, but he's wearing a mask, so.
Slowly, the figure reaches a cloaked hand up, grips at the mask, and slides it down. You see pale skin and bits of red hair drifting down from beyond the mask.
Oh.
What are you doing here?
I'm sorry, is that?
Is that Katya?
Took the wrong staircase.
Is it really you? Katya takes a cautious step forward.
It's us from the past.
She shakes her head. You've been gone. You
I know.
disappeared like everybody else. You left me.
Not by choice.
She holds the death mask close to her face. You see her gripping something in her other hand, holding it close to her side. It glimmers in the light. It's a weapon.
Oh?
What's the weapon?
It is a long, twisted dagger. Katya shakes her head as if not trusting what she's seeing. No. It can't be this easy. You can't just show up after 4 years of me looking for you like nothing happened.
It isn't that simple.
There's a look in her eyes that's untrusting, like she doesn't know if she should run to hug you or keep running away.
Just let me try to explain what we understand first.
Mazikeen will stand up and walk next to Pridwin.
She defensively positions herself sideways, the knife held away from all of you, as if she's protecting it.
Well, for starters, we're not trying to take your knife.
Someone ask if Angel's evil.
That's not important
Not actually there,
right
but
now.
Yeah, that's not important. Well, I suppose we should start with... We were just in the present not that long ago. Or our present, I suppose, not yours.
2 days after we went on our mission, we discovered that one of the reasons for the disappearances was time anomalies. There were some creatures using them to hunt. We chased them into that place, and it spat us out at random times. Some of us wound up closer to right now than others.
She shakes her head. Polly mentioned something about time dilation. I didn't believe him.
Is he still around?
Of course he is. It's Apollyon. What do you think?
Wait, he didn't go with you guys?
He had to stay behind.
Shit. Wanted to meet him.
He helped look for you. We spent months, he and I trading off for the first little bit, and then every year on the anniversary I come back.
Well, shit.
Unfortunately. We had no control of where we wound up.
Really is that easy then?
Well, I know I'm a stranger, so I don't have any investment in the emotional situation going on here. I just had to know, where are we?
the Smoky Mountains. You're about a mile and a half from home base.
Well, shit.
What happened to it? Is it still... I don't know what the situation is like worldwide.
Well, that's a bit of a long story.
Well, believe it or not, we have the time.
You're making jokes like I'm not seeing a ghost. It's okay, she finally says, and the tight wound fingers of her right hand unravel. And there's a flash. And another figure forms beside her. This figure is also wearing a dark cloak. They tilt their head, not wearing a mask.
I see the most popular fashion choice here.
And who is this?
This is my partner.
It's good to meet you.
She smiles awkwardly at you. You're Pridwin, right?
Yes.
And you're his wife, Lunala. You're you're Warden, and Faye.
Yep.
Mazikeen.
Yep.
She looks around. Are the rest of you here?
Further back.
I can't believe I'm finally meeting you. Katya talks about you non-stop. She brushes a bit of hair behind her ear and smiles awkwardly, glancing down at the ground. This is north, Katya says, looking back at you, Pridwin.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Huh.
Likewise. Well, might as well get the group together. I want to get out of this place.
Yes, and I want to try to get back to our own time after we figure out what is causing these temporal anomalies.
Katya kind of cringes and makes a face. I'm not sure that's gonna be possible.
What?
What do you mean?
You guys don't know, of course. You can't control these things. Apollyon already tried.
Well, that much we knew going in.
This forest moves things in two directions. Side to side and forward. It doesn't go backwards. If you think I didn't have the same idea, go back and stop you from coming into this place.
So we're up here.
Tracks. I'm just happy to have you back.
Huh. Damn, that's 4 years of training I missed.
4 years, everything.
Well, I guess we can get everyone together. I mean, is it even safe to tell us anything that's happened? Or from the past?
But you're not. The pieces of you are missing. It's not like there's two of you walking around. You are the missing pieces. You've just been gone. She sees the discouraged looks on your face and glances away. There might be a way.
Might.
Might. But it's gonna be tough.
We came this far, didn't we?
I don't understand.
My body can adapt to anything.
There's only one thing that might let you go backwards. And that's if you have somebody that can control time. And there's only one person I know that can do that.
As someone who can control time?
That's terrifying.
That's amazing!
I want to fight them.
They can only do it in short bursts. I've never seen them go that far back or forward. But maybe if I had access to that, I might be able to make it work.
Who even would this person be?
That's the problem. Katya glances at North. North gives her a sad smile. They don't like us. At all.
Oh, that would be a problem, wouldn't it?
They're a witch.
A witch who can control time.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Her
Okay.
name is
Okay.
Castor.
Oh,
and
shit.
She hates our guts. I've fought her a couple times. Haven't been able to take her down myself.
We met her before. She was neutral. What turned her against you?
Well, a lot has happened since you've been gone.
Isn't that the witch from the Waffle House?
Yes. Yes,
See,
that is the witch.
in the last 4 years, some alliances have been solidified and others have crumbled. You were the big voice in trying to work with the witches. The rest of us tried, but they've kind of banded together. They've formed this massive coven, and they're taking in and treating witches from all over the world. Castor's part of them, and she really doesn't like us.
Is there a reason, or is it simply factional difference?
Well, it doesn't help that a couple of Death Scythes tried to take her out along with several others. When the Alliance formed, they tried to hit it at the source, break it up.
Of course.
Castor didn't take too kindly to that. Of course, the people involved were from the Japan branch, so I didn't have any influence over them. a little more understanding over here in the American branches. They've really doubled down in the foreign ones.
Suppose that makes sense.
They attacked before we could even try and come up with some kind of plan. Caster's kid, a couple other witches got caught in the crossfire.
I see.
So yeah, she doesn't like us. And I don't think I can convince her to help us, which makes this a lot more difficult.
You can't.
Can't what?
Convince her.
I don't need to. You see a predatory gleam appear in her eyes for a moment, almost an electric flash. I need to touch her.
Oh, wait a second.
Hang on.
You know what? What?
North laughs a little under her breath.
Sorry?
I need to put my hands on her, Katya says, irritated.
That's not making it much better.
Look, she says, and turns and puts her hand, slams it down really onto Warden's chest, where the gun is being gripped. Faye, there is a strange sensation that envelops you. You feel like you're being pulled and torn apart from the inside. Like your energy is being sapped.
Holy shit!
It feels like it lasts a million years. It lasts a second. Katya turns, lifts her arm, and thrusts her hand forward, and an explosion of fire erupts. A projectile firing from her palm and hitting a tree and exploding. She turns and looks back at you. I need to touch her.
You can just say that? That's so rude.
I mean, she did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Explain
kind of
verbal-
literally what she said.
We couldn't explain her touchy thing a little more. She had to. I didn't want to be touched. This is harassment.
Hey, you were
Want to touch?
So, you're proposing that we go and we hold her down so that you can take her power? Or imitate it?
I was thinking take it. That's what I was built for, she says, looking at you.
No. There has to be a better way to do this.
If you've got an idea, I'm all ears.
I mean, theoretically, if we're able to get back to the past, we can prevent most of this from happening.
That's precisely it. You might not be able to convince her to help us, but the fact is, we never did anything to hurt her. And even then, if she could send us back, we could prevent the exact course of events which would cause this.
You don't understand, Katya says, and there's a flare of anger that comes over her. You just want to go back. And you think that's gonna prevent this from ever happening. But it's not. We're still gonna be here. We're still gonna be in this place. Nothing for us is gonna change. Maybe that Katya will be different. Maybe that caster won't have to suffer. But we will still be here. Do you understand?
diverting timeline. The worst case scenario. But is that not still without, is that without merit? That a world may exist where things are better? Perhaps she will not see it that way. But I don't know. This is an impossible situation. In every sense of the word.
I suppose
one that-
maybe we could ask my sister for advice.
Your what?
Sister.
Yeah, she says, looking at you, confused. My sister? Angel's daughter? Right, you guys haven't been here.
Yeah, we're kind of out of the loop.
Well, Angel and Gabriel have been married for, she counts on her fingers, like 20 years now. They had their kid, like, she counts on her fingers again. 13, 14 years ago?
Wait, how long have we been gone?
About 4 years.
They were married 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Wait,
18 years before.
Yeah, how do you not remember this? They've always been married. They've been together forever.
Of
No.
course! God damn it, of course it was right in our faces and I neglected it. This isn't our reality. We didn't just go back and parallel universes. The recordings, they were different. People were noticing the differences. Slight changes in emotion, slight changes in context. People looked different. It wasn't just about time, it was about reality.
So,
Crazy.
you're not my Pridwin.
Well,
No.
technically, we are just a Pridwin that didn't go through the same things that yours did.
So you and Lunala, you guys haven't had your daughter yet.
We had a daughter?
Yeah. You left her with me before you took this mission. I've been raising her with North for 4 fucking years. She pulls out a picture from her within her cloak and holds it out to you.
Should I post the art?
If you want to.
Oh shit.
Hang on, how old would she be?
She's 4. So
Oh,
the
okay, so the art wouldn't
meme
work.
art would sort of
Yeah.
work.
God.
Because I only have a picture of her as an adult. Hold on. I can post the meme art. Here, I'll drop it in memes. If I can find the channel, good lord. Here we go.
So, we are alternate versions of people you know. Wait, what did you know about me in this timeline?
You? We used to fight all the time. You never could beat me. But you were a fun sparring partner while it lasted.
Well, oh, right. Well, that uncovers the mystery of me. Sounds about me. Same
You
about
and
my
Liam
timeline.
were up. God, it was like watching cheerleaders together at the lunch table.
Huh. Strange. I haven't met Liam until just an hour ago.
This is crazy.
So that means there's likely a theoretically infinite number of us displaced in time and reality.
Ah, quantum superposition.
Sideways and forwards.
That still doesn't fix your issue.
No.
How do you get
But
back?
that also means that time travel wouldn't fix it. Going back in time would just put us back. It would move us backwards in this reality, this line. Theoretically, we'd have to get back into our timeline and then somehow find a way to go back or forward to where we were. But
Wait.
that could take an infinite amount of time.
Wait, what year is it?
2030.
Katya nods.
Confirming
If you-
this. For us, we would have technically been missing for 7 years, but for them it was 4. What mission did we take?
She thinks for a minute. How could I forget? You came after the Wendigo that was here.
And
We did that
our
in
no, we came to West Virginia in our timeline, trying to solve disappearances.
No,
The initial case wasn't even
you
a
came
Wendigo.
here to fist fight a Wendigo. You guys kind of do it every year. It's an outlet because, you know, y'all want to punch Soma in the face.
so he's still
A dick?
What-
Yeah, he is.
What did he do in this timeline?
What hasn't he done? He only opened a fucking gateway to hell.
Oh,
Do you know how many
Yeah, he didn't
times
do
I
that
have
in-
to go back there and fucking close it? God.
I don't recall him doing that.
reopens.
Yeah, it reopens.
He hasn't done that in our timeline yet. But
Yeah, well,
that's
see,
certainly
after
the
it
direction
opened
it's going.
on the Blood Moon, it was an existing gate. So, the Blood Moon really helped create the gate, if that makes sense. And now they can just open and close it under the right circumstances.
Mm.
Really glad Lunala wasn't here for that.
Wait, if Lunala wasn't here, I'm thinking as a player, if Lunala wasn't here, how'd that work?
There's a couple different ways. There was
Yeah.
supposedly another witch they could use, or another
Ah,
being that they could use,
okay.
and there was also apparently some other stuff that could cause it, but I
Yeah.
don't remember.
Mhm.
But there were contingencies.
Yeah. So, there's already some inconsistencies within our timeline.
Yeah,
Again,
because you're not my family. You just are ghosts of them.
This is unfortunate.
You see her reach up and wipe at the edge of her eye with the corner of her cloak.
I am truly sorry. I can only they must have fallen in the same
It's,
warp that we.
it's whatever. We just need to get you guys home. Somehow.
If it makes
Perhaps.
you feel any better, if we can do it, then surely they can.
Yeah. Maybe.
If all of our selves are misplaced through time, we could theoretically correct whatever happened to us and all of our other us's.
There's a couple of ideas I could come up with, but none of them seem particularly useful.
Oh my god, Lunala says. That's how they did it. The other Moon Witch. In our dimension, that's how they did it. They brought her over from somewhere else.
They pulled her through a rift.
The image that Faye was talking about of that world exploding, that was her moon. In her dimension.
Holy shit.
Oh,
So there was some sort of Nexus event.
And now she's in our world. And they're gonna try and use her to do the same thing.
that. I feel like my head's going to explode.
So if I'm understanding
think-
correctly, someone a long time ago opened a temporal rift, pulled this witch from that rift, used that to create a blood moon, and from then on created tears between different realities.
No, I don't think so. I think the Force has always been like this, Katya says, looking around. I think
This
it
is
just is. Or maybe it was created during the catastrophe when, you know, we all got our abilities back in the day. Back when death first became death.
It's like the monsters we were dealing with. They were merely benefiting off existing not the cause of. But the question still remains how we could possibly figure out how to get back into our timeline.
I still vote for Caster. If she can fuck with time, then maybe somehow she can figure out how to move it in the opposite direction. Or I can.
But dimensions are separate from time. It's not that simple.
Okay, think of it like this, Katya says and holds her hand out. North suddenly flashes into the twisted dagger. Katya holds it out, balancing the dagger on a fingertip. Time is a straight line. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end, right?
Assumedly, yes.
You, come here, she says to Amani. Amani holds her hand out for you, Brian.
Brian goes to it.
You
Brian
flash
goes
into your weapon form. Amani balances you on her palm. She holds you up parallel to the dagger. This is my world, she says, looking at North. And that's yours. She looks at the sword. You guys are running a linear path, a beginning, a middle, and an end. We don't need to go this way, she says, moving her hand along the length of her dagger. You need to go this way. She moves it sideways from one weapon to the other. Whoever can control these types of abilities might be able to step outside to change the direction. Instead of going forward, being this way, you go forward, being this way. Does that make sense?
I simply don't think you sideways time.
Because you have to step outside of it.
I mean,
A being of immense power might be able to do that.
we kind of did that once.
Exactly. So if you did that, something has to be able to do it again. You moved sideways.
I'm tracking.
How do we get you to move sideways again? She says.
Well, we could try moving into a space that's outside of time, like the void.
Exactly. Exactly, Lunala says, looking at you. That place, the place with the animals that made a human and then the weird shit happened. You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, Apollyon can take people through the void, can't he?
That was a different void, Abaddon chimes in.
Oh.
The Hell Void is kind of one thing, but whatever that thing was that let us ask the questions, that wasn't from our void.
And how would we even get through there? The only time we managed to was completely by happenstance.
There's nobody questioning that they are here?
Somebody
Yeah,
did it, Lunala says,
How-
looking at you. Somebody was able to figure out how to go to that place. Remember they said that we weren't the first ones to use it.
question, where the fuck is Abaddon? Because how are they here?
Abaddon is... Oh, not Abaddon, sorry. I keep mixing up Maze and Apollyon.
Oh.
I was gonna say, unless Apollyon showed up.
He would have,
No,
actually.
he probably would have, honestly, at this point.
We accidentally stumbled into the other void. It was just there. And I could not possibly comprehend why. The
Adios,
thing we
guys.
talked to didn't seem to have wanted us there, so doesn't
Oh.
seem like it
Oh,
was
damn.
there. Oh no!
No, Brian.
Brian is dead!
Can't believe this. Damn, they're both dead.
Damn. Should I continue or should we wait for them to
You
come
can.
back?
They're dipping. I told them we'd be stopping soon.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
The thing that we talked to doesn't seem to have been responsible for our interaction.
Some circumstance worked to create that rift.
We killed a thing made out of a lot of souls.
No. Somebody else was there, Lunala says, looking at you.
Man.
Which,
But she's a nightmare witch. She wouldn't have dominion over other dimensions.
she wouldn't have dominion, but she might be able to move with it. Just like, oh, what's Soma's sister's name?
Ah, Rika. I know about her. I did a lot of research.
She also moves like this. She uses glass somehow to skip between places.
But that... I...
What if they aren't just appearing from one place to the other? What if there's a passageway between locations and they're using that space outside of time to get to it?
But even if... it just feels like too much of a leap. I mean, I suppose there isn't anything else that we could do, but we're putting a lot of trust on the idea that it's not only possible to get out of a universe, but also to take that space between and cross it into another. It's
Well, we did it once.
it's not quite the same though. It's the space outside of spaces, but we wound up right back where we were. Soma's sister always winds up in this their reality.
That we know about. I mean, it's not like we've sat down and asked her, Lunala says, shrugging.
Doesn't make me feel much better, the idea that we're dealing with a multiversal threat.
No. I think we're just dealing with those who can manipulate whatever the hell this is.
And suppose we do figure out someone who could possibly get us from place to place. We would have to either figure out how to make them, or we'd have to be able to get Katya to touch them without everything going horribly awry. I mean, we would not survive a fight with Mare in our condition, even if it was just to stall her long enough for that contact. I doubt we'd fare much better against a time wit.
Mm.
I mean, we fought some terrifying things, but skill and luck can only go so far against someone who could potentially stop us in our track or hurl us through other dimensions.
So you're giving up?
I'm not giving up. I'm simply saying that we are going to die if we go that avenue.
Wait, just a moment. Theoretically talking here, if we were to end up fighting this caster you speak of, would their manipulation of time here even be able to affect us if we were to fight? If they were to stop our time, they would have to manipulate, I guess, the timeline we came from? We don't belong here.
I don't think that's how it works. We're a part of this time at this moment. It's not like we simply... We exist within this universe, which means we're bound by its rules and bound by its passage of time. Until we get back to ours, that will remain the case. So, her abilities should work on us, the same as any other being that we might encounter.
I don't think you really know how Caster fights, Katya says.
I'm simply assuming that she would use her time ability. However, if she is as powerful of a witch as we were led to believe, again, I simply don't think that a direct fight with her would be survivable.
Well, the only other option you really have, I guess, is to go talk to my sister. Maybe she has some idea. But I've done all I can do here.
I suppose that's probably the best option. The only other alternative is to scour the world for some sort of hole in reality. We'd be dead before we even found one. If we ever found one.
Can we at least go talk to Aster before you start projecting doom and gloom, Katya says, turning.
Like I said, it's our best option right now.
Come on. I need to find a mirror.
Let's go grab everyone else. He's gonna run
You
back
guys are all
to
together
Caden.
at this point.
Is Caden with us?
Mhm.
Okay.
Not conscious, but carried.
Yeah. He'll pick up Caden.
You guys start walking on the trail. And for a moment it feels like you're just back in the Smoky Mountains. You follow Katya, who's moving very quickly, clutching the dagger in her palm. And finally you emerge out of the trees and see a group of cabins. They look eerily familiar. Katya jumps easily clearing the 20 feet up over the ledge, scrabbling over the railing and getting to the door. Well, come on, she says, and goes inside.
I follow.
Fredwin will follow.
Anna,
Yeah, I'll follow.
you scramble around going up the normal way, get to the door, and when you get inside, Katya and North are standing in the bathroom. Katya has already written and is waiting. There's a low, vibrating hum.
What are you looking for? Looking for something?
An image begins to form, rippling on, and then 2 eyes appear in the mirror. Right hand's reporting for duty. It's nice to see you. Took longer than I thought it would. Anything to report? Yeah, well, kind of a lot, actually, she says, stepping to the side and gesturing for you to come into the bathroom.
Maze enters.
The eyes move towards you. No way. Did she actually find someone?
A few someones, actually. He gestures to the rest of the group.
A lot of someone's.
The eyes drift over all of you as you guys kind of cram into the large bathroom. So you're back. Where have you been?
Well,
It's not
It's-
them, Katya interrupts. They're not ours. The eyes get a dejected look for a moment. Right. Let me guess. You guys are from some different place and you need to figure out how to get back to it, right?
something like that.
Great.
Effectively, yes.
The eyes flicker. They're like 2 shadow orbs hovering in a pool. Well, there is Caster, Katya interrupts. No, they don't like that idea. I suppose you could try and find Mare. They didn't like that idea either. Is it the fighting aspect you don't like? Is it the having to stay here longer than you want to that you don't like? What am I working with here?
I'm pretty sure we'll die horribly. Try to just just the couple of us fight such a high level witch.
Okay, let me think. Mom said there was something about a cursed object. Nobody's been able to find it. It was like a key. It was a key, and you could insert it into a certain type of lock, and then it would function like a door.
I know the relic you're talking about.
Mom said it's been missing for a really long time. I mean, we've never had it here at the academy.
Well, in our timeline, it's always been with the academy, but it also only moves Bay in our time.
See, that's where you're wrong. I heard this key can unlock a door to anywhere. Anywhere that you can imagine. If you have enough power to wield it.
And the requirement to wield it.
Well,
It's a cursed object, so there's always a price.
right. I think the price probably depends on how difficult or how far the place is.
And we're hopping dimensions, so it would be immense.
the eyes move a little bit, you get the sense that the person is shrugging. Well, you can fight a time witch, or you can pay some spooky toll to try and use a cursed object. Kind of all I've got right now.
What do
I'm
you
fine with
think?
the fighting.
I honestly don't feel confident making a decision.
Hmm.
We're gonna
Oh.
find anyway. Right. Can
Well,
we figure out who we think we'd stand a better chance against?
whoever's holding the key, or a time witch. I wonder if I can
That's-
punch through time.
We either fight someone infinitely powerful, or we engage with a dark relic that will take presumably an immense toll.
Well, it's not the first time we've used cursed objects with that immense amount of power, is it?
No, it is not.
What have you guys been to?
Look,
The prop.
we don't have a lot of options here, Judah says. It's not gonna be fun. Okay, it's not gonna be easy. But unless you want to sit here in this place that just isn't quite right, we have to do something. I say we go for the key, Judah says, putting her foot down. We don't know what the cost is. And maybe it's not even that bad.
We can get a few allies from this timeline to help us get it.
That's assuming that the version of the Academy in this timeline even has the resources to spare.
Oh, we have resources, Katya says. We've been excelling. See, the whole impending apocalypse thing really does wonders for drawing recruits.
Oh.
And you'd be willing to pay that toll to get us out into our proper timeline?
Look, I get the weird feeling that until you guys are back in yours, my family can't come back here. And no offense, but I really want them back.
I understand. If it's the key that everyone thinks would be the best option, I suppose we should try and get to it. Figure out where it even is. Because until we know that, it's going to be impossible.
Well, I know that that hotshot demon you guys were with became a professor. I wonder if in this timeline, especially with the amount of time that's elapsed, he could probably help.
Who, Apollyon? Probably. Of course, you'd have to convince him to come out of the cave.
Cave?
That's what we call the death room. He doesn't really like to leave Aster. Aster giggles through the mirror.
Huh.
He's a little protective, Aster says.
Good to know.
After they killed my dad, it was kind of, you know, oh, you're not allowed to leave the death room anymore, Aster. Oh, you gotta have somebody with you at all times, Aster. Like, I get it, yeah, I'm upset my dad's dead, but also, like, I would like to get out of this room. You hear a male grumbling in the background.
Huh. Wait, is that...
Uh-huh.
Well, he's your guys' friend.
Well, he was in our timeline, you hear Judah say.
Well,
Fuck's
may
sake.
have done a lot of
Sorry.
may have done a lot of research on all of you guys, but I'm not in the loop yet.
Can we talk
sorry.
with the demon? Lunala says cautiously. Aster giggles, and then the eyes disappear. A new set of eyes form in the mirror.
What is it? I've heard most of what's going on here.
We need to find a cursed key.
Cursed key. The one that transports you?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I could definitely help you try to uncover whatever that is. And, maybe the Academy has some resources to help. How do I look in your timeline, by the way?
How do you look in this one?
Great question. I'm gonna draw that.
God.
You've looked a lot of ways.
Ah, that sounds like me. Well, alright, I guess we can assumedly get you all to the Academy and figure out a plan.
That's gonna take too long, Katya says. We'll
Ah.
hold up here. Do what research we can. Keep in touch.
Alright then.
I get the feeling that the answer's gotta be here somewhere. If you moved sideways here, then you can probably move sideways again from here. Maybe it's closer than we think.
Hmm. Yes, I do believe so. It wouldn't... I mean, it would be tremendously difficult, yes, of course. But, such a thing is very much possible. As I'm sure you guys have probably talked about, my abilities allow me to traverse the between of worlds, but the between of universes, the abyss that I'm assuming you all went through, is a good option, or the key, or the time witch.
And I don't suppose you want to come out of the cave to assist us?
What do I get out of it?
Katya rolls her eyes all the way over to look at Bergman.
I can give you a list of I could answer all of your questions regarding your alternate self
Hmm.
in detail without lying.
Let me think for a moment.
Lunala clears her throat. I can tell you who you slept with in your alternate timeline.
Deal.
That was part of the deal, yes.
Alright, I'll accept these terms.
Great. Well, hurry it up. See you here in a few hours.
Alright, let me pack all of my things, make sure Abaddon is on a leash, and make my way.
Yeah. I really regret giving her legs, Katya mutters under her breath.
She has a body?
Of course she has a body. We promised we'd give her one.
She's still just a scythe in our timeline.
Oh. That's sad, Katya says. She's a ballerina here. You've never seen somebody move like Abaddon can.
Wait a moment. You guys haven't given Abaddon a body yet in your timeline? We're gonna have to compile some notes later and give it to you for your timeline.
Honestly, a ballerina is the last thing I'd imagine her being.
You don't know what kind of dances she performs, Katya says to the side.
Noted.
And,
Well, you might as well get comfortable. It's gonna take him a few hours to get here, and she kind of looks you all up and down, your haggard expressions, the injuries. I kind of think you guys need to clean yourselves up a little bit.
I have ruptured my eardrums twice in the last 2 days, Maze says.
Yeah, that's gross, North says from beside Katya. Come on. We'll get out of here so you guys can, do what you need to do, Katya says, stepping out of the bathroom with North. They go sit down on the couch, and you see them pull a laptop out of a bag and start tapping away at it. I'll see what I can dig up about this cursed object. North, you see what you can figure out about this void that everybody keeps talking about. She says. The two of them begin working.
And, well, I can do more research, but the best thing I'm good at doing is punching things really hard. Do you have anything I can punch?
You sit there and maybe think about punching us some firewood for a fire.
He salutes and walks out of the, out of the area to go find some wood.
Great.
Oh god. He's going Minecraft on it.
Just starts punching the tree. I used to do that, Katya says under her breath.
It just actually leaves a floating tree.
That
He
was
starts
one
digging
of
a
the things
quarry.
my dad taught me before he died. She's tapping on her laptop.
Oh shit.
Of course, you guys wouldn't remember that either, would you?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We knew the Black Blood was gonna get one of us eventually, right?
Right.
I just wish he hadn't killed Mom in the process.
What was Soma's event of sorts that caused him to go?
Event? I think Soma was always Soma, she says, looking up at you. But I mean, if I had to guess, it's probably when Douglas lost himself to the Black Blood. Soma helped me put him down. Soma wasn't really the same after that. That's when he went off the deep end. Made some stupid deal with the witches. Next thing I know, there's a fucking Gehenna gate opening. The moon's red. It was awful.
In our timeline, I was actually there when that happened. Well, differently, very differently. Quite differently. But his event was what gave me a lot of these scars that have yet to heal.
Well, I'm sorry you had to experience that.
Definitely a lot less catastrophic as yours, I would believe.
There's a soft grunt from somewhere behind you. The body on your shoulder begins to move a bit. Anna?
Hmm?
Caden opens their eyes, blinking wearily, lifts their head a bit, and looks at you.
Oh my gosh, you're all right. You're awake. Thank God. Here, let me get some water, and here's some food, and here's. Do we have
Put
water?
me down.
Oh, good. You're finally
Oh.
awake.
You set her down, and they
Yeah.
sit there and wince heavily, an arm wrapping around their midsection. The electric pulse moves over them. Their heart beats slowly.
Oh my god. You've missed a lot.
Great. What time is it?
That's a great question.
Are we still in 2030? They rub their eyes.
Yes, though not quite the 2030 we were thinking of at first.
They cough a little, turning and taking the water from Anna.
We're in an alternate reality.
Oh, so we just need to skip over to the other one. Cool.
I like
Easier
that spirit.
said than done. But ideally, yes.
Should be pretty easy. I mean, Professor Vale always said that his partner could do that kind of stuff.
What?
They look at you. Have you guys not spent any time with Professor Vale?
I spend most of my time with Paige and punching things.
I rarely get to
supposed to be my next
spend time with
elective.
any of the professors, actually.
How do you think his partner got so weak? A key that, when you insert it into its lock and think of the place you want to go, it can open a door to.
I assumed that it was limited only to space.
For a small-minded person, maybe. But
Wow.
Gregory Vale is not a small-minded person. He wanted to see different things. He wanted to see alternate timelines. He wanted to see if he could learn wisdom from different worlds. It was a heavy price to pay. Now he barely uses his partner at all. Every time he inserts him into the mirror, he risks falling apart.
That much I'm aware of.
Wait a minute, Katya says, looking up. The key in your world, it's a person?
Yes.
Oh my god, that makes so much sense, Katya says, looking at North. She types some more. You guys do what you need to do. Rest, get some sleep. I have an idea.
Alright. Oh, and Maze is gonna hand the recorder back to Caden.
Caden takes it and shaking hands and pulls it close to their chest. You didn't listen to it, did you?
Well, I just got it back a few hours ago.
Good. You don't need to hear what's on it.
Oh, quick question, now that you're awake. What's your type?
Are you asking that to Caden?
Yeah.
You've asked me this before. But I'll tell you again. She would be soft-spoken, confident, and she'd have legs that could crush my skull.
A tear goes down Maze's cheek. Oh my god.
It's fine, we all know who your type is.
He gives a nod, and then he walks out of the room.
Goes and starts punching trees. As you guys sit and try and collect yourselves, return your faculties, get your energy back, get back into some normal clothes, you can't help but sit there and wonder. There may be a few options to try and get you home. Which option is the best option, and is it gonna work? Or are you gonna be permanently stuck in not 2030? That's where I'm gonna end it.
Fuck. That is not the direction I was expecting, but holy shit, that was cool.
Yeah.
It was